I always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate you having me, and I'm looking forward to it.
I want to give a big shout out to the 13th Jury Podcast and Brandi.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
And then I just look to the jury, and it's sort of like, look.
Hey, if you're bored of work, come pop in and say, hey, want some coffee?
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Hi! Look what's behind me. It's my home. It's my home. I've been trying to get everything set back up. My kid helped me. Can y'all hear me? Make sure everything's like set back up how I'm supposed to be. The gnomes are here. Those took some cleaning. They're still a little bit dusty and weird, but we're going to just roll with it. I didn't want to have to get rid of them, so we're just going to roll with it. But yeah, the good news is I am home. I am home. It's only been 84 years. Yes. I did not wear my homecoming dress. But that's only because I still have, I have to wash everything in my closet. I've got 2 suitcases that, I don't have laundry in here. I have to go down the hall to do laundry or go to my brother's. So I've been doing laundry over there as I was going, but I have not washed my homecoming dress yet. But at lunch break, I'm going to put Lucy in her little homecoming outfit, so you'll see it. So today is homecoming day. Homecoming day. And y'all, what a homecoming day this is going to be. It is going to, we have a lot going on. We are going to start off our day in I mean, we're gonna be portal traveling. So today we have, I was gonna say Idaho, but it's Arizona, I think is where she's at. But we're gonna start off with Lori Vallow Daybell. She has her arraignment this morning. Those don't take long. We've seen some of the arraignments, they're usually, kind of in and out, but I want to see it. I want to watch it. She was, of course, the very first trial that I live streamed was the Lori Vallow trial. So we're going to watch that. We're not actually going to portal like as in YouTube portal. I'm just going to swap screens, but same thing. So we are going to watch, it starts in about 25 minutes, which is about the same time that our jury is going to be showing up. They're supposed to report. And I had planned on pushing our start time back a little bit since they weren't going to be reporting until 9:30, but I'm starting a little bit early because we had a couple things to go over. Plus I figured there was something I would mess up as far as setting everything back up. So I didn't know how long it was going to take me to have to, adjust microphone stuff and all of that. I'm actually kind of surprised that, that y'all can hear me and I haven't had to redo everything. Oh, here's the real test. Did y'all hear that? Did you hear it? I gotta wipe this off. Hold on. BRB. Oh, y'all didn't hear it? Hold on. Hold on. The bad news is I can hear it. I wonder why y'all can't. Hold on. Oh, this isn't what I was. Oh, here. Wait. Now can you hear it?
It's been 84 years.
I wonder. Let's see. Share screen. Okay, wait. Let me try one more time. I have to mess with stuff before we get going. Did y'all hear it that time? Or only the second time? What a day. Not the third time. Okay. So it's only when I have this on. All right. That's all right. I've got a few things that we need to do real quick. I'm actually surprised that this is the only problem that I've had, because normally if I'm trying to get stuff together and having to plug things in, and well, I mean, let's be honest, my kid is the one who plugged most of it in, but I'm having to change like computer stuff. I figured that there would be a whole lot of having to figure out stuff, but look at this. Y'all can see me, y'all can hear me. I do have Lucy Cam set back up, but Lucy is she's laying in my, not really my lap, she's kind of like laying on my, in between my leg and the thing right here. She's being very needy this morning. So but when she goes to lay down in her bed, we do have Lucy Cam on standby, ready for everybody. Oh, it feels so good to be home. The bad news is they're not done with construction. So it is still loud outside. I have all my echo cancellation fancy schmancy stuff on. So hopefully y'all can't hear it. If it gets really loud, I will, I'll mute my microphone so that it doesn't distract everybody. But man, there's always something going on. It's funny you should mention this. So I talked to Mel this morning. Actually, I'm going to show a few things. I was watching some of his deep dive stuff. He has been following this case for years, and he's done interviews with, we were talking about Bill, and as soon as they said something about yesterday about, sorry, I'm still wiping stuff off. I feel like there's like a forever layer of dust on everything now. So I had mentioned yesterday when they were talking about Bill dying, I was like, that's, red flags. So I was watching, and the stuff, there's some wild stuff going on with Bill and his family and his everything. That video that I told you, Mel said we could watch it on lunch today. And then there's also one that I watched on Bill, and I am going to, it was wild too. So I want to show y'all some pieces of that. But I tweeted it out too. If y'all don't follow Mel, follow him for sure. He's awesome. But also he has a whole playlist on all the stuff from this. He's done a huge deep dive, and I am not like, I'm a deep dive snob, because when I deep dive, I go all in, and I am super, super like into everything, right? And when other people do deep dives, a lot of times I'm like, I mean, you Googled, like, that's all you, but he actually went all in. I was actually really impressed. So make sure you check out that, playlist. He has a lot of crazy stuff on there. All right. So oops, nope. Put me to the side. Our first in the tailgate. Congratulations to our first of the tailgate. Thank you for getting the party started. And also, today is Thursday/Friday Eve. And you know what that means? That means that we have our mod of the week. Our mod of the week is, you can't see it. There we go. Wait, you still can't see it. How do I make this go away? I can't make it go away. Okay, now we're just, oh, there it goes. So our mod of the week is Bells. Bells is in here, you know, getting the party started, socializing, whacking trolls, doing all the things. And we appreciate her and love her and are so thankful for her. Our mods are awesome. And I am absolutely loving this mod of the week thing where we get to acknowledge one and every week and give them all the attention and all the love and all the things. So congratulations to our fantastic mod who we love. And also our mods are volunteers and they do a fantastic job. And we have if you do the command mod love, there's a buy me a coffee site that we have for the mods. And so it's like a tip jar for them for all of their hard work. So if y'all want to show them some love like they show y'all love, then you are more than welcome to, because they sure do deserve it. We love them so much. So congratulations to mod of the week. All right, let's get this party started, y'all. I want to pull up Mel's video. I'm going to show y'all some stuff. There's so much stuff. This is way crazier than I thought. We kind of stumbled onto this trial by accident because, you know, I changed over. I decided not to do Hannah Payne when Ari said he was going to do Hannah Payne. So I swapped over and decided to do Tex MacGyver. Well, then that one got delayed. So then we last minute swapped over again. And so this is not the trial I was planning on covering. Just kind of got thrown into it. But man, has it turned out to be nuts. Like crazy. Crazy. So crazier than I even thought. So I want to show y'all a couple things before we get started. And because we've got about 15 minutes until she actually, let me pull it up. I've already got it pulled up. Look at me. I am even more prepared than I realized I was. Look at me go. Look at me go. All right. Look at me go. All right. Let me go to Mel's channel. I want to show y'all. I started watching some of these and I was listening to some of them. Some of them I didn't get to watch all of them, but I was listening to them as I was trying to get things set back up here.
Hey, what's up? It's Ticket.
Oh, Mel, right up in my ear. All right, I want to show y'all.
Mel, welcome to the channel. Thank you for stopping by. And the
Melly
Bill
Mel.
video is finally here. I've been talking about this video so much. And so the beginning part of this story will be that one perspective. The other portion will be the second perspective. And the second perspective was messing around with Nina while she was married to Bill. This was around August.
Okay, that's the part I want to start at. Okay, so this is, Bill was married to Nina. So I want to show y'all a few parts from this because I watched this and listened to this. I didn't even get to listen to or watch all of it, but I listened to all of it. And apparently there's a picture I missed that he told me about that I'm going to see and be
together was from the perspective of two people. And so the beginning part of this story will be that one perspective. The other portion will be
Bill.
The second perspective.
So we said it sounded...
The second perspective is from the person that was messing around with Nina while she was married to Bill. This was around August 2019. We're going to take a look at some pictures, emails. And in November, that's when Bill passed away. After he passes, Nina doesn't want to have anything to do with the person that she was messing around with. And Lisa also comes into play or interjects. They've known each other before this, but interjects and tells this person, hey, it's me and Nina. We're soulmates. You got to go. And a couple of months later, February 2020, is when Empire Law is created by Nina and Lisa, which, if you watch the previous video, confirmed documentation that they were trying to get full custody of one of Charles's kids with the Empire Law Group, which is being run by both of these women. And they were able to do it in Texas by the Montgomery law firm that provided a Hawk, whatever it's called.
Okay, so remember how they said that that Good Luck Chuck has 2 baby mamas? Well, apparently, since Nina couldn't have kids, she just wanted to take in Chuck's kids. As it wanted him to get custody and have them. It gets weirder.
If you
Hold
wouldn't
on.
mind, I put a lot of work into this video. Hit like if you like any portion of the video.
Go like his
Channel
videos.
members, 1937.
All right,
Some
here
of the
he
things
is. This is
listed on his
Bill.
obituary. He was a restaurant owner, a carpenter, a locksmith, a businessman, a cosmetologist, and many other things. He was also an active member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Bill
is where the
owned
Mormon
a
stuff
beauty
came in.
salon, and I was told that he's always been a businessman. He's a hustler. He looked young for his age. He was very healthy. He was a juicer, ran, exercised all the time. He didn't look like he was 35 years old.
I really like that skirt he has on
than her.
too.
In fact, I was told that she looked kind of old for her age. And
Huge age
so
difference.
when they met, Nina was homeless on the streets. They met in Pennsylvania, and she's looking for a job. She goes into this beauty salon, and when she asks Bill for a job, he tells her she's not licensed, and so he offers her to wash hair. Now, a couple of times that Bill would come in, she'd be sleeping on the couch, and he'd asked her, what happened? Why are you sleeping here? And she said she was homeless, and so he let her sleep on the couch. Now, Bill was married. Supposedly, he was getting out of a marriage, and he didn't want to be involved. And he tried to get somebody to date Nina, but Nina didn't want this person, a friend of his. Nina wanted Bill. Now, I'm not exactly sure of the timeline between when did he divorce the woman that he was married to at the time and when they started dating, but they moved fairly quickly. Also, with his religion, they don't believe in premarital sex. And so they got married April 21st, 1990 in Pennsylvania.
I love how Mel is he's such a gentleman about that. He's like, they don't believe in premarital sex. So they got married. Like, we get what you're saying, bud. All right. So
Graduated in
let's skip
2010.
forward a little
She
bit.
also visited 2 other law schools in between that time. So within these 10 years, while she's going to school, they get a pizza shop. Well, Nina wanted a pizza shop. Bill didn't really want it because he's had pizza shops in the past. About 3.
I gotta skip forward because I can only show a little bit of it because we got to go to Idaho or to Arizona in just a couple minutes. But the pizza shop ended up doing really well for a while. It was by the college, and then a hot dog place went across the street, and it kind of put them out of business, and they went bankrupt. So Bill went back to New York. So remember why we were trying to figure out why Bill was in New York. So Bill went back to New York because that's where he knows how to make money. All right, let me skip forward.
Very intimate. And she no longer was intimate at all. Now, a couple of things happened.
She was cheating
between August 2019 and November 2019, where Bill dies. Nina made Bill sign all the houses with mortgages, 3 of them to be exact, which had high mortgages on them. And she kept the one house in Pennsylvania with no mortgage. I was also told that Nina stole the money and the silver collection and jewelry from Bill's safe. So in the house, there's 2 safes. One was a dummy safe. So in case a robber comes to the house,
This is
you
so
take
smart.
the robber to the dummy safe and they take what little is in there. And then there was another safe Bill had that was well hidden. And obviously Nina would know about this. That's where the money, the silver collection, and the jewelry was kept. And so I was told that was stolen. Now, another thing, a month before Bill passed away, I hear that he was asking people to look into Lisa. He was concerned about Lisa. I don't know if they ever met in person, but they definitely knew of each other. The name that he gave to these people was Lisa Beltran, which, if you guys have been following this, Nina also went by Beltran. And he was very concerned about Lisa. I hear Lisa highly disliked him. Nina also allegedly made a false allegation that Bill had physically her, but when confronted, she changed her story to the fight where he said the F word a couple of times. Let's talk a little bit about November 8th, 2019, where Bill dies in an accident. And so Bill was...
Okay, now keep in mind, the houses that they had, the ones that had a mortgage where you have to pay the mortgage every month, those are not the one, like those she ended up not taking, but the Pennsylvania, the one that was paid off in Pennsylvania. Remember, we were also talking about the Pennsylvania connection and her being in Pennsylvania, and that one was paid off, and that one had no mortgage, and that she took that one.
Was depressed with everything that was going on, the divorce, and Nina, and feeling like he's being cheated on, and like something's going on, and stressed out. That night, he had just left the Mormon temple in New York. They were praying about his life situations, and when he left, it was reported from those people that he was elated. He had done sacraments, and he was in a good space of mind. And so he takes the ferry to where he parked his car across the river. It was around 10 or 10:30 p.m. And from there, it's about 2 miles to the house. And that's where supposedly he suffers from a heart condition and hits and crashes into a parked car. Some of the things that I heard about this situation, well, for one, Nina was very, very cold. She did not attend the funeral. And
she didn't go to the funeral. That part's crazy to me too. All right, let me skip forward a little bit. They sold the cars, etc. Hold on, let me get to this part.
Custody and all that. A lot of this seems planned because shortly after this is where Empire comes in. As far as life insurance, I'm told that he had no life insurance. And as far as an autopsy, well, the thing with that I heard was that Nina was trying to hurry and expedite the autopsy by saying that Bill had a heart condition. Bill was in really good shape. The only thing that I really heard with regards to his heart is that he did have a stent put in, but otherwise he was very healthy, fit, and in shape. But she told the medical examiner that he had a heart condition and maybe hopes to accelerate or expedite the autopsy. I don't believe a toxicology was ever done, and I don't know the results of the autopsy. And a couple of tidbits before we get to the other perspective, some of the other stuff, which is I would categorize somewhat salacious, but interesting. Before we get into that, a couple of notes. She robbed the household cash and sold everything to give this kind of money because she was not that of a successful lawyer. She was still committing crimes, and we're talking about Nina, and this is allegedly. She is still committing crimes by collecting on a reverse mortgage here in New York under Bill's name. The mortgage company thinks she lives in it as a resident, which is mandatory for it to be granted. 9+ years of collecting $3,500 per month illegally while you're a brand new licensed lawyer. She makes them Venmo or PayPal or Zelle the money to probably her business account. More specifically, I believe this is the Johnson City, New York house tenants. And she was telling people that she was out of the country. Another little tidbit with regards to Nina and the custody stuff. I hear that she had always wanted to get pregnant. I heard that she was even seen in August of 2019. This is where she was asking for the divorce and where Bill thought she was cheating. She was supposedly taking vitamins like prenatal vitamins and folate for pregnancy. So here is where things get a little turbulent. And this is from the other perspective of somebody that's really close. And they sent me some emails.
Oops. I've got Lori down here so we can see when
August,
it starts.
when this whole big thing comes up for divorce. So first, let me backtrack you a little bit. And I'm going to omit some of the details out because I was 51 when they first met. I asked another person. They said that's not true. When I did the calculations, to me, it kind of came up to be close to that. And supposedly they got married when she was 18. And the person said that Nina's high school band played at the wedding. I asked somebody else. They said that wasn't true. That's pretty crazy.
It's about to get really bad.
Moving on further, I'm going to skip past some of this other stuff. And there's a lot that I'm skipping past. Nina was half black, half German, and her parents were Jehovah's Witness, and she got kicked out. I'm not exactly sure for what reason. I don't know if this person told me it was because they didn't like Bill. I don't know if it was something else. And fast forwarding to August, okay, this person tells me, this is the account this person is telling me. It could be more, probably is. But one day they get a call from Nina, and they start talking. This person was going through certain situations. Nina tells this person that she wanted to leave Bill and was prepared to do it with him, which is, to be honest, it's Bill, one of Bill's sons. Okay. By the
she is wanting to leave Bill to go be with Bill's son. She is wanting to leave her husband to go be with her stepson.
the way, because I was wondering when this person reached out, like, why are they telling me this? This doesn't make any sense. This person had, I guess, a rough childhood and ups and downs with their father. It's pretty complicated. I mean, I'm reading an email, but we also spoke on the phone, and it was pretty detailed what this person had to say to me. And so, okay, so they start talking. Okay, Nina
Let's
calls
talk
them.
about the Bill's
They start
kids.
talking. Let me read you some of the emails. She started sending him poems. August 10th, 2019, and I can see the forwarding in the email.
Okay, this poem made me want to throw up. I'm not like super mushy and romantic, so we're gonna skip through that. Blah blah love, blah blah. All right.
Home, and ironically, this is called Faithful. It reads, "Catch me, I fall headlong into your arms, willingly trusting. Ever more faithful is my love. Come to me, unbidden wings, from his divine realm in the third towards me," calls this person Bill's son. And he was going through a lot of stuff in his life. I'm not excusing it. He lost a friend, dealing with some other issues. And she calls him, and they started talking, and she wanted to leave Bill and was prepared
Go
to be
watch
with
this
this
whole
guy.
video when y'all
Started getting the poems and emails that I
finish
just
today.
read you. The son did not want to refer to Bill as Bill, and so they came up with a name when they talked about Bill. They referred to him as Robin. And so this person says the conversations escalated, and we figured if she were to leave him, it would kill him. And the person said in quotes, "No problem here." So I was all for it. Nina, being an attorney and all, set me up in a hotel on Hollywood Beach, Florida. We've been there many times. You've seen the videos. This person told me, I guess it all seems surreal, but when she was living large, and I mean large, I was like, no way I could ever go through with this, hooking up. So this person saying that she wanted to hook up. What happened was the first week down, she forced copulation on me, meaning oral. And the person says, yeah, I know a guy complaining about that. And so we finally found a place and settled in Coral Gables, Florida. She got a really good job, but she was just so big. She was my father's wife. I couldn't bring myself to do it. And she made many attempts, but no can do. So on November 8th or 9th came, and he died. It was about a month. Who knew it would take that long, right?
Crazier and
That's what the
crazier.
email says. I figured a couple of months for sure. Lonely old man, 82. Who do you think he was going to score now? This person also stated that, Bill had a history, and there was this whole thing which he knew a lot of people that were connected, and this person claims that he managed to rip off many people and live a sordid life. And so Nina would be the only way he could thrive. She's no dummy. She learned from him and stole all his money for herself, which is what I've heard from multiple people, that she stole the money. I think Nina learned a lot of the things from Bill. Everything, to me, in my opinion, that Nina is, as far as her career, everything in life, the way as far as she got, I believe she learned from Bill.
That's
and
crazy.
She would never had these opportunities if it weren't for Bill, in my opinion. And so back to the story, right? So they're in Coral Gables, and this person is claiming that he couldn't go through with it. It wasn't working out.
This is Bill's son.
And so one day, and this is verbatim, I couldn't go through with it, and enters her friend, Lisa Dykes. Yeah, half-shaved, bald, freakazoid, which I agree, looking lady, come to our place, tell me it wasn't working out. Lisa Dykes, yeah, half-bald, freakazoid looking lady comes.
So Lisa comes to Bill's son's house, and Lisa tells Bill's son that it's not working out between Bill's son and Nina.
To our place and tells me it's not working out. And then he says, now remember, I heard these two on the phone for hours conversing, Nina telling me how she's her soulmate. And she said this has been going on for years. They met at some law firm, Nina, a lawyer, and Lisa, a paralegal, which is things that we've covered this entire time. And then he says, well, on Christmas Day, I got an email about a listing for a place to move since Nina said she was going back to New York to settle Bill's affairs. I'm like, sure, whatever. I checked myself in, did what I had to do. She lied about taking care of my car and my stuff, I guess thanks to her friend Lisa. So anyway, a new chapter out of the Jerry Sprinkle novel, I'm sure. And by the way, when Bill passed, Nina was in Florida, and I heard that, yeah, she was with this person, Coral Gables. So that kind of leaves out her being there.
That was Nina in the swimsuit.
I don't know if there could be other moving parts behind that.
That was a picture she
but
sent
I
to Bill's
hear
son.
that she wasn't in New York at the time. The other thing too, it says, so she found higher pastures, huh? Without Bill, she could never keep herself straight. She's nothing but a con artist with a sweet voice that'll charm the simplest of people. But she's really just a follower, since Lisa wore the pants, that I'm sure. And that's what I believe as well. I feel like Lisa is the one in charge, running things. Lisa had these rules set where Nina wasn't allowed to mess around with Charles, but they did, and that was a whole big problem and a big fight. And Lisa was into Charles, and I'm thinking she thought she could control everything. The other thing it says, I guess my simple terms were too simple for her. She often forgot I was bred from the fiend who fed her. dumped, trampled, and beaten till I was left in the streets to fend for myself. Only God knows how I survived. Thanks for listening. Some of my afterthoughts with everything, and I'm sure there's probably a ton that I.
So, I was talking to Mel about this. So it's so messed up. In the other video, and I told y'all yesterday, when I went into this one, I didn't know anything about it. Mel's been covering this one for years. I didn't even know he was covering this one. I've totally missed this. This was from, years ago when he started covering this, but I started watching some of the videos last night, and make sure you go subscribe to him if you haven't already, and make sure you watch this playlist. It's great. The one that he told us to watch today on lunch break, I'm going to pull that one up so we can watch it on lunch break. But it was nuts. They're starting now. Like, hello. It's crazy though. There's so much. Lisa's, and it gets worse.
Good morning, Mr. Shup. Just keep your mic muted until your matter is called. Thank you.
Try to move the captions up a little bit. Oops. Dang it. Oops. Trying to move the captions up when they do it. But we'll watch that video. But also Lisa's daughter is dating Lisa's brother. So and there's like a 30-year age difference between them. Like, so Lisa's daughter is dating her uncle who's 30 years older. It like just, there's so much, there's black magic stuff. There's all kinds of messiness. All kinds of messiness. We're going to watch that other video. They sent, Lisa and Nina sent Mel a cease and desist. Oh, he's supposed to, let me text him. He's supposed to send me that too. So funny. But he's put a lot of work into this, and I started watching some of those videos. It was really messy. Yes, her uncle. And that whole thing with her changing hairstyles and changing everything about herself, like I guess she kind of just does that according to whoever she's dating. This trial is so much crazier than I realized when we started it. So much crazier than I realized. Hello. Good morning. Hi, Ace. Million dater. That's a good term for it. Good term for it. What is the site he is on? Who, Mel? Icked Mel? He's got a YouTube channel. Icked Mel. Our mods dropped the link for it, but make sure you check him out. And we're gonna watch his video at lunch. The interview that he did with Lisa's best friend, not the hairdresser, but Lisa's best friend. Yeah. Here, I'll pin Mel's channel to the top for a little bit. No, apparently this is her real uncle's, from what I understand. So much messiness. You're late. Detention for you. Trial should be starting. The jury. Let me actually pull that one up too. We're watching a wall right now. or possibly a ceiling. I don't know what we're watching exactly. However, the jury supposed to report at 9:30, so it should be starting soon. So what we're going to do is, as soon as this ends, because this is just the arraignment, it's not going to last long. But when this ends, we'll go to our trial. Crazy.
Hi, I'm Nicole Hockley from Sandy Hook Promise. I know this is hard to hear, but it's important.
What just happened? Where'd she come from?
Right, then we'll go ahead and go on the record, and I'll begin with the victim's rights statement. To the folks in the back of the courtroom, if you are present today, and you are a victim of a crime pending before this court, you do have rights under Arizona law. They include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, to a speedy and prompt and final conclusion of the case, to be present at court proceedings, and to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney. You have the right to be heard before the court makes any decision on negotiation of a plea, scheduling, and sentencing. You have the right to receive restitution from a person who has been convicted of causing loss. If you have not been provided with a written statement of the victim's rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the prosecutor's office.
Morning.
So are we ready on number 6 and 7?
6 and 7, Vallow.
Vallow. Here we go.
Do you know if the victim wishes to be heard to this one?
Sorry. Check.
Calling number 6 on this morning's calendar. Number 6 is CR 2021. It is 001704. And number 7 is CR 2022 142. State of Arizona versus Lori Vallow. It's the time set for the not guilty arraignment as to each case. For the state?
Your Honor, Attorney Kay on behalf of the state in both matters. For the record, the victim is appearing virtually in the 2022 matter. Also for the record, the next victim, we're going to appear in the 2021. We have attempted to reach them. We are unable to reach them at this point, but they were aware of this and did just want to unfortunately they did wish to appear.
Okay, thank you for letting me know. Counsel?
Good morning, Keith Terry and Danae Suki on behalf of Ms. Vallow, who's present appearing in custody.
Thank you. And ma'am, could you state your full name, please?
Lori Vallow Daybell.
And your date of birth?
6/26/73.
All right, then this is the time set for the not guilty arraignment on each count. We'll start with number 6. As to number 6, ma'am, you are before the court on count 1. We'll enter a not guilty plea on your behalf. Do you waive a reading?
Yes, sir.
And we'll set the matter for your next court hearings are this as follows in this case. The next court hearing will be an initial pretrial conference. That will be on January 18th. It's at 8:15 in the morning before Commissioner Garfinkel. The comprehensive pretrial conference will be on February 21. It's at 8:30 in the morning, and that's before Judge Boreski. The final trial management conference will be on March 28th. That's also at 8:30 in the morning before Judge Boreski. And then the trial assignment date on this case will be on April 4th. That's at 9 o'clock in the morning, and that's before the master calendar judge. You do need to be present for the court hearings. If you fail to appear without good cause or warrant condition for your arrest, I'll go ahead and affirm the current release conditions. We go to number 7. On number 7, ma'am, you are also before the court for a not guilty arraignment on count 1. We'll enter a not guilty plea on your behalf. We'll set the matters for the next court dates, which are likely to be the same ones I just gave you. The initial pretrial conference will be on January 18th It's at 8:15 in the morning before Commissioner Garfinkel. Comprehensive pretrial conference, that will be on February 21. It's at 8:30 in the morning before Judge Boreski. The final trial management conference is March 28. It's at 8:30 in the morning. That's also before Judge Boreski. And then your trial assignment date is April 4th. That's at 9 o'clock in the morning, and that's before the master calendar judge. I'll go ahead and affirm the current release conditions as to this cause as well. From the state, was there any additional issues that you wanted the court to review or discuss?
Yes, Your Honor, two things. First, these are both first-degree murder cases. The court set the trial dates as if they were not complex. First-degree murder cases are automatically complex cases. We would ask that we amend the dates to align with complex case 270 days out for the trial date.
Yeah. If I do that, will we be able to get dates today?
Yeah.
Okay. Right, and does the defense wish to be heard? You wish to be heard on that issue?
Your Honor,
Object or do you agree?
we object at this time.
All right, then, I think I'll just leave the dates the way they are now, and I'll ask the state to go ahead and file a motion before the assigned, either before the next court date or the Judge Boreski, and let them decide how he wants to proceed with respect to the dates.
Sure.
What was the other issue?
The other issue, Your Honor, was the state did file a motion and emailed it to the court and counsel on Monday with regards to a protective order for the exhibits so that the state can comply with all of the protective orders that are in place in Idaho. I know defense counsel has not had a time to respond to that, so I didn't know if the court wanted to set a time before Judge Boreski so that we could deal with that issue.
She's got to check her
Obviously, we
schedule.
don't want to wait till the IPTC to handle that.
Sir,
We do not object to a protective order.
you do not object? I did receive the proposed order. Defense counsel has indicated there's no objection, so the court will grant that request and I'll sign the order immediately following the hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state has no other issues.
All right, thank you. Anything from the defense?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, and thank you. We'll be in recess as to this matter. Oh, thanks so much. I sure wrote. Oh, it's ordered. I think I affirmed both dates. Did I not? The release conditions on both? Oh, is she what? Yes. She needs to sign for the release conditions.
All right, April 4th.
I know I'm getting it right now. I'm sorry. My apologies.
Cancel your plans.
Yeah, I will. Oh, okay. I just sent one. Not even.
Oh, look at them shackles. Shackles are the perfect accessory with Crocs. State issued Crocs. I've always said that. Fashion tips with Brandi. It's like an anklet. Fashion statement. Okay, after my birthday. That's your birthday present. Lori Vallow's trial. hey, Bassett. So that's that. We're done with this one. Look at his face. He looks high.
Missed.
Make sure you go watch the rest of that video. We only got to watch a few parts of it about the bill video, but watch the whole thing because it is really, really wacko, to say the least. Did I just close out on the? Yep, I think I did. Oh no, I didn't. Look at me go. I am so prepared today. Let me go ahead and boost the volume because we know that's coming. But make sure you go check out that video. There is wildness. And we only got to talk about a little bit of it. All right, so we are going live to the courtroom now. They started about I don't know, 15 minutes ago. So we're not far behind, but so we're going to watch this now and see what the day holds, because Lord knows it. We never can tell, can we? I'm leaving that Mel's link is, I have it pinned right now, so click it, save it, whatever. I'm about to have to take it down because we're going to put the name of the witnesses up, but we've also got the command form, so you can go subscribe to him. He's got a whole playlist on videos to do with this, so if you go to his playlist, then you can find them, but he's done some awesome stuff on this. All right, are we ready to get this show started? It's going to be it's going to be great. It's going to be great. I'm afraid I'll need a few bingo cards for this trial. Nobody would win bingo on this trial because nobody has the defendant's daughter having a relationship with her uncle and the other defendant having a relationship with her stepson. Nobody has that on the bingo card. But let's go.
All right, sir, if you would please stop and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
There we go.
Thank you. You may be seated. Please watch your step.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm ready for gorgeous.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, can you state your name and spell your name for the court, please?
Stephen Prince, STEPHENPRINCE.
And Detective Prince, can you just kind of introduce yourself to the jury, let them know what it is you do for a living, your qualifications, training?
I work for the Dallas Police Department. I have worked there for about 16 years. I'm currently assigned to the robbery unit. I've been there for about 8 years now. Before that, we were in the academy and we did the training for police academy specifically for Dallas, where we learned criminal code of procedure. We learned defensive tactics and arrest, search and seizure, crime scene investigation. There's continued classes that we had to take regarding those things. And as we grew into being a police officer into a detective, we took additional arrest warrant training and interview techniques and things like that. I was at Southeast Patrol for a few years, and then I worked in the fugitive unit, or the Metro Task Force back then, for about 5 years, 3 or 4 or 5 years. And then now I'm in the robbery unit now. I'm also assigned to the FBI Violent Crimes Task Force, and where I currently work for both the robbery unit and as a task force officer.
And as far as the FBI task force is concerned, can you tell the jury a little bit more, number one, about how you were able to be assigned to that task force and what that is?
So coming out of the robbery unit, the FBI created a violent crime task force in the Dallas area. There are special agents from the FBI on that task force, as well as detectives from other units, from the Dallas Police Department and from other violent crime units throughout the Metroplex, like Grand Prairie, Mesquite, and Dallas. We are tasked with investigating violent crimes. Many of them have a nexus for federal crimes. Like, not every state crime is necessarily a federal crime. So our focus is on violent crimes, as well as nexus to federal investigations.
How did you come to be a part of that?
I was selected to be a part of it. Every few years, spots come open, and they approached me with interest, and I wanted to go over there, so I had to go over.
And as far as that task force is concerned, can you kind of tell the jury about how you all work together and what types of cases you get involved in?
Well, since I work for the robbery unit, generally the cases I bring are aggravated robberies and robberies, as well as we do bank robberies and kidnappings for ransom specifically, but kidnappings where it's like not families involved. We will investigate other violent crimes that we're invited when we're invited to the investigation. And if we're specifically invited to assist on any investigation, we can assist with that if necessary. But generally, my job is to focus on large serial offenses, specifically bank robberies. Many of them are business related or vehicle related. So if there's a string of business robberies we believe to be related, we'll get tasked with assisting with those investigations.
You mentioned getting invited. Let's start with you. For Dallas Police Department, your job is to investigate robbery cases, aggravated robberies, things of that nature.
Yes, ma'am. Robberies and kidnappings, but mostly robberies.
You're not a part of you're not assigned to the homicide unit.
No, ma'am.
You're not assigned to the SIU Special Investigations Unit.
I'm not.
Okay. Your work on this case solely was out of being a part of that FBI task force.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you have to be invited to some cases in order to assist with the investigation. Can you tell the jury kind of what that means and how that happens?
Generally, if it's a larger scale investigation and they need manpower or resources, there's a request for our assistance can be made, and then our bosses have conversations, and then we're assigned to those to assist with those investigations in whatever capacity is requested.
And in the same, I guess, vein, if you're assisting in a case at some point and they indicate we don't need your help anymore, then you all stop.
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And anything that you receive on that case, as far as evidence, things of that nature, anything you're able to obtain, you turn over to that particular unit, the Dallas Police Department.
That's correct.
All right. Can you tell the jury how it is that you got involved in this case?
Yes, so Marisela went missing on October the 5th, and the case was assigned. The case detective who worked in the missing persons unit reached out around October 12th of 2020 and just asked for assistance with some technical warrants as far as cellular record warrants, and there's warrants that we can write in court orders we can get signed that allow us to try to identify or locate somebody quickly in case if they're missing or in danger, or if they're a dangerous suspect, we can do that, and it allows us to get close to real-time information about the location of somebody, or if they're using a device or maybe an Instagram account to communicate, and that generally will allow us to locate somebody quickly. That's originally how we were invited to the investigation.
Okay. And do you recall on what date you were invited?
About October 12th, 2020, yes, ma'am.
What sorts of things, when you all were invited in that case, October 12th, where did you start?
So initially, my partner wrote a couple of those warrants that I discussed in the attempt to locate Marisela, and Detective Dalby, who was assigned the case, wrote another warrant for another couple of warrants, and just at the very beginning of it to see if we could find or identify Marisela where she was. We also found that through the case detective that the family had come here between the 5th and about the 11th, approximately, and conducted some of their own canvassing, some of their own research about Marisela's whereabouts, and they had provided some information as far as maybe her Lyft receipt, some banking transactions, a 7-Eleven receipt, and some of the places they had gone to collect video of Marisela possibly walking around the Deep Ellum area. So we had been tasked with just kind of following up with some of that. And that's where we spent the majority of our time in the Deep Ellum area, conducting a canvass to see if we could find any additional video with Marisela and whoever she was with at the time. And then we followed up with 7-Eleven and things like that.
And as far as, you said Detective Dalby is a youth crimes detective, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's where missing persons cases, adult or otherwise, go first.
Yes.
Okay. And in your experience, these cases, when you have a report of a missing person from a family member of a young person in their 20s that's here on their own accord, is it typical that case receives a lot of priority as far as resources going out into the neighborhood looking?
From my understanding, no. I don't work a lot of those cases, ma'am, but this is my very limited understanding is no. It's traditionally a lot of resources aren't committed to those investigations.
And they get lots and lots of those calls.
That's my understanding. Yes, ma'am.
Your understanding is that a lot of maybe young people that just decide they don't want to go home or they don't contact people, things of that nature.
Correct.
Okay. With Marisela, you discussed that the family provided bank records, Lyft receipts, 7-Eleven receipt, or at least a 7-Eleven location where she had used her bank card. Is that correct?
It was a 7-Eleven that she had used her bank card. We reached out to 7-Eleven LP, which is the loss prevention or asset protection guys, and provided them with that information, and they gave us a good address for where the transaction occurred.
And you were able to follow up with 7-Eleven?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I want to go back before we talk about 7-Eleven. When you got the returns on Instagram for Marisela and you received her phone records back, did it indicate that there was any activity at all on Instagram or on her phone records after the probably morning hours of October 5th, 2020?
No.
Now, you mentioned 7-Eleven, and you also mentioned that you all canvassed the area for some surveillance videos of maybe just seeing Marisela and who she was walking around with in Deep Ellum, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach? Actually, let me back up just a second. And were you able to find some videos, a couple videos that showed her clearly walking? It was definitely her based on the description of what she was wearing and, what time she was down there.
Yes, ma'am.
And were you also able to obtain a 7-Eleven surveillance video that appeared to be Marisela with an individual named Charles Beltran?
Yes.
Now, as part of your investigation, you talked to several people as well that had maybe connections to Charles Beltran, to Lisa Dykes. Were you able to learn in your investigation that Charles Beltran lived with Lisa Dykes?
Yes, ma'am.
And so did that become important to kind of understand and try to talk to Ms. Dykes and anyone else that maybe had contact with Charles Beltran?
Yes.
Tell me how you were able to develop which vehicle you were looking for, and when it comes to looking for Charles Beltran.
So one of the videos provided through Detective Dalby from the family's initial research was from a camera on the back of the Punk Society at 3723 Elm Street. That camera was actually attached to the back of the Punk Society, focused forward, being north towards a parking lot. We actually call it July Alley in a parking lot, and then 2700 Indiana Street. There was footage of them being Marisela and Mr. Charles Beltran walking together towards the parking lot where we believe they entered a vehicle. We collected 7-Eleven surveillance footage, like we talked about, and from that footage, a black sedan arrived in the parking lot, which coincided with them entering and conducting their transaction at about 1:28 a.m. that morning of October the 5th. We ran license plate reader research, which is basically, and throughout the city, there are both mobile cameras and fixed cameras that can capture pictures of license plates and information about them. We found that At about 12:55 a.m., there was a capture of a black Audi A3 that was registered to Charles Beltran and Lisa Dykes at 3113 Kensington. We pulled the driver's license picture of Mr. Beltran, and it matched the person who had walked in with Marisela to that 7-Eleven that morning.
Okay. And so at that point, Mr. Beltran becomes what we call a person of interest.
Yes.
Your Honor, approach the witness.
You may. Detective, I'm handing you what's been marked states exhibits 284 through 293. Can you just kind of flip through those photographs?
That's Charles Beltran.
Without telling it, just flip
yeah,
through
sorry.
them first.
Probably,
I'm
yeah.
sorry.
Check your connections. My feed is not working.
And then the last two photographs are not hold on. I'm sorry.
One thing. Okay, I just unplugged and replugged, so let's see.
She said I just unplugged and replugged. That's my trick too. Technical goddess.
Do you recognize what's contained in each of those photographs?
I do, yes.
Okay, and are those fair and accurate representations of those individuals in the two vehicles photographed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then I'm also showing you what's been marked States Exhibit 294 and 295. Did you watch those two videos yesterday in my office?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And I believe on 294, there's two separate surveillance videos from Deep Ellum, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those fair and accurate representations of those videos?
They are.
Your Honor, I move to admit States 284 through 295 for all purposes. Tendering to defense counsel.
Thank you. No objection from the defense judge. They have been previously tendered.
All right, States Exhibits 284 through 295 are admitted for all purposes.
Your Honor, permission to publish.
You may.
We'll just start with States 292. Is this the black Audi that came back to that license plate that you saw in the surveillance videos?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And who, when you did the license plate, I guess check or run, who did that black Audi come back to?
Lisa Dykes and Charles Beltran.
Okay, so both of them.
Yes, ma'am.
And let's take a look at States. States 294. These are some of the videos, or the videos of Marisela that you were able to look and find in Deep Ellum that show clearly who that is, correct?
Yes, the Deep Ellum, yes, ma'am.
And Detective, were you also able, based on that license plate hit, to determine an address for a possible location?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that address?
3113 Kensington in Mesquite.
Is that in Dallas County?
Yes.
In the state of Texas?
Yes.
So looking at the top video, and let's pause it for just a minute. Can you tell the jury kind of where we are and where this is looking out in relation to the businesses that are right there?
So as we discussed, ma'am, this is the back of the Punk Society at, I believe it's 2723 Elm Street. Those cameras are covering the back of the building, or the row of buildings right there, facing towards, I believe, 2700 Indiana. There's a parking lot between there, and that's what we're looking at.
And in this particular video, what is it that you're looking for, or what is it that you see in this video?
So there's two different videos taken from the same camera, and one is very hard to tell, but if you were looking at the 10-5-20 right there, there's at the top right of the screen, there's two individuals walking that way. Let's call it right to left on the screen. It's difficult to see based on the next video we watch. We believe that to be Marisela and Charles.
Would it be more beneficial if we watched the first video, the second video first?
Well, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Probably.
Let's go ahead and cue up that video. And Your Honor, we did the lights just so that you can
So as we talked about, based on the dress and the description we have of Marisela, as well as this other individual, we see them walking northbound. I believe it's northbound from the location towards the parking lot. Based on her dress and her description, we believe that to be Marisela. From my understanding, so did the family. And then as a person they identified is as Chuck at the time.
And this video that we're watching, this is the video. You didn't pull this video. This came from the family, correct?
This came at the request of the family, yes, ma'am.
You all were able to have a video just like this, but without the commentary of the bar patrons in the back.
Yeah, we were able to view that video, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you viewed this video.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
The family went and got
And
it.
it appears from that video they're walking off together. Nobody's being forced anywhere.
Correct.
Okay. And in that video, does it appear that either one of those individuals is extremely intoxicated?
Not to me.
Once you get that license plate, as you said, you're able to kind of get an address. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And in showing the second video, it's really hard to see, but you can see way off in the distance them getting into the car together. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what it appears to be based on them walking that direction. The two figures are moving towards a car together.
Okay, and can you just pause it right there for a second? Can you kind of point out to the jury on that screen above you, if you turn around and look on the TV screen right there, where is it that you're seeing those two individuals?
If you're looking at the number 10 at the top right corner of the screen for October, just below that, they're walking right to left on the screen.
Okay.
Dreamcatcher, so sad knowing these are the last moments of her life. The videos always hit me because of that. That part's always so sad to me.
And if you know, do you see them pull away from that area in the black Audi?
You can't tell what kind of car it is. There, it looks like just a black sedan that they're entering into, ma'am. That's about all I can say.
So that's initially when we kind of learn, when you get that license plate hit, that you want to talk to Charles Beltran, correct?
That's correct.
You also find a surveillance video of 7-Eleven.
Yes, ma'am.
We're gonna play what's been marked as State's Exhibit 295.
I mean, think about if her family hadn't have gone and gotten these videos.
This is kind of the upper shot from the doorway area, correct?
Yes, ma'am, from that 7-Eleven at Gaston and Haskell, which is just east of the Deep Ellum area.
They could have been recorded over.
I believe they enter at about 1:25 a.m., 1:24, 1:25 a.m.
Okay, we'll kind of move forward just.
Hi, April Love. Welcome.
Okay, is this Ms. Botello, Valadez, and Mr. Beltran in room?
Yes, ma'am.
And it appears she's just going over to some drink coolers.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's consistent with the purchase receipt that you all obtained, correct?
Yes.
I believe she maybe got like a Coke Zero.
She's got a few items and made the purchase and then she left.
It appears at that point she's left. Is there any other content on there that's relevant to this case?
Not that I recall, ma'am. Just the there's another angle that shows the black sedan pull up prior to them entering. That's it.
That's it.
Yes, ma'am.
And based on that video, again, it appears that she's there willingly with Mr. Beltran, correct?
It appears that way, yes, ma'am.
But you didn't stop at that video. You mentioned earlier that one of the violent crimes that you all are able to help Dallas Police Department with is kidnapping, possibly.
Yes, ma'am.
And is that kind of the reason why you all were invited into this case?
Yeah, one of the reasons at the very beginning, yes, ma'am.
Okay, I thought maybe it was possibly kidnapping because she just was gone.
That's correct.
And what were some of the other reasons that maybe kidnapping or unlawful restraint or something of that nature was considered a possibility rather than Miss Marisela just deciding not to come home and going on a bender?
The family brought that information. She still had money left in her bank account. Generally, if someone's on a bender, we understand that they will be spending their money to feed that. She also had a stable job, stable home life from what we understood, and that she had not been known to do this before. She had not disappeared like that before. One of the stable home lives we were able to understand is her family did come all the way down from Seattle to, or friends came all the way from Seattle to Dallas to look for her, which they believed it was out of the realm of her normal behavior to do that.
Your Honor, we are finished with the videos. Thank you, Judge. So based on that, this is kind of how you all began being involved in the investigation, correct?
That's correct. That's me.
So initially, when you saw this video, it's not like you just said, "Okay, we're done." Did you at that point, did you continue trying to investigate, get some leads on how to talk to Mr. Beltran?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in doing so, were you able to, did you try to get a good phone number from Mr. Beltran?
Yes.
How were you able to develop that?
We didn't get one originally, so we couldn't, like, I never was able to find one. Or maybe somebody else did the investigation, but originally I wasn't. Detective Dobby was eventually able to identify a phone number for him. But we were also able to identify other phone numbers in the investigation.
Okay, whose phone numbers were you able to identify?
Lisa Dykes and Nina Morano eventually.
And you also had a phone number for Marisela.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And part of what you all did was to get a search warrant for what's called call detail records, correct?
Eventually, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you were able, one of the tools of that, as you had said before, the FBI, Dallas Police Department, they have individuals that are certified and able to read those records and I guess plot where the cell phone tower data is, what cell phone towers those devices are hitting off of based on the phone calls, texts, and internet usage, correct?
Correct.
You are not certified to do that, so I'm not going to ask you about that.
I am not, no, ma'am.
Okay, but you can look at a call detail record and tell, when phone calls are made back and forth and things of that nature.
Yes.
Okay. And you said you were able to locate a phone number for Miss Lisa Dykes and Miss Nina Morano, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did that become important to you?
Eventually it became important to me because we know they're related to the address and Mr. Charles Beltran. Through the eventual investigation, we knew them to be involved in a relationship that we found out later on. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so you didn't know this event initially, but you did know that Mr. Beltran at least lived at that address and that Lisa Dykes also lived at that address, correct?
Yes.
Was there anything indicating that Nina Morano lived there full time in your initial investigation?
No.
Okay, that came later.
That's correct. Yes.
Turn my first witness.
Okay.
Looking at that chart, now you may not have talked to every single one of these people, but does this chart kind of give a nexus of the individuals that were talked to in the investigation? One of the areas that in Deep Ellum that was kind of central to the investigation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's an accurate representation?
Yes, that's my knowledge. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, state offer states 296 for all purposes to the defense.
No objection, Judge.
All right, this is a 296 is admitted for all purposes.
Your Honor, permission to publish.
Right.
And we're also offering 297, which is just a larger copy of 296 for demonstrative purposes.
And 297, the blown up version is admitted for demonstrative purposes only.
All right, so, and Detective, you can't really see that, but if you want to stand down for just a moment and
Yes, ma'am.
Talk a little bit about some of these individuals. Located in the middle is Miss Lisa Dykes. Were you ever able to have a conversation with her?
My partner was when we knocked on the door there. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and we'll talk more about that in just a moment. In that photograph, that's a picture of her. You went down to Florida at some point in March of 2021, when Miss Dykes and Miss Morano were able to be located in Miami, Florida. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's actually a picture of her from Orlando, Florida. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this is Nina Morano.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's a photograph of her from Miami, Florida.
It is. Yes, ma'am.
This is Charles Beltran. Do you know where that photograph was taken?
I don't.
Okay. Down here, you were able to talk to Dak Stevens, correct?
Yes, I've had conversations with him. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this is that on-premise bar where everyone kind of met, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then Freddie Chapman, he's an associate. You were able to meet him yesterday.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever speak to him in your investigation?
No, not that I recall. No.
Okay. Kyle Williams. Who is Kyle Williams? We haven't talked about him.
That's one of the sons of Lisa Dykes.
Okay. Is he, at the time of this offense, did he live here locally?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then Valerie Salinas, we have here as associated as a girlfriend of Kyle Williams. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you able ever to talk to Valerie Salinas?
Yeah, briefly, yes.
Okay. Maybe that's better. You never talked to Jamie Scarpa, correct?
No.
Okay. Kathy DeLeon.
I don't believe so.
Did you talk to Rosa Maria Olivia Martinez?
Yes.
Okay, and she's identified as a co-worker of Lisa Dykes, correct?
Yes.
And then, were you ever able to speak with or be present for an interview with Jimmy Dykes?
Yes.
Okay. And so this just kind of gives, there's a lot of parties involved, a lot of people involved. I say parties loosely. What I mean is just people, individuals involved that know Lisa, Nina, and Charles and kind of know a little bit about the history and background and the nexus between all of these people, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so this is just helpful for the jury to understand who all's involved and kind of give them a roadmap.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to back this up a little bit, and we're going to talk a little bit more about your
I want to see the chart.
Investigation.
You know I love a chart.
You said that once you got that video and it was clear that Marisela wasn't forced to go anywhere with Mr. Beltran, that you all didn't stop. You kind of developed some more, I guess, leads as far as talking to certain people, correct?
Just to close the loop of that investigation, when we found out she had walked in there, we tried to contact the last person that we knew to see Marisela, and at that point in time, we knew it to be Charles Beltran.
And knowing that Mr. Beltran lived with Lisa Dykes, did you all attempt to contact her?
Yes.
And how did you do so?
We went to her address, knocked on the door, rang the bell. No one answered, so we had identified a phone number for her. My partner, Taylor Page, for the FBI, called her on the phone and spoke to her while we were standing at the residence.
Okay, and were you present for that conversation?
I was.
Did you hear the exchange between them?
Yes, part of it, he was speaking on the phone with her, and the other part, it was on speaker. So yes, I was there, right next to him for the conversation.
In that conversation, did Ms. Dykes indicate that she had any idea about Mr. Beltran's whereabouts?
No.
Okay. Did she indicate whether she had seen him recently?
She said she had not.
What was the time frame that she said?
Matter of weeks.
Okay, what day was this?
October the 15th, 2020.
Okay. So October 15th, 2020, she says that she hasn't seen Mr. Beltran for weeks, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you all ask her to reach out to you if she saw him again, or how did that conversation go?
Yes, it was just, hey, if you find information, please contact us.
Did you let her know why you were trying to contact them at that time?
We did.
And what did you tell her?
It was in relation to Charles, and who was related to the, we believe we said the missing girl from Seattle that had come down here. We had developed information that she had been with Charles, and we were just trying to find either her or Charles, the last person we knew to have contact with her.
And did she indicate whether or not she would talk to you if she found him or heard from him?
Yeah, we had I believe so, yes.
Okay. Unfortunately, the ring video that you were able to pull via search warrant from Lisa's house didn't have the audio recording of the conversation, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may.
But on that ring video, you made it very clear that, you were legitimate FBI officers?
Yes, I was wearing a shirt that said FBI on it, and we had a uniformed Mesquite police officer with us.
Detective Prince, I'm handing you what's been marked State's Exhibit 298. Did you watch that ring video yesterday in my office?
I did, yes,
And
ma'am.
it's fair and accurate representation?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, State moves to admit State's 298 for all purposes. Considering to defense counsel.
No objection, Judge. It's been previously tabled.
State's Exhibit 298 is admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish?
You may.
And this is short, I don't think we need the lights out here. Who's that person in the front there?
That's Special Agent Taylor Page.
And then you have a uniformed Mesquite officer with you?
Yeah, Mr. Marcus Rodriguez. Yes, ma'am.
Is that you kind of walking back and forth in the background?
Yes, ma'am.
So right after kind of the end of that ring video, is that when Special Agent Page called Lisa?
Yes, ma'am.
About what time of day was this?
About 4:10 in the afternoon on October 15th.
And you were able to obtain via search warrant and the call detail records of Lisa Dykes, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Later in the investigation, we were.
Later in the investigation. And when you reviewed those calls, were you able to determine that she had been having contact with Charles Beltran?
Yes, ma'am.
Detective offering was been marked as State's Exhibit 299. Are those the call detail records that you reviewed in preparation for today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you actually made some marks in there indicating the calls between Charles Beltran and Lisa Dykes, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then I believe you also made a notation of a box for a different call, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And those are all your marks?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, State offer State's 299 for all purposes.
No objection, Judge.
All right, State's Exhibit 299 is admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
And we're not going to go through every single page of this, but I want to just start with kind of helping you orientate the jury as to what exactly you are looking at when it comes to these call detail records. Okay, starting with the left, the search warrant that you all received, you just got the dates from 10/1/2020 to 11/23/2020.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you're getting a search warrant for like call detail records and things of that nature, I mean, it's not like you can ask for every phone call they've ever made, right?
That's correct.
Okay, it has to have specified dates for specified reasons.
Yes, ma'am.
And so in this case, the dates were the October 1st to November 23rd, 2020, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Item number, it just lists each call, either incoming or outgoing.
Yeah, just the transaction the phone made at the time. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we call detail records, with these records, are there text messages indicated?
Later on, yes, but right here, this appears just to be phone calls. But yes.
Okay. And this connection time, it says, well, it doesn't say connection, but connection time UTC. What does that UTC mean?
The UTC means the Universal Time Coordinated, which is just basically how many of us will mark our clocks at that point in time. We're talking about the 1st of October 2020. So that time frame, which would be in military time, would be 5 hours ahead of our current time period, Central Standard Time.
Okay. So to get the Central Standard Time, you said that this one is 5 hours?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so basically you have to kind of go back when you're looking at the time. At this in military time, this is 13:43. So in our time, that would be what?
8:43 a.m.
Okay, and when I say our time, I mean Central Standard Time.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The originating number, that's the number that's calling,
Yes, ma'am.
and then the terminating number is the second number, correct?
Correct.
Seizure time, do you know what that indicates?
Don't.
Okay. ET, is that the estimated time of the connection between the two parties?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in looking at these phone records, I'm going to focus on the phone calls between the phone number associated with Mr. Beltran, and that's the 214-600-0181, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then Lisa Beltran's is the 407-406-3757.
That's correct.
Okay. And these first ones, October 2nd, just between the two of them, you see that the originating number is Mr. Beltran, and the terminating number is Ms. Dykes.
That's correct.
Okay, and just, we have an estimated time of 0. And according to your investigation, October 2nd, Marisela had not met Mr. Beltran yet.
That's correct.
Okay, so I'm just going to move forward to kind of the dates and times in question, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, this phone call right here, line 176, there was a phone call, originating number was Lisa, Ms. Dykes, and the terminating number was Mr. Beltran, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it says 122, connection time 122 a.m. and 55 seconds a.m. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
So for Central Standard Time, let me test your math skills. What would that be?
That would be 8:22 p.m. the night before on October the 4th. So we're looking at October 4th, 2020 at about 8:20. Yeah, at 8:22 p.m.
Now in line 181 and 182, this is on 10/5/2020. Connection time is the military time, 11:59 and 15 seconds. What conversion does that come out to in Central Standard Time?
That would be October the 5th, 2020 at 6:59 a.m.
Okay. And it appears there are 2 phone calls that are made. Do these appear to be made back to back, or are these the same phone call, or do you know?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Okay. And it looks like there is some sort of phone call or communication attempt between Lisa and Mr. Beltran, and there's no connection.
That's correct.
Whether he just refused the call, didn't go through, you don't know.
I don't know.
And it looks right there, that's an oversight. That is not Mr. Beltran's phone number, correct?
No, that was a mistake on my part.
Looking here on lines 212 and 213, we see at 10/5/2020 at 20:22 and 47 seconds. What is that, Central Time?
Approximately, 3:22 p.m.
Okay.
on Central Time.
And there's a phone call or a connection made between Ms. Dykes and Mr. Beltran for about 44 seconds.
Yes, ma'am.
And that would be in the afternoon of 10:05.
That would be, yes.
Here on line 257 and 258 at 5:24 a.m. No, I'm sorry. Let me go back. That looks like when it says 00, that's
That would be midnight 05, effectively 24, which would convert to October 6, 2020 at 7:05 p.m.
okay. And Ms. Dykes reaching out to Mr. Beltran and estimated time 0.
Yes, ma'am. Mhm.
And these are just calls, not texts, correct?
From my understanding, yes, just calls.
Okay.
Their highlighter person
An additional
is not very
call is
steady.
made right after that. So that was
Yeah.
midnight 05. This is midnight 06.
Yes, ma'am.
Which, remind me again, is
It's going to be 7:06 p.m. on October the 6th.
okay. And then 7:08.
Yes, ma'am.
And then again, this is 1:20.
So it'll be at 8:20 p.m. on October the 6th.
Okay. And it appears none of those calls were connected, correct?
That's what it appears, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And these are all coming from Ms. Dykes to Mr. Beltran.
Correct.
An additional call on 10/7 made at,
12:39 p.m. our time, or
Okay.
Central Standard Time.
and again, no connection.
Correct.
It's like they sat at the dining room table and she had her kids help her highlight.
Lines 275, 276, and 277. Some more calls made on 10/7. This one right here would be
5:39 p.m. Sorry, 12:39 p.m. Central Standard Time. Then 12:40 p.m. Central Standard Time on October the 7th.
okay, so just afternoon.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, none of these calls are connected, and they're all from Ms. Dykes to Mr. Beltran.
Yes, ma'am.
So she's calling him and he ain't answering.
Again, on 10/8, we have 2031, which is 3:30.
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
And it looks like an identical entry right there, Ms. Dykes to Mr. Beltran, and there was a 1-second connection on the second one, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then on the first one, there was no connection.
It did not appear so.
10/9. This is
This would be October the 8th at 8:03 p.m. Central Standard Time, followed by 8:10 p.m. and 8:10 p.m. on Central Standard Time.
okay. So it looks like there's 3 calls in succession there,
Yes.
and no connection. Minus this 1 second right there.
Right.
And it looks like finally, so there were several phone calls in a row in 10/7 and 10/8 where there was no, it appears there's no conversation taking place.
As far as I can tell.
Okay. And then on 10/9 of 2020 at 17:31.
That would be about 12:31 p.m. Central Standard Time
there's a 7-minute phone call, 7-minute and 25-second phone call where Mr. Beltran calls Ms. Dykes.
Yes, ma'am.
And they have, it appears to be a 7-minute, 25-second phone call, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It feels like we're on slow mo, doesn't it? We've been watching in 1.25 as much as we can, and now this feels slow.
This is about 2:02 p.m. Central Standard Time and 2:08 p.m. Central Standard Time. Ms. Dykes again reaching out to Mr. Beltran and no connection.
That's correct.
And these are all just in the days after Marisela is seen with Mr. Beltran at 7-Eleven, and just in the few days.
That's correct.
And also just right after she reported missing by the family.
That's correct.
10-11, we have at, what is that, 18:06?
Yes, that would be 6:46 p.m. on Central Standard Time, and that would be Ms. Dykes calling Mr. Beltran.
Oh, wait, I can do 1.25 on this because we were behind a little bit.
No phone conversation takes place there, correct?
Correct.
Now, 10:13, Mr. Beltran reaches out to her at about 7 p.m., 7:04 Central Standard Time on the 12th.
That's correct.
Okay, and there's a minute 43-second phone call made. And that looks like
Appears to be the same call.
Yeah, appears to be the same call.
I'm so excited that we got to do 1.25 for this. It's like Christmas.
They speak again on the 13th at about 11 a.m. Central Standard Time, 11:49 a.m. Central Standard Time.
That's correct.
Okay. Ms. Dykes calls him. There's 4-minute and 7-second phone call.
Yes, ma'am.
I wish for these.
Additional calls made on 10:13, and that's about 12:20 p.m.
That's about 1:20 p.m. on October 13th. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and Mr. Dykes calls Ms. Beltran, and they communicate.
Yes,
Oh, sure. They could just be like, look, she's obsessed because of this,
Let's
this,
fast
this,
forward.
and then move
There's
on.
multiple more phone calls between the two of them, minute, 2 minutes, things of that nature. Some calls don't connect. Let's move forward to the day that you all attempt to contact her. And before we get to that date, this is just the day before on the 14th that you contact her at.
That's at 2:46 p.m. on Central Standard Time.
Thank you. Ms. Dykes reaching out to Mr. Beltran and no connection there.
Yes, ma'am.
And then an additional phone call where she is attempting to connect with him
Okay.
just 15 minutes later, maybe an hour. I'm sorry.
It's about an hour, 15 minutes later. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So it's clear from that they're talking.
Yes, ma'am.
They're communicating.
Yes.
Now, highlighted in yellow, right here at 10:15, 2020, and this is about 4:12.
Yes, ma'am. 4:12 p.m.
Central Standard Time.
Yes, ma'am.
Whose phone number is this?
That's Special Agent Taylor Page's phone number.
Okay, and it connects with Ms. Dykes,
Yes, ma'am.
and they speak for about 4 minutes and 17 seconds.
Correct.
And that's when you identify who you are. You're looking for Mr. Beltran. You want to talk to him. Let us know if you've heard from him. Where is he? Things of that nature.
Yes, ma'am.
And she indicated to you, and again, you were in full uniform. There was an officer there. She indicated to you she didn't know where he was. Hadn't seen him in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, the officer was in full uniform. Yes, ma'am. I was wearing a shirt that identified where I was from. But yes, we identified, and so did Special Agent Taylor Page did identify where he's from.
Okay, and she had indicated to you that she hadn't heard from him either, correct?
Correct.
Did she indicate to you that she had a good phone number for him?
No.
That she let you know that she didn't know how to get hold of him.
Right.
Looking on that same, there's this yellow line boxed around, and tell the jury what the significance of those phone calls are.
This is at about 4:20 p.m. that same day. It was about 10 minutes after we spoke with Ms. Dykes on the phone over on Kensington. She has communication with who we later found out to be her wife, Nina Moreno, at that 321-200-4328 number. And then at 4:26, a phone call was placed to Charles Beltran.
Okay. And did that call connect?
Yes.
And after that phone call with Mr. Beltran, do you see his phone number listed on any of the CDRs after that?
I don't believe so.
Okay, it appears that after that, either they don't communicate on this particular phone or don't communicate at all.
Correct.
Okay, but you can't tell from the phone records.
I can't, no, ma'am.
Okay. Now, additionally, looking at these call records, obviously, there are several phone calls made from this phone number during the first part of October. Did it appear that this phone number was kind of her primary phone?
Yes, at the time, yes.
Okay. And then after this conversation that you and Special Agent Page had with her, were there just numerous, I guess, in comparison to before, were there numerous phone calls placed to that phone number for Nina Morano?
Yes,
I mean, lots of them.
it appeared so, yes.
Okay. At some point, did the phone calls originating from this phone number stop?
Yes.
And what did that indicate to you?
That the usage for the phone had largely stopped, as I think it was about October 17th. I can take a look at the phone records, that the phone was largely discontinued. I mean, there's some sporadic use on it for the rest of the duration of the warrant. As we said earlier, the warrant only ran until about November 23rd, but after about October 17th, it was largely, they largely stopped using that number.
Were you able to identify that she started using a different number?
Yes, ma'am.
And what number was that?
It was 214-364-6329, I believe.
Okay, and that was a phone number that prior to that had been a phone number, one of the phone numbers that Nina Morano had used.
Yes.
Okay. She also used the 312 phone number as well, correct?
Yeah, the 321-200 number, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we're talking about people with multiple phones, multiple phone numbers.
Correct.
Now, was there some point after, well, first of all, let me ask you, did you all think Ms. Dykes was being completely honest with you about her contact with Mr. Beltran?
At that time, on October 15th, when we knocked on the door, honestly, I had no opinion. I didn't know. I wasn't sure.
And was there anything about her demeanor on the phone that made you think, I don't know, that you had any opinion about?
Not really, no. At that time, I didn't really said I was standing there with the conversation was going on, so I didn't speak to her directly, but I was standing right next to her, so I didn't get anything that was that would say either way. I guess I can say it that way. I just didn't say anything that would say either way.
That's fair. At some point, were you able to go out to her workplace and speak with some of her coworkers?
Yes, in November. Yes, ma'am.
In November. At some point, right around this time, were you all kind of, I guess, asked to pull back some of your investigation?
Yes. So on October 15th, after we spoke with Ms. Dykes, we had kind of completed the circle of looking for Charles Beltran at that point. Our superiors spoke with their superiors, and the decision was made that it was still a missing persons case at that time. We didn't have a federal nexus to work unless we were specifically invited. They wanted to move forward with the case as a missing persons. So we discontinued at that time on, I believe it was about October 16th, and turned over all of our information.
Okay. And you said that you had to be specifically invited back. Did that happen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how did that happen?
This is the best of my knowledge of some conversations the superiors had that I wasn't there for. The best of my knowledge is they being the missing persons unit, had executed a warrant at the residence at the end of October, had found that no one lived there any longer. It looks like it had been moved. They had found some things in the crime scene processing, and they had no movement on the case. For example, like they had not found any evidence of Marisela. They had not found any new phone records or social media usage for her. She's not reported back into her family. So from my understanding at that time, they just requested our assistance again, just for the resources and the assistance to continue a larger scale investigation.
And resources, manpower, you all have access to different databases and things like that maybe missing persons unit doesn't?
In some cases, yes, ma'am.
In some cases,
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what else did you do when you got back involved in the case?
I assisted with the interviews of coworkers at her place of work, and assisted in the interview of Kyle Williams. And during that time, that's when I wrote the search warrants for her phone records.
Okay. When you interviewed Kyle Williams, what information were you trying to find?
Just the whereabouts of Lisa Dykes, trying to better understand the relationship between her and Charles and Nina Morano, and just overall where we believe that they could be located.
Okay. Did he provide you with a cell phone number?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were you able to locate her or get a hold of her at that point?
No, we're not able to locate her, no, ma'am.
Okay. Did you advise Kyle, let her know, hey, we just want to talk to her?
Yeah, we spoke with Kyle today. We're looking for her, and we left our information and say, for contact and stuff like that. Yes, ma'am.
And were you all trying to contact her throughout this time as well?
I specifically wasn't. I don't know if anybody else on the investigation was or not. I specifically didn't call her.
And is there a reason why you might not just, when you get a new phone number, pick up the phone, call her and say, hey, this is FBI, we're looking for you?
Previously, it was unsuccessful. And then from the interviews that we had in the both with Kyle and then with coworkers, they made statements to us that she had known we were looking for her and was not trying to contact us. And at that point in time, we were looking for her. We didn't want to lose the phone number. That would be the reason I wouldn't try to contact her. I can only testify to that.
And the coworkers that you're talking about, you talked to Rosemarie Olivia Martinez, almost like Rodriguez, that's the famous pop star, Martinez. She gave you guys some information, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
She was actually in the room when you all contacted her, is that fair?
Yes.
Did she let you know how Ms. Dykes was acting after that phone call?
Did you object to hearsay?
Sustained. Your Honor, I was asking her for how she was acting. I didn't ask for any
It's still
words.
hearsay, what she said.
Yes, but it's based on what the witness, Ms. Rodriguez, told him.
Okay. Were you able to talk to a couple other coworkers there as well?
Yes, we talked to multiple coworkers today.
And did you become aware that she had quit her job?
Yes.
But again, object to hearsay. Well, go ahead, I'll strike it, Judge. I'll withdraw.
You learned through your investigation that she had quit her job.
Yes, ma'am.
And that was right after you all contacted her, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any idea of
Not suspicious.
I guess your investigation at that point had stopped until you were invited back in and had that nexus, is that correct?
That's correct.
Were you able to, in your investigation, locate any areas that Ms. Dykes and Mr. Beltran might be?
No, originally, no. We had heard a couple different things that she made in Florida, but later on, we were able to obtain some records of border crossings in December. But from the conversations I had, I didn't get anything definitive.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Like flying to Cambodia.
Take from handing you what's been marked States Exhibit 300. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the email and photographs of vehicles that you were a part of on the emails?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, move to States Exhibit 300 for all purposes.
So objection, Judge, these were pictures.
All right, States Exhibit number 300 is admitted for all purposes.
Commissioner Belcher.
You make how many pages is that?
It's 4. And this first page, this is an email from Charles Plaskett, and you're in this email chain up here. It's forwarded to you, Stephen Prince. Sorry, up there on 12/23/2020, correct?
That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it appears that there was a border crossing, Charles Anthony Beltran, 12/22/20, a crossing, and we got a license plate number.
Yes, ma'am.
Crossed with Lisa Beltran.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's just a one-way crossing, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What records are the FBI able to obtain as far as border crossings?
My understanding is the only ones that we can really obtain are the ones where they come into our country. That's how they're crossing from Mexico into the United States.
Okay, so from Mexico to the United States, the Mexican government does not give us necessarily the records from U.S. to Mexico, correct?
No, they don't necessarily have to, no, ma'am.
Okay. And that border crossing, was it indicated in this email, I think it's on the third page, where that border crossing occurred?
Yes, ma'am, in Nogales.
Nogales, where is that located?
I couldn't tell you specifically where that's located, ma'am. I just know it's on the border coming into the United States.
Okay, do you know if it's in Texas or if it's in?
I don't.
Okay, no problem. And then there was a photograph of this Jeep associated with that border crossing, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then there was a second notification, that was on 12/23/2020, correct?
Yeah, so we got notified on 12/23. The crossing occurred on 12/22.
On 12/22,
Yes,
okay. And then on 12/4/2020, there was a crossing of this license plate number, a California plate, of an individual who crossed the Indian Murano. And
Yes.
of course, the same
Yeah.
on 12/4/2020, correct?
Yes.
And what is that, what plate is that?
The plate right there is 8NYK735 or 8 Nora Yankee King 735. It's a California plate.
Okay. Initially, it said Lisa Beltran,
Yes.
and this one says Lisa Ahmed.
Yes.
Do you, in your investigation, have you been able to understand and know that Lisa Ahmed is her, I guess, former married name?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Lisa Dykes is her maiden name.
My understanding, yes. Yeah.
Okay, and then where does this Beltran come in?
I believe there was a name change that occurred as time went on after October of 2020.
And that was, were you aware in your investigation that she and Nina Morado had been legally married?
Yes.
Okay, and they have a marriage license from Pennsylvania, wherever that ceremony took place, they have a marriage license from Pennsylvania, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then at some point, they petitioned to have their name changed to last name to Beltran.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is this a vehicle that is indicated that Miss Morado and Miss Dykes crossed over in?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's from Mexico to the United States
That's correct.
on December 4th, 2020.
That's correct.
And that also was the Nogales crossing.
That's correct.
You mentioned the search warrant that was conducted on October 31st.
Yes, that's Chuck's last name.
2023. Were you out? I'm sorry, 2020. Were you out there for that search warrant?
I was not.
Okay. Were you able, in your investigation, to locate some other addresses that were connected to Lisa Dykes in the Texas area?
Yes.
Okay, and what was one of those addresses?
I believe it was 274 Turning Tree down in the Wilma area. And then again, the Kensington address.
And did you, based on that search, did it, I guess, what did that tell you? Did she used to live there? What was the importance of that address?
From an ID that she had, that was the address on the ID. And then from later conversations, we were able to find out that she had lived there.
You're saying go to later conversation.
In the furtherance of your investigation, were you able to learn about where she lived?
Again, that's backdoor hearsay. In regards to later conversations, whoever he's talking to.
Your Honor, we believe when it comes to law enforcement, they were able to testify about their investigation and things that they learned in the course of their investigation.
Well,
Leads.
I don't know where he's getting this information from. People who have potentially have an opportunity to cross-examine to determine the accuracy of the information they're given. That's why it's here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we have been going for almost an hour and a half, so we'll go ahead and I'll send you back to the jury room and we can begin our morning break while we have a hearing on the break.
All right.
All rise. We're a little bit behind, so we can probably skip their morning break. Holly Mack gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Holly Mack. Veronica, Jiggly Jules, Lori, Aaron Greenwood, Missy Russell were all gifted memberships by our very own Holly Mack. Holly Mack, thank you. Just making it rain. Green names. Oh, that should be a slogan. All right, let's see.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to determine.
Whoa, too far. Let's go back. The only problem is now we're only 1 minute and 37 seconds behind. So if they do more boring paperwork, we can't listen to 1.25. I can just pause and we can stare at each other for a little while. That way we can fast forward through boring parts. That would be useful, beneficial. Let's be honest, we're all just waiting for Chuck to get here. Oh, real quick. I'll pause it so we can all stare at each other. I've seen some of y'all asking, I don't like to talk over the stuff. I've seen some of y'all asking, yes, that Beltran is his last name. And yes, she used it as one of her alias identities, but it was never changed to his last name. It's just one of the ones that she used. But Nina also did. Remember yesterday in court, they said something about what was it? The police, or no, the DNA. It was the DNA. The lady was said something about how she was given the names Charles Beltran and Lisa Beltran and Nina Beltran. So she was given his last name for all of them. Of course, we know that that's not their actual last name, but they had a good bit of alias names that they used, aliases. So that was one of them, which is one more weird part of all of this. As if it couldn't get any weirder, it just keeps getting weirder. And yes, I am back home. I am back home. They're still doing construction out there, but at least it's not as loud. It's loud enough. It's far enough away on the other side of the building that I don't have to leave. Hallelujah. Back with my nomies.
All right.
Today's homecoming day.
Detective Prince, we were discussing the 274 Turning Tree address, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you had told the jury that she had an ID that you were able to locate that had that address on there in Wilmer, Texas.
That's correct.
And what steps did you take in your investigation using the tools that you had to find out some information about that address?
Generally, we use online investigative tools that we will use to see if we can find addresses for individuals that are available to us.
Wait, hold on.
Address on there in Wilmer, Texas. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you had told the jury that she had an ID that you were able to locate that had that address on there in Wilmer, Texas.
That's correct.
And what
I
steps
missed it again. Hold on.
And discussing the 274 Turning Tree address, correct?
274 Turning Tree.
And find out some information about that address.
Generally, we use online investigative tools that we will use to see if we can find addresses for individuals that are available to us. We just check those to see if there's anything updated regarding that address. And then we just did physical surveillance on the address to see if anybody or anything that we knew to be related to our individuals was currently coming back to that address. And we didn't have any good results of that.
Okay, so in your initial search and your investigative tools, were you able to determine that she had possibly lived there before?
Yes.
Okay. You said that you did surveillance in that area, and were you looking for people associated with this investigation, people that you're looking for? Were you trying to determine if they ever went to that location?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to determine, even if we could just locate any vehicles or individuals there that were associated to anybody we knew at the time.
Okay. And you weren't able to locate anything for Lisa Dykes, Charles Beltran, or Nina Morado at that time in 2020 associated with that residence?
I was not.
Okay, but you were able to determine that she may have lived there previously?
Yes.
Now, you later in the case were kind of on a team, I guess, of detectives, including with Christine Ramirez and another detective, and went out to Florida, to Miami. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I guess, how did you all determine that you needed to go to that area?
Based on some phone records that they had pulled, I believe. I wasn't part of that initial determination. I was just asked to go. So I couldn't even testify to the phone records. It was just based on their investigation that they had. They believed that they were in Florida at the time. I knew that they had family in Florida. That's basically the extent of what I knew at the time.
And were you aware at that time that Detective Ramirez had obtained an arrest warrant for Ms. Dykes, Ms. Morano, and Mr. Beltran?
Yes.
Okay. Did you all contact the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
She did, yeah. Sorry, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you all met with them?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
After meeting with them in Miami, did you travel to the Orlando area?
Yes.
In Miami, you became aware that Ms. Morano was arrested at an address there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Were you all able, through your investigation and in conjunction with FBLE, were you all able to determine that you needed to then travel to the Orlando area.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. As part of the investigation, were you able to develop, I guess, an address for a Jimmy Dykes?
Yes.
And who is Jimmy Dykes?
Lisa Dykes' brother.
Were you able to contact Mr. Dykes?
We were.
And was that at his home in Davenport, Florida?
Yes.
And I think you all spoke with him one evening. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
And did he give you consent at that time to look through a Hyundai Tucson?
Yes.
And how was that Tucson possibly related to this case?
We believe that was a vehicle that Lisa had been driving, Ms. Dykes had been driving during the time frame of an investigation so far.
Okay, this is states 293. Is that a photograph of the Tucson that you all saw at Mr. Dykes' drive?
Yes.
And that's the same Tucson that was associated with this case. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You all received consent from Mr. Dykes to search through that car and just get anything out of it that you thought might be related to this case. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Understanding that Ms. Botello's disappearance occurred on October 5th of 2020, and this is now March 25th, I believe, of 2021. Is that correct?
That's around that time. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were any of the things that were located in that vehicle, what types of items, if you recall, were located in that vehicle?
I don't recall, ma'am.
Okay. If you don't recall, it appeared that there was just nothing of significance.
Yeah, not that I remember, no, ma'am.
Okay, just normal things would be in a person's vehicle.
From my memory, yes.
Did you later become aware that Lisa Dykes was arrested in Orlando?
Yes.
Were you there when she was arrested?
No. No.
As far as the investigation up to this point, were you involved in any other aspect of it?
All right, hold on. I want to show y'all something. I hear them hammering. I add all of the addresses to my favorites on Google Maps because I'm a weirdo. Okay, look, this is their house where they were living up here. This is where the infamous rap video happened. This is where there was driveway twerking and whatnot. And also where they believe Marisela's murder was. Okay, up here. This is where her body was found. And this is the address that they just listed on her ID. So if on Lisa's ID. So if they live way up here, let's measure distance. Oops. Not that. Measure distance from that to that. What does it say? 14 miles. Oops. Oops. That's a straight shot though. It wouldn't actually be 14 miles. You'd have to go. Actually, let's do it like this. That directions to, what was it, 3600 Post Oak Road. Okay, so that is like a 30-minute drive. A 30-minute drive to get from the house that they're in to where they were. But if you go down here, close out of that. All right, this to this is only like 2 miles. So I mean, that's not incriminating or anything, right?
I wrote the Ring search warrant up to that point. We wrote a Google search warrant up to that point, and then we were just there for any assistance capacity at that time.
I do want to ask you about, first of all, the Ring search warrant. When you wrote that warrant, were there specific dates that you wrote that warrant for?
Yes, I don't recall them, but I have to look at the warrant, but there were specific dates on there.
Would it be consistent with the dates of the CDR, like October 1st through November?
Yes.
And what things were you hoping to find off that Ring video possible?
The arrival or the departure of Marisela, first of all, or anybody who actually lived at the residence.
And you're aware of the layout of the house, correct? You were out there?
Oh, yeah, I never went in, so I don't know particularly about the inside of the house. I just know what the front of the house looks like.
Okay, and you're aware that to get into the garage area, you have to drive down the alleyway?
Yes, I did see the alleyway.
Okay, the Ring camera would not have caught any activity going into the garage?
Not the Ring camera we got, no, ma'am.
Okay, and on that return, I think there were 800 little snips of Ring video. Were you able to go through some of those?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to go through all of them?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Was there anything that you went through of any importance or significance concerning this case?
No, I didn't see. We were specifically looking for Marisela at the time to see if she'd come in, and I did not see anything having to do with that.
As far as the Google search warrant, what information can you obtain from a Google search warrant?
You can previous emails. If your location information is on, it'll hold on to that. Contacts and things like that.
Okay. And you specifically mentioned the location detail if that's on. What does that mean? Let the jury know what that means.
In some cases, if you have your locations on your device, specifically Androids, but it can be any device, I guess, that it'll record your location information if you allow your phone to. You can manipulate that data later on. You can delete it if you want to, you can keep it if you want to, but it's just something that they hold in your Google account available for a later time.
Okay, so you said easily manipulated it. And for example, like if I want to use Google Maps to go to the Galleria Mall to find the best route there, generally does your phone ask you allow Google locations to access?
Yes, it can.
And that will record that information in the Google locations, correct?
Based on the settings in your phone, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And
sorry, happy anniversary, Marla. Happy anniversary. A few of us need info on the two houses. I see y'all asking. You're confused about what I was saying. Let me try to, maybe I didn't explain it. Let me try to explain it better. Okay. This little 2-mile distance right here is the address that he just mentioned, which is on her ID. So it's, I guess, her previous address before she lived in this house with Nina. The place where Marisela's body was found is in that like isolated area near the concrete plant. Okay, if they're up here, 30 minutes away is where they live now. This is where they live now. So if they're up here 30 minutes away and this is where the crime happens, to go dump her body, they would only know about this place, like this isolated place near a concrete plant, if they knew the area. So it's 2 miles from where she used to live, which means she obviously knew the area. So it's just another connection of Lisa having a connection to Marisela and especially where her body was found. Does that make sense? Because look, if you draw like a 30-minute, from here to here, if you draw like a 30-minute, oops, don't click the buttons, a 30-minute circle. I still have to zoom out. Okay, like this is like a 30-minute circle, right? Look at all this area. All this area. Out of all this area, what are the chances that she ends up in this place right down the road from where Lisa used to live.
If you turn those off, then those locations won't be recorded.
In many cases, yeah, that's correct.
You can also go into Google pretty easily and delete all that information as well.
Yes.
Okay. When you got that Google return, as far as the location data, was there any location data to use?
Not that I could find, no, man.
Was there anything of significance related to this case, either related to the Audi or the Tucson or anything else in that Google return that was significant?
One of the things that was found was the transport from, I believe it was Freedom Transport of the Audi from Mesquite up to Pennsylvania. There's an invoice.
Now, as far as the investigation up to the arrest, is that, pretty much your knowledge and understanding of the investigation as it relates to you and the FBI task force?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything else you can think of relevant that we have not discussed?
Not that I recall at this time, ma'am.
Now, you were aware that when Ms. Morano and Dykes were arrested, eventually they were transported to Dallas.
Yes, ma'am.
And they were released on bond.
Yes.
Did you become aware that they had tampered with or cut off or somehow their electronic leg monitor device had just gone dead?
Yes.
And were you a part of the team that helped locate them after that incident occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what steps did you take in that?
We had identified some new phone numbers that were related to Ms. Dykes and then to the two people she was staying with, Kyle and Valerie. And we did some research on her phone numbers, wrote a couple of warrants to see if we could find anything that would be pertinent to the investigation. That was largely my role, and then I assisted in assisting in the return of them to Dallas.
And those initial warrants, those were mostly your role. Was there any good information that came out of those warrants?
Not that I recall, no, ma'am.
Okay. And in fact, Special Agent Taylor Page, did he kind of head up that for the FBI?
Yeah, he was one of the people, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so he would be able to testify more about the steps they took to locate her.
He would, yeah.
Your Honor, pass the witness.
Just before I forget, you're saying that you had information that Ms. Dykes' ID referred to that address in Will?
Yes, sir.
Didn't it true you also found information that in November of 20, that her son Kyle had a vehicle also registered to that same address, correct?
Yes, sir. That's true, actually.
All right. But let me move forward. I want to
Oh,
ask
he
you
ain't throwing their son under
specifically
the
about
bus,
these
is he?
search warrants. You talked about getting search warrants, I guess, for the Ring and search warrants for the Google. When you obtain these arrest warrants and search warrants,
yes,
that's on information that y'all, I mean, it's not just a document you just print out and you give to a business. You have to get permission from a judge, right?
That's correct, sir.
You actually swear out information that's included within the four corners of that document that information is true and correct. And you ask the judge to give you permission to obtain whatever information you want, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. As far as the arrest warrant for Ms. Dykes, did you handle that?
No, sir.
That was Christine Ramirez, Detective Christine Ramirez, correct?
Yes, sir.
She swore out information in an arrest warrant that led to the arrest of Lisa Dykes, correct?
That is correct.
And to your knowledge, that information should have been correct and true, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me ask you about the I want to go back to the video and when Charles Beltran was a person of interest. At that time, when you initially talked to Ms. Dykes, she's not a person of interest, is she?
No, sir.
Y'all looking for Charles Beltran, right?
That's correct.
The only reason you're even at her house is because phone records led you back to that house.
Yes, sir.
And the Audi was in her name and Charles's name.
That's correct. Yes,
But
sir.
she is not a person of interest, was
At that time,
at
no.
that time.
No, sir.
Correct?
That's correct.
You talked about, when we were watching the video, you said that Marisela and Chuck or Charles did not appear intoxicated to you, correct?
From what it appeared, I don't know about intoxicated, sir. It's hard to tell if someone's intoxicated. They didn't appear inebriated to the point where they didn't have control of their faculties, I guess would be a better statement.
But as far as what controlled substances or drinking they may have done at that time when they're on video, you have no idea, correct?
That is correct.
Especially what they did subsequent to being on that video, do you?
That's correct, sir.
You don't know what controlled substance he had in his vehicle, do you?
I don't.
You don't know what alcohol he had in his vehicle, do you?
I don't.
You have no idea what their state of being was after they no longer appear on that video, correct?
That's correct.
So in regards to whether he gave her ecstasy, you have no idea, right?
That is correct, sir.
In regards to whether she was under the influence of Percocet, you have no idea, correct?
That's correct, sir.
He keeps throwing that.
But you did have reports that at some point Chuck was a drug dealer?
I'm sorry, what, sir?
Did you ever have reports in regards to Chuck or Charles Beltran dealing with drugs?
I know you've been associated with drugs before, yes, sir.
Especially ecstasy?
Sir, I just don't remember. I'm sorry.
Okay. I wanted to ask you about, and you said at some point you guys were helping out with the missing persons, following all the leads that you guys had, but then y'all discontinued it because there was no nexus, no federal nexus to continue the investigation, right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. When you say no federal nexus, means there's no evidence that there's anything but a missing person at that time, correct?
At the time, yes, that's what we were informed by the missing persons unit, so we didn't have anything else, so we were discontinued from the investigation.
Him bringing up the drugs drives me nuts. Drugs didn't get her 30 minutes away in a field or like wooded area. And her blood all over their house. And her DNA in their car.
As far as Florida is concerned, you have no idea why Ms. Dykes went to Florida, correct?
I don't know, sir.
All right. You just know that they moved to Florida.
Yes.
All right. I did want to ask you about, because y'all were surveilling or canvassing that deep element area, looking for potential witnesses that may be able to help you locate Ms. Marisela, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Were you involved when they went to the Reno? The Reno Cycle Bar?
Yes, sir.
All right, and at that bar, y'all had information of a patron that told y'all that they thought they saw her, correct?
Yeah, they saw someone who looked like her, yes, sir.
All right. Why didn't y'all get that patron's name?
I don't know, sir. I didn't interview the witness.
I mean, you got someone who's saying that they potentially saw this missing person, and their name wasn't, y'all didn't record their name, right?
I did not. I never spoke to her.
But someone spoke to a patron that said that they saw someone that they believe was this missing person on the evening of October 5th?
That's correct, sir.
Around 8:39?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And they were certain enough that whoever was out there, y'all actually tried to look at video to confirm whether or not the person was in fact Marisela, correct?
Yes, sir.
But the video, you really couldn't tell whether it was or not, right?
That is correct.
And do we have that video?
We made it available to the missing persons unit. Yes, sir.
You made it available to DPD?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it's safe to say that this patron who says that they saw Marisela, there was a video. I'm trying to think of how to phrase this. The video didn't rule out that it was Marisela. You just couldn't tell from the video, correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
But the patron was certain enough that they wanted to bring it to your attention that they saw her on the evening about 8:39 at the Reno cycle bar.
Yes, sir.
Now, the people that would have been talking, would those people have had body cams on?
No, sir.
Do we even know if the witness was a man or a woman?
I don't recall, sir.
Get it together, attorney. I wish they would have a questions from the audience.
Also ask you just real quickly, in reference to the garage, I think the state indicated to you that it was a, that you entered through the alleyway, correct?
You can enter the garage through the alleyway. Yes, sir.
And we're talking about the house in Mesquite that belongs to Ms. Dykes.
Yes, sir. The Kensington address. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Detective.
Thank you, sir.
May this witness be found?
Yes, Sharon.
Unless you have any redirect.
Actually, just a couple questions about the Renos. We had discussed the Renos video previously, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the reason you all went out there is that you had a tip from someone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you ever speak to that person?
No, I was not.
Personally, do you know when you went out there, you were with Special Agent Taylor Page?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see him? Was anybody out there to speak to him?
To the witness?
Yes, I say him, to the witness.
The task force officer, Randy Logan, originally spoke to the witness, but that was, I believe, the day before. So no, I never spoke to the witness on the day that we went to try to retrieve the video.
Okay, and as far as the individual that was in that video, it was not high enough quality to determine it was Marisela.
Yeah, we couldn't tell either way, no, ma'am.
Okay, but could you tell if that person had on a purple dress?
It didn't appear that she did, no.
Now, in these missing persons investigations, is it your understanding that, I mean, when they ask for tips, people call in, correct?
Yes,
And some of those tips, many of those tips lead to nothing.
from my understanding.
Okay, and in this case, you all are out there, I think on October 12th, and so this is about a week since she's been missing, correct?
That is correct.
And still there's been no activity on her cell phone, social media, anything of that nature?
Correct.
No purchases, anything?
Correct.
That's what it's your.
Again, yeah, it's a week since she's been missing, right?
Yes, sir.
And you guys, there are posters. The families come in, they got Marcella's picture posted up everywhere. Well, not everywhere, but people are looking for this lady.
That's true.
And someone comes to you guys and says, hey, I saw her on October the 5th at about 8:30, a day after she goes missing, right?
Yes, sir.
Because she went missing the early morning hours of the 4th, right?
Of the 5th, yes, sir.
Of the 5th, I'm sorry.
That's right, yes, sir.
And so the 8:30 would be the next day.
Yeah, effectively later on that night, yes, sir.
Whether Marisela changed clothes, you have no idea, correct?
That's correct.
But you do know that someone cared enough to say, hey, I think I saw her.
Yes, sir.
And they were certain enough that you guys took another step to start reviewing videos to try to see if this is the person. Is this Marisela, the person we're looking for, right?
That's correct.
Why is he hollering?
That's correct.
So we continue the investigation, correct?
That is correct.
But you can't say that was not Marisela at the Reno Cycle Bar at 8:39 on October 15th.
We could not tell either way, no, sir.
I don't like this guy. I don't.
Thank you, Detective.
Not a fan.
Thank you, sir.
No other questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be found excused?
No objection, Your
No
Honor.
objection.
Thank you, sir. You're free to go about your business. Please watch your step getting down from the witness stand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And is that your water?
Yes, ma'am. I'll take it now.
Thank you.
Not a fan.
State calls Mark Sedgwick.
Ooh. Still not Chuck. Chuck's gonna be one of the last ones. I usually end with, because we maybe not the last, because main guy always goes on last, and we found out yesterday he ain't the main dude. It's so funny. Yeah, why's he gotta holler? It's like I have to boost the volume so that we can hear everybody, and then when he comes on, I'm like, let me turn this down. Not a fan. Okay, on the stand.
Okay, sir, if you stop and raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may be seated. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, can you state your name and spell your name for the court?
Mark Sedgwick. Last name is spelled Sedwick.
And can you just kind of introduce yourself to the jury and tell them what it is that you do for a living?
I'm a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation out of the Dallas office.
Here we go, FBI.
And what are your duties as a special agent?
Currently, I'm a member of the CAS team, which is the Cellular Analysis Survey team.
What do you do for the CAS team?
What the CAS team is a group of specially trained agents and task force officers who have been certified as experts in the analysis of historical call detail records, or CDRs.
What do you do with the FBI? I go
How do you get
grab
certified,
peppers out of
to be a
Cambodia.
member of that team?
It's a process, takes at least a couple years, but we have training originally up to 400 hours of training. That training includes from other agents, from outside companies on how radio frequency works, which is how the cell phone and the towers communicate through radio frequency. And most importantly, I'll be trained, and I have been trained by the engineers from all the major service providers in the United States. Currently AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon, Sprint when it was in existence, on how the network operates, how the cell tower interacts with the network, and how to do this analysis.
And we skipped over this. How long have you been with the FBI?
Over 25 years.
How long have you been with the CAS team?
Since 2014.
And you mentioned already what the task team is as a member, and we talked about kind of what your duties are, responsibilities as a member of the task team. Can you explain to the jury what historical call detail record analysis or historical cell site analysis is?
What that is a CDR is basically it's your phone bill. It has the date and time a call or text was made, the two numbers involved, incoming, outgoing, the length of the call. But it also has the cell tower and sector or side of the cell tower that was utilized when that call was made. Based on those records and knowing where the other towers that were in existence at the time for that network are, I can determine the approximate location that device that made that call was based on those records.
And you mentioned before about your training. What is your educational background that allows you to do this?
I have a Bachelor of Science in History from the United States Naval Academy.
And then tell the jury again, just remind the jury what the training is that you have regarding the historical call detail analysis.
As I stated, from those, from other agents, from outside agencies on how RF works, from the engineers, and we have a yearly recertification that's about a week long, where we bring in the engineers, other people in the cellular network, or just Google, companies like that, to discuss with them the evolution of the cellular networks.
What makes you an expert in historical call detail record analysis?
The three main things that make me an expert is, one, detailed knowledge of how to actually read the CDRs. Every company presents the same information slightly differently. Secondly is knowing how the phone interacts with the network and how the network operates. But third, and most importantly, is real-world experience in using these records to locate people. When there's an Amber Alert, cast member or myself or the other cast member in Dallas, or both of us, will usually respond to provide that assistance to utilize the phones to locate those kidnap victims. I've used records to locate fugitives, missing persons, find homicide victims, stuff like that.
And have you testified as an expert in this field before?
Yes, ma'am.
A few times or many times?
Over 100 times in both state and federal court.
Now, were you asked to review cell phone records of a phone that was subscribed to a Lisa Dykes?
Yes, ma'am. I was actually asked to look at the total of 4 phones in this case.
Okay, and who were the phones for?
The phones, I was told, were associated with, the first number was 407-406-3757. That was associated with Ms. Lisa Dykes. 214-364-6329 with a Nina Morano, and 214-600-0181 with a Charles Beltran. And then the final number was 206-229-2273, associated with Marisela Botello.
And what all did you review when conducting your analysis?
In this case, I was provided the records for all 4 phones. 3 of those phones were AT&T, 1 was T-Mobile. So I received the call detail records. I also, with the T-Mobile phone, received time in advance records, which I'll go into a little detail later. And then I was provided 5 locations of interest and a time frame. So what I do is then I take those records, map their usage to show where the approximate location of the device is when certain activity occurred in the pertinent time frame.
Did he bring a chart?
With the AT&T records, were you also able to obtain the time on tower records?
Yes, ma'am. AT&T, they provide the calls, texts, and the data sessions, which is, you're using an app or surfing the net in the records. AT&T, we used to not be able to use the data records because there was an issue with the time. We couldn't say exactly if the time was correct. So AT&T now has a report that now it comes automatically, but they refer to it as time on tower, which basically gives the time the device used the cell tower it was on, or before it switched to another tower if it's a longer data session. But now with that data, I can having that information, I can use the data sessions as accurately now.
Were you able to use these records that you obtained to determine general locations for these devices?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it was the records that you reviewed were for kind of a limited time frame. That was the 1st of October through when?
Mid-November. Some of the records ended before then, but right about 2 months max of records, probably a month and a half or less of records.
Did you create a report or a PowerPoint presentation based on your analysis?
Yes, ma'am. The PowerPoint presentation includes my report.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you, Sedgwick. I'm handing you what's been marked State's Exhibit 301. That appeared to be a very accurate copy of your presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, State Officer states 301 for all purposes.
How many pages is that total?
It is 16.
Thank you.
There could have been.
Hi, Robert McNamara.
No objection, Judge. It's been previously submitted.
All right, State's Exhibit 301 is admitted for all purposes.
Commissioner Fellows, Your Honor.
You may.
Now, this is your PowerPoint presentation, and on the first slide, this indicates the 4 phone numbers in different, different colors. Is that helpful for the jury to kind of later determine which phone is what in the presentation?
Yes, ma'am. Each number will be color-coded and will remain that color throughout the presentation just to differentiate if I'm showing multiple phones at the same time. Just helps differentiate which device is which.
Okay, and in this case, the blue cell phone number, that is related to Lisa Dykes, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. And I just want to make it clear when I'm talking about the location, I'm talking about a device itself. I can't say who was carrying any of these devices at any time or what was said in a call or a text. I'm just talking about the device itself.
Okay, and then the black number, that device was associated with Nina Morano?
Yes, ma'am.
The red number was associated with Charles Beltran?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the green number was associated with Marisela Botello?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, can you explain to the jury what slide 2 is concerning?
Basically, this is my written report. The background, I took the 4 phones. I was asked by the Dallas office of the FBI, in this case, to analyze the 4 phones for a homicide that occurred on around October 4th or 5th of 2020. So what I do, the methodology is I take the call detail records and I take the contemporaneous tower lists that were in existence at the time. Obviously, this case, this happened back in 2020. So I want to use the towers in existence 2020, not now. I plot all those towers on the map, and then I will take the usage that's in the CDRs and the other reports I get, plot that usage, and show the locations of the phones along with any pertinent addresses during the pertinent timeframes.
Here, could you dim the lights so the jury can see? Thank you. Now, can you talk about with the jury, I guess, how does a cell phone work?
The way a cell phone works is for a CDR, when the phone is just sitting in your pocket and you're not actively using it, it's going to look for the strongest signal with the least amount of interference, generally the closest tower. AT&T phones are going to look for AT&T towers. T-Mobile phones are going to look for T-Mobile towers. And once the phone itself identifies a tower and sector it sees best, it'll do what we refer to as camp on it. There's
I'm
a
sorry, what?
camp on it. And when the phone is camping on a tower, every tower and sector is continually broadcasting a signal for the phones to look for. That signal also sends some information. It gives what we refer to as a neighbor list. So it gives the other towers and sectors in the area. So if once you're in a call or in a data session and there needs to be a handoff as you move, or the network decides to hand you off, it's smooth. So that information is happening, but when you hit send on your phone, the tower that you're camped on is what is reflected in the call detail records, or if you start a data session or whatever, the phone chooses a tower. For an incoming call or text, the network doesn't keep track of what tower you're camped on, it just knows the general area you're in. So it'll send a page across all the towers in that area. You'll respond. Again, the phone choosing the tower and sector it sees the best at that time. In this case, for the T-Mobile number, I also had what's referred to as time in advance records. Time in advance occurs in the background of the network. It's just your phone being on generates this time in advance data. Time in advance does not have to be the strongest tower. It can just be a tower that the phone gets a signal from, and that is so the network is optimized. The timing in microseconds is very important, so you have smooth transitions. So that's why this exists. The time in advance records gives me not only the tower and sector, but an approximate distance that the device was from that tower at that time. So what I can say is the device was within an arc or closer to the base of the tower based on the time in advance, because it's computed straight line of vacuum, the speed of light. Obviously, sometimes a signal gets reflected or goes around an obstacle, so it sometimes can be a little long. But what I can say with time in advance is the device had to be within kind of the arc or closer to the tower.
And what is a cell tower?
Basically, a cell tower, as you see on this slide, you have on the left, you see general, like an overhead view, and then a side view of a general 3-sector cell tower in the United States. You can see there are 3 distinct sets of antennas. In the records, what I'm given is I'm given the tower and the sector. And then I'm given the orientation or azimuth that the center of that sector is pointed at. So if I'm given an azimuth of 60 degrees, that tower will cover approximately from 0 degrees to 120 degrees, or on a clock face, 12 o'clock to 4 o'clock. And they can be oriented in any direction needed by the engineers when they build the network. It could be 60, 120, 240, it could be 0, 120, 240, it could be however the engineers decide to set up the network.
And
Hi, Tommy Jones.
can you just explain this slide?
Yes, this is how I'm going to display the approximate coverage area of the towers. On the left, this is just for a call or a text or a data session. I have in this case, it's oriented at 0 degrees, 12 o'clock. So I have those 2 sector arms kind of going out, showing the 60 degrees to either side. And that shaded area is just to show how the energy goes out in an upside down funnel shape, or kind of an upside down funnel. But that shaded area is not inclusive of the entire coverage area. It's based on the other towers in the area. On the right, that's kind of how I'll show the time in advance. I have the same sector arms, the shaded area, but then I have kind of that arc or hot dog, whatever you want to refer to it, showing that distance. And there is it's not a solid line, there's a gap, because the signal can travel a certain distance in the time between it can even be measured. So that's reflected in that width of that arc.
The hot dog.
And can you kind of explain this slide?
Yes, this is basically showing the 4 phones, the blue phone ending in 3757 associated with Ms. Dykes, and the other 3 phones. And then I was also provided 5 locations. The first was 3900 Post Oak Road in Wilmer, Texas, which is a red flag, where the victim's body was located. I was provided 3113 Kensington Drive in Mesquite as a residence, and that is a yellow flag with kind of a house in it. A bar, 2700 Elm Street in Dallas, Texas, with a green flag. a 7-Eleven, 4104 Gaston Avenue in Dallas, Texas with a purple flag, and then a Take 5 oil change, 4004 Lemon Avenue in Dallas, Texas with a blue flag.
Can you determine location of a cell phone by cell sites?
Yes, ma'am.
And how can you do that?
I take basically the CDRs and I plot the usage. So in this case, I started on October 4th, and this shows between 6:46 p.m. on October 4th to October 5th, 2020 at 11:56 a.m. And basically what this shows is the two phones, the phone associated with Miss Dykes and the phone associated with Miss Beltran, or excuse me, Miss Morano, we're utilizing towers and sectors that have a coverage area that includes their residence. I can't say the devices were at the residence, they're somewhere within that coverage area, but the 3 towers that were used here show the coverage area being, that coverage area includes the residence. I don't think I stated it, but there is an overlap between sectors, there's an overlap between towers, because the network doesn't want a hard line where one tower ends and another one begins, because you'd have drop calls. So there's a overlap area, and that's kind of, this is kind of the classic example of that overlap area. But what I can say is between 6:46 p.m. and 11:56 a.m., the 2 devices were utilizing towers and sectors that have coverage area that includes their residents.
And what is this slide?
This is for the phone associated with Mr. Beltran, and this is October 4th from 9:27 to 10 p.m. And the same thing, it's utilizing towers and sectors that has a coverage area that includes the residents.
Okay, the next slide.
Now we're just continuing on to, we've kind of jumped ahead in time to October 5th, 12:42 to 12:55 a.m. And what this shows is you can see the time in advance arcs and the usage of the towers by Mr. Beltran, the device associated with Mr. Beltran, but it puts them in basically the Deep Ellum area near the bar.
And so that is both Charles Beltran, and then the green is associated with Marisela Botello, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's between 12:42 a.m. and 12:55 a.m. on October 5th.
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell the jury about this slide?
This is just 12:57 to 1:23 a.m. And the same thing, the arcs are kind of intersecting around the bar. And the only activity for the phone associated with Mr. Beltran is 2 outgoing SMSs at 12:57. And his is moved a little off to the east, but it's still in the Deep Ellum area.
And that's up until 1:23 a.m. on October 5th, 2020, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And this next slide?
This next slide shows basically between 1:26 and 1:36 a.m. The time in advance data for Ms. Patello's phone shows her being in the vicinity of the 7-Eleven. You kind of have those intersecting arcs. When I'm looking for like a missing person or a fugitive and I get those intersecting arcs, it kind of gives me a place to start if they're obviously very close in time. And then it also shows that the device associated with Mr. Botello, or Mr. Beltran, excuse me, is utilizing tower and sector that covers the same area. So both devices are in the vicinity of the 7-Eleven in this 10-minute time frame.
And can you explain to the jury this slide?
Basically from 1:38 to 1:43 a.m., it shows the device associated with Ms. Botello starting to move east away from the Deep Ellum and the 7-Eleven area. There's no activity for the phone associated with Mr. Beltran during this 5-minute time frame.
Okay. And this next slide?
This is from October 5th from 1:50 a.m. to 8:09 a.m. And what I have is time in advance data for Ms. Patello's phone arcing and kind of intersecting over the residence. So it's in the vicinity of the residence. And the phone associated with Mr. Beltran is back using that same tower it was late, late evening on the 5th, or excuse me, the 4th, but also using a tower that has a coverage area that includes the crime scene, or excuse me, the residence.
And so that is consistent with both phones and devices being in that area?
Yes, ma'am.
And that is until 8:09 a.m. in the morning, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. And then the last activity on the phone associated with Mrs. Botello is at 8:09 a.m. After that, there's no more activity with tower. So the phone could have been turned off, ran out of battery. I can't say what happened, but there was no longer any data with tower information after 8:09 a.m.
And as far as data is concerned with phones, are there instances where a phone may connect to a cell tower for data purpose that's not, I guess, instigated by the user?
Yes, ma'am. With time in advance, it's happening in the background. Like a data session, you don't have to be actively doing something. You might have something where you get an automatic update, like ESPN sends you a push and automatically opens up, or you just have a map or something running in the background and you just have a constant data session running. You don't have to be manipulating the phone for those data sessions to occur.
And next slide.
So
Explain to the jury what this one is.
So now we're 8:29 to 9:59 a.m. So about 20 minutes later, the phone associated with Botello has moved away from the residence. It moves into the area of at 8:55, utilizing a tower that has a coverage area that includes the Take 5 oil change. And then there's no activity for about 50 minutes, give or take. And at 8:44, it's utilizing the tower north of the Take 5, and then it moves, and then at 9:59, so 15 minutes later, it's moved a little west, but it left the area of the residence, got to the area around the Take 5 oil change around 8:55 a.m.
Okay, and I believe, I think you said Ms. Botello.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Beltran's phone. I apologize.
Okay, so this is Mr. Beltran's phone.
Okay, I was confused.
Between 8:29 a.m. and 9:59 a.m. on October 5th, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and this next slide.
We've now jumped ahead to the evening of October 5th, between 6:36 p.m. and 7:38 p.m. And what this shows is there's only one data session for the phone associated with Ms. Morano, but the phone associated with Ms. Dykes has several data sessions, putting the phone kind of in the Wilmer area. And as you can see, now we're out of like downtown Dallas, the towers are starting to get farther apart. And that's just basically the more people, the more towers you need to provide that good coverage. So when you get to more rural areas, towers get spread out. But this is consistent also with both those devices being in the Wilmer, Texas area.
And let's look at the last slide.
This is basically the same time frame, 6:27 to 7:31 p.m. So generally the same time frame, showing the device associated with Mr. Beltran is kind of in Dallas and north of Dallas during that time frame. So could not have been in the Wilmer, Texas area at this time.
Now, you wrote a report associated with this. You mentioned that was slide 2. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I had asked you a few other questions. This phone kind of highlights certain time frames and areas that were significant during the investigation. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I noticed in the report you had, I guess, plotted some information about Charles Beltran from October 5th, 8:29 a.m. to 9:59 a.m. And then the next slide goes to October 5th between 6:36 p.m. and 6:38 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, was there still some activity on those phones between those time periods?
Yes, ma'am. I just didn't kind of show it because they're just kind of all three phones were just kind of moving around the area, but they weren't going to any of the pertinent locations or pertinent times. So instead of having a bunch of slides that really don't show anything of importance, I just jumped ahead in time.
Okay. And if you can recall, the cell phones, those locations, and especially related to the cell phone of Charles Beltran and the cell phones of Nina Morano and Lisa Dykes, were those cell phones, did those cell phones appear to be traveling in the same areas, or were they in different areas?
They were in different areas, ma'am.
Okay. Did it appear that Ms. Dykes and Ms. Morano's phones were in the same area as each other?
Generally, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the other question that I had asked you to look at generally, because you had records on out through sometime in November, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And records even just prior to, just a few days prior to this October 5th.
The records I had for all three phones started October 1st.
October 1st, okay. And was there any other activity that indicated that the cell phone devices of Ms. Dykes or Ms. Morano were in the Wilmer location a second time?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And did it ever indicate, was there an indication that Mr. Beltran's phone was ever in that area?
No, ma'am. There was no activity showing the device associated with Mr. Beltran in the area of Wilmer, and the only time was for the other two devices, which was between 6:36 and 7:38 p.m. on the 5th.
Okay, and then lastly, Ms. Botello's phone, the last, I guess, contact with cell phone tower that was reported that we have is 8:09 a.m. on October 5th. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that appears to be consistent with being possibly at that location in the house.
Yes, ma'am. It's in the area of the residence. I can't say obviously it was at the residence, but with the time in advance and everything, it was in the area of the residence.
You're our past witness.
Can I turn the lights back on?
Yes.
All right, cross-examination.
Just real quickly, as far as the phone record, you're talking about 1 month of phone records, right?
Month and a half. Some of them, the phones stopped having activity earlier than others, but I don't have a long time of activity.
Specifically, Charles Beltran's phone stopped having activity, didn't
His phone, his last activity was on October 15th in New Orleans.
So if after October 15th, he went to that Wilmer, you have no idea, correct?
No, sir.
And again, we're talking about devices. We're not talking about, you're not saying Ms. Dykes was at that area, are you?
No, sir. I think I tried to make it very clear that I'm talking about a device.
You did. But whether or not Ms. Dykes and Ms. Morano had been to that area before October 1st, you have no idea because those aren't records you checked, correct?
I didn't have those records, so no, sir. There's no way I could determine that.
And I think just so I'm clear, you're saying that in the rural areas, they're more, those towers are spread out more, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's what this,
I think it's slide 14.
yeah, this is showing, right?
Yes, sir. As you can see, I started, if I didn't say it, all those little dots you see, the blue dots are AT&T towers, the green dots are T-Mobile towers. So as you can see, there's not nearly as many dots on this map just because we're in a more rural area, so the towers are spread farther apart.
And as far as Mrs. Botello's phone, you don't know why her phone stopped sending signals, correct?
No, sir. It just came off the network, so it could have been turned off. It could have broken. Could have ran out of battery. Yes, sir. I can't say it just went off the network.
But as far as your records, there's no indication that her phones were down in that Wilmer area, correct?
No, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, any read prayer?
No, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be found and excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. Please watch your step in down for the witness stand, and you are free to leave and go about your business.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is now 12:08. We will start our lunch a little early today. I expect you back in the jury room no later than 1:15 p.m.
All right.
All right. All right, we can go ahead and skip ahead to the live. Okay, so they'll be back at, what did they say, 1:15? At lunch until 1:15 Central. Jesus. All right, let me pin this. Look at me. I can't multitask. Like everybody just sits in silence awkwardly while I type because I can't. Because I can't multitask. Okay, so couple things. While we're at lunch, I'm gonna play that video. The one that, and I'll keep this as like we'll do a, you know what we'll do? We'll do a screen in screen. So that way nobody will be worried that they're like, nobody's gonna have FOMO, that they're missing out. I'm gonna pull up Mel's video. I'm gonna take Lucy out for a minute so that she can do her thing. And then I'll come back and watch the rest of the video with you. Because I want to see it too. All right, let's see. Let me get it pulled up. Search. I think I have it in my stuff. Let's see. Videos. It's crazy. Move this down. So this is the, and I'll leave this like kind of just small over here. But this is from Ikadmel. This is crazy. So we're gonna watch this, and it's actually perfect timing because we have an hour until.
I have somebody that I want to call.
Shh. Shh. We have an hour until for lunch, so it's like kind of perfect time to get this in while we wait. But I'm gonna take her out real quick, and then I'll come back and I'll watch it with y'all because it's crazy, and there's some crazy stuff, and that whole black magic thing and all that comes back, or whatever they were saying, witchcraft, but whatever it was, that's gonna come up too. It's freaking nuts. So let me take her out. I'm gonna start this, and I'll be right back.
All that knows a lot of information with regards to Lisa. Let me give her a call. And this is with regards to Marisela Botello, the woman that went missing when she flew from Seattle to Texas. I think like the last night there, she meets this guy at a bar. The guy takes her back to the house. At the house, there's these two other ladies. They go to sleep in his bed. He wakes up at a certain point at night. Lisa had a knife, supposedly her hand on Marisela's throat and a knife, like doing a jerking motion. And he wakes up and he gets up to run out. Nina pushes him. He leaves. There's blood and DNA evidence found at the house and the carpets and etc. There are 2 GPS pings for the ladies are tracked going towards where the body was found. And so it's a very long, kind of complicated story when you go in depth. And so that's why I was recommending, if you guys haven't watch the timeline video or watch yesterday's live stream. And with this, we have to kind of straight get into it. So let me call her right here. And if you guys could hit like to it, I'd appreciate it. The trial starting soon for this case as well. We fixed the volume too. Sorry about that.
Hello.
Hey, Jen, how you doing?
Hey, good. How are you?
Good. Thank you so much for waiting and being patient, and thank you for coming on too. I appreciate that.
Of course.
So I wanted to talk to you about Lisa Dykes and the history. And can you first start off with like how you know her, like the relationship? And I guess that's a long story too, but
It is.
Mhm.
It's a very long story. And forgive me because I have headphones in one ear and my volume down on my computer and you in the other. So forgive me for that. So also just I want to preface for my privacy, my protection, because I know so much and I was so close to this, knowing this person, that I'm here in chat so I can read questions, Mel. If anyone has questions, I'm more than happy to answer those. I'm unfortunately not going to answer in chat just because it has, my name and stuff like that. So if anybody has any questions, just feel free to jot them down, or if you want to answer, ask them.
Yeah.
I am reading this
And
thread.
the way we're gonna do it, so I don't want you to get lost because it's easy to get lost in the chat. I do it too. Katrina is gonna be capturing the chats for us, and so like I want you to like take us through the story, and like I think towards the end, I'll start going through the questions with whatever time you have left.
Okay, perfect. So I have known Lisa since 1998, and I met Lisa back in the day, and Lisa was actually married to my ex-husband. So we share the same ex-husband. And at the time when I met her, I was a lot younger than I am now, obviously. She was working as a paralegal in Florida, where I met her. And my ex-husband had met Lisa by means of he had an accident. He needed an attorney. Went into a law firm, and she was the paralegal on his case for his attorney that he was seeking help for, right? So they became kind of friendly. They were friendly with each other, and she had done a lot of work on his case. So he spent a lot of time there.
And she was a paralegal at the time, right?
She was a paralegal. Yeah, she's a paralegal.
And he goes there because he was injured.
Yes, because he was injured. And they spent a lot of time together just because of, those type of personal injury cases. There's a lot of back and forth and communication, not so much with the attorney, but of course the paralegal. So they became friends throughout that process of meeting and his case. Eventually, their friendship turned into kind of going out, going to the movies, having dinner, so on and so forth. She does have 3 children. They're obviously, all 3 of them are grown adults now. And they were seeing each other for quite some time. And they were married. And they got married in 1999. And I was friends with my ex-husband. I was around for a lot of this marriage. And before people start speculating or saying things, it wasn't I stole him from her. Nothing like that. There was nothing weird. We were just friends. There was nothing ever strange about it. And throughout the process, Lisa being born and raised in Kentucky, she was very conservative. She was by birth Pentecostal, which was her religion, and that's kind of important, and I'll get into that a little later. But she was, a practicing Christian, so to speak, was raising her kids by herself, single mom. And she quickly kind of adapted to my ex-husband's religion. And when I say adapted, is that my ex-husband is Middle Eastern, and he's Muslim. And quickly after they were married, she kind of adapted to that religious lifestyle of wearing kind of the Middle Eastern garb, wearing a hijab on her head, which is a scarf on her head.
Wow.
And it's kind of like that. They kind of she kind of adapted to that lifestyle.
And you were
Very
telling me too,
subservient.
that's what I was wondering, the subservient thing, because and we'll get into more later, but like whoever she was with, she would adapt to whatever they were into, right? Like Charles, for example, like she kind of, yeah.
Yeah. So if she was hanging around a particular crowd of people, in this case, she was around a lot of his friends and Middle Eastern men and women. She kind of adapted to that lifestyle, their culture, their food, their music, the clothing that they wore.
Right.
So things of that nature. So, and again, that marriage, in that marriage and seeing all of those things, she quickly went from being a very conservative Pentecostal woman to being now a fully covered Muslim woman. My ex-husband did not agree with that decision. He actually didn't like it, and he was kind of frightened by it because, why would she do that? I understand being married and being so unquote, in love or whatever the case may have been. She was also significantly older than him, about 16 years older to be exact. She never supported him. She was not the, sugar mama type of thing. He was, he had his own job, had his own thing. She had her own job. They lived a normal lifestyle. Things were always a bit strange with her. And you would notice that, if they would get into an argument or get into a fight, that headscarf would come off of her head, right? It was kind of, she adapted to all of these weird things. When I met her, he had taken a job transfer and moved to another state. And I had gone out to said state to visit, and I'd known her, and we were hanging out, and she had explained to me that she was asked me if I believed in witchcraft. Being in my 20s, I was like, what? No, I was raised a Catholic girl and grew up in the church, and that's not really something I ever knew about, got into. I didn't have friends who had that. But she was heavy into the witchcraft situation, black magic, casting spells. She had told me at one point that she had one point in their marriage, where things were getting kind of ugly. She had cooked food and actually put her, and forgive me if I can't say this, I don't know,
Say it.
Had put her menstrual blood in his food to kind of, keep him forever. It was a little strange. I talked to him about it. I told him, and he was just like, this is BS. She's full of it. She's, that's just nothing. He never really saw it. But she always talked about it a lot. And it just got progressively weirder as time went on. Moving, do you have questions so far? I don't want to miss anything.
No, that's okay. So Lisa, she has kids, right? But this was not with your ex, right?
No. None of his children.
right.
No, the only child that my ex has is my child that we have together. So
And we're not
those
talking about
kids were
Bill
with
because people are
previous-
confused. We're not talking
No.
about Bill. We're just not putting his name out.
No.
And so he had an injury. He went into this law office where she was working. That's how that came to be. They end up getting married. This whole thing too, I don't know if you want to talk about, because so they end up going to another state, right?
Right.
The whole moving thing.
Yes.
Um,
So, and I can kind of get into that too if there's
Okay.
questions about that. So he had transferred with his job, and this is not Texas.
Okay.
He had transferred with his job from Florida, where we were currently living, to another state in the Northeast or Midwest, if you will. And he was working there. I wound up moving there, and she was living there. At this time, they were separated, right? And that's important to know because he and I, their marriage was just completely and utterly just trash. A lot of arguing, a lot of money problems, a lot of things that she did, he just disagreed with. And we had moved to the state. And again, just not disclosing for privacy and things. And this case is ongoing and active. So I have to be very specific and very careful with what I say. So we were living in that state, he and I, and she wound up following him to that state even after they were separated. And we were just like, what the hell? This lady's just uplifting, uprooting her kids. And a lot of people are like, well, weren't her kids in school? No. And that's kind of important because she never sent her children to public schools. So she has 3 children. She has 2 boys and a girl, and they were school-age children, and they were never permitted to go to public school. And she didn't even homeschool these children. She just kept them in the house. They were very secluded, they were fostered at home. They were never allowed out. And that was when we were asking, Lisa, why aren't you sending the kids to school? And that's because she said that she didn't want her ex-husbands because she had 2 ex-husbands, and she didn't want her ex-husbands to find these children because she took them from Kentucky when they were younger, from their homes, and moved them to Florida. And she didn't want anybody to know where she was, basically. So what conspired back in Kentucky a long time ago before my time, who the hell knows? But I do know that her kids have never attended a public school in their life, all 3 of them. So we're living in the state, and things are just going awry, and they're just crap. It's a crapshoot. We wind up moving back to Florida for my ex-husband's job. At this time, I'm married to him, and we moved back, and she already had moved back. And at that time, she was working for the law firm Bogan, Munz and Munz. And I still talk to her. It wasn't like an ugly, weird, tumultuous thing. We were still friendly with each other. And Bogan, Munz and Munz, where she worked in Central Florida, is where she met Nina. And Nina was an attorney within the firm, and Lisa was a paralegal, and they became friends. I've personally met Nina myself. I've been to lunch with Nina. I've been to lunch with Nina and Lisa. There was not ever a time that you could ever imagine either one of them were lesbians. They were friends. That was basically it. Nina was married to Bill at the time. I do know that Nina and Bill's relationship was extremely tumultuous because Nina would just let Lisa know how bad the relationship was, how much she hated Bill. She wanted out of the marriage. Bill was protective, overprotective, was keeping her from her own money, his money, and there was a lot of issues. So Nina and Lisa spent a lot of time together, and Nina traveled back and forth from her home in Pennsylvania to Florida. She was an attorney, like I said, so she traveled back and forth a lot. So it was, and again, Lisa was still discussing the the witchcraft situation. At this point, she's completely given up the Islamic religion. Now she's back to, you know, Lisa again, and conforming to, it's too hot in Florida. I can't wear this headscarf now. I'm taking it off. And then we went to wearing like the pentacle around her neck, you know, like the star. I think it's pentacle. I think it's what it's called. And that was kind of what she did for a long time, and that's who she was. And
Guys,
things just
real quick.
progressively.
I'm sorry,
Mhm.
real quick. People were thinking you were married to Bill or you got married to Bill. Bill is was Nina's husband that passed away. Now right now we're talking about Lisa's side. And so
Right.
Lisa
So
was married to this
is
guy.
in regards to Lisa.
Right,
Yes.
right.
So Lisa Dykes was married to my ex-husband. So Lisa and I both have the same ex-husband, and I have known Lisa for a very long time and have been around for a very long time to know what kind of person she is, her children. I know her children. I know her family. So I'm not talking about Bill. I know of
Right.
Bill, which is Nina's husband, or which was Nina's husband, but I've never personally met Bill.
And just a quick question too, because I had the notes from our other conversation. And so just the other thing too, I remember you had told me previously, like there was several times that Lisa had mentioned like wanting to have a three-way, even though you guys did it, but she had mentioned it.
Oh yeah. Yeah. That was something that, I always used to tell my ex-husband, you know, like I felt like her motto was, if you can't beat them, join them. And that was just something, she was very strange with that. Again, very possessive, very subservient, very conformative to whatever, you know, situation she was in, surroundings of people. She was very conformative to that. And that was something that, you know, she had discussed for a long time. Obviously, that's never happened. To clear that, that's never happened.
Right. And she was kind of like, we'll leave out because we had our previous conversation, but she was in a way controlling him too with stuff. That's why I guess for a while she was able to kind of manipulate things.
Yes, she was. Yes, she was. Right. She very much was. So, that, and I can't speak really on that too much, but he was controlling in nature, when it came to my ex-husband. And to preface that, like he and I, we're the very best of friends right now. We have a daughter. We're parents. We're local here in Texas. We live a mile from each other.
Okay, yeah. I was gonna say, don't give too much identifier.
That's okay. It's okay. I'm okay with that. That's totally okay with that. That's something that people know, and that's fine. So I guess from here, Mel, it kind of goes a really weird situation. I can bring it local, and you know, people know I live in Texas, and that's fine. But I will say that he eventually, my ex-husband, was offered a specific job here in the area, and he was offered to relocate here to Texas from Florida, and we did. When we relocated here to Texas from Florida, my ex-husband's mom had become terminally ill. And at that time, I was divorced from him. We divorced quite some time ago when my daughter was a baby. And we didn't divorce on the grounds of, you know, any other weird Lisa things or anything, anybody involved. It was just, he traveled a lot. We were in two different places. And, you know, it was just, I was tired. I was tired of being married. So Lisa found her way eventually back here to Texas. And I had already lived here. My ex-husband had lived here. And she found her way back to Texas by means of contacting him after quite some time, and was kind of like, you know, I know your mom is terminally ill and I can take a leave of absence from work and I can help you with her. And that was his weak spot. You know, his mom was his everything. And he was kind of, you know, me having a small child and being a stay-at-home mom. And then I went back to work eventually. That was appealing to him because he traveled a lot with work. So when that happened, and it was kind of like, well, if she's here, then she can help take care of mom. And I'm kind of like, against better judgment. I mean, if it's going to help your mom, then I'm not against it per se. But you do what you got to do. So that's kind of how she whittled her way back here from Florida to Texas by means of that. And what's really strange is that I know yesterday on your show, it's not strange, but you had someone here talking about where she lived out in Wilmer. That house is very relevant. She rented that home, just to clarify yesterday's conversation. She was living in Wilmer. She rented that home.
And we're talking about where Marisela's body was found, like right by there.
Correct.
Wilmer, right.
Across the street. There is a like lot across the street, like I don't even know how to explain it. It's like an open field type thing. And it made me absolutely sick to my stomach when watching the news and hearing all of this unfold and hearing where they found that girl. I told my ex-husband, I'm like, oh my God, she lived right across the street from there. Obviously, she knows that area. She lived there for a good 4 years. She rented that home. It was a rental home. She lived there with her 3 kids and her brother. And coincidentally, that was where they found Marisela.
Right.
So they, my ex-husband's mom had passed away, unfortunately. And we kind of got into it, if you will. We kind of lost track of I didn't want to be around her. It got to the point where she was so different and so weird, Mel, and just not the same person I knew 20 years prior. You could tell that there was like a shift in who she was.
Like
she seemed
what?
more manipulative. She was manipulating, gave ultimatum. Her spirit was different, and you could tell her spirit was different. And it was awful. So we kind of lost track and we hadn't spoken in quite some time. I saw her walking through the mall one day. And mind you, this very conservative Protestant woman who turned Muslim and then went back and switched. I saw her in the mall one day, and she was covered from like shoulder to wrist on both arms in tattoos. And I'm like, what the hell is this? Like this
Out of nowhere, she gets tattoos, right? All over.
out of nowhere, right? That's what I'm thinking, out of nowhere. And she was like, this is my boyfriend, Chuck. And that's when she was with Charles Beltran.
And this is what we're talking about, like the whole adapting thing. Like now she's done with the
Yeah,
ex and
this
that
is-
whole thing.
yeah.
Now it's a new guy, and so she's getting tattoos, and Chuck is younger, and tattoos everywhere.
Yeah. So it's really, really ridiculous. It was really unreal because, I mean, this was a woman, before and after photos. She, had long or always had her hair cut in like a bob up to her shoulders, dressed conservatively. And she's half hanging out everywhere, tight everything. She's short and she was overweight at the time, covered in tattoos, has her nose pierced. And I'm like, what the hell? Her head is shaved and she's got hair longer on one side. It was just bizarre to me. And I'm thinking to myself, this is really, really weird. So it was really strange. And
this is crazy.
I had
Got
she had
surgery
given
too,
me
right?
some, yeah, she did. She did have surgery, which I found out later that Nina paid for. But we can talk about that too. But I'm trying to follow as much as I can. There's just so much. Yeah, that photo you threw up there, that's like, that is even a little more on the conservative side of what she was when I saw her. I mean, she had piercings in her face. Her hair was much shorter than what it is here in the photo that you have. So it was a little strange. And it just continued to get more bizarre. there was a lot of, she had given me a phone number to get my hair cut years ago when she had first moved here, and we wound up having the same hairstylist. And this hairstylist is a really good friend of mine.
Is she okay with this
And
too? Because I remember I spoke to her one
yeah,
time. And
she's
she was,
okay. She's okay. Yeah,
Okay.
she's okay with that.
Okay.
So the hairstylist is a friend of mine. And I know for sure that when this supposedly took place on this date with Marisela, the hairstylist was very freaked out because exactly a week later, Lisa showed up at the salon to have her hair cut.
after the
this
murder,
had happened.
after she went missing, she was
After-
murdered.
Yes, yes. So she had reached out, obviously, to the hairstylist had reached out to the authorities to let them know, like, is this relevant? Because now this lady's on the run, and she was in my chair 7 days after this had happened. So it was kind of strange. But I had found out about all of this happening. Again, I had no contact with her. I wasn't friends with her. I didn't talk to her. But I was sitting at home one day and saw the person of interest photo of Chuck flash up on the news screen, and I'm like, that looks like the guy, that looks like Lisa's boyfriend. So I called the hairstylist friend of mine, and I'm like, is this the same guy? She's like, no way, it can't be. So then we started investigating Chuck, and I'm like, this is the guy. Now, at this time, Lisa had moved Chuck into her house. They had lived out in Mesquite, where this murder had happened, was living out there. She had told Kat, the hairstylist, that she was, paying for everything for Chuck. The Audi that, was shipped up to New York State or whatever, she bought that car. They were living together. They had a serious relationship, and it was nothing like that. There was never a serious relationship type vibe around this. It was always, she was paying all of his bills, she was giving him a place to stay, and she was facilitating all of that. And she always had a need to have somebody in her life. She longed to have a male figure living with her, being with her in her life all the time. So it was kind of weird that, Chuck was that person. And then watching the news and seeing the stuff, it started to unfold. And then I started to investigate and ask questions. And I was just sick, At that time, I had no means of communicating with her. I know she was working for another law firm here in town. And I had an email address for her, and I emailed her, like, where the hell are you? Do you know that people are looking for you?
Right.
I never got a response back, but it's just question away, because I'm nervous. I'm so
you're good.
awkward. So
No,
please
you're
forgive me.
good.
I'm
And
so
it's
sorry.
no, you're doing amazing. Don't worry. And this is like such a hard story to tell. I don't even know how to tell it myself, because it's just all over the place, and it goes a bunch of different directions. And there's a couple of questions I have here from the chat. But I wanted to ask real quick too, because I remember one time too with your ex-husband, he had mentioned to me on the phone a couple of times about this whole the pact. What is it? The ritual pact, or the binding ritual that she was trying to do.
Oh, okay, that's good. That's good. So she had once told me that my ex-husband, she kind of laughed it off like it was funny, right? But she had told me that she cut his hair, cut a lock of his hair in his sleep, and cut a lock of her hair, and like binded their hair together and lit it on fire and buried it in the backyard.
I mean, who hasn't done that?
So yeah, she was very, I cannot even tell you, very, very, very heavy into this. Very heavy into this. Very heavy into this whole black magic, witchcraft, Santa Muerte. Always has been. It was something that she's always done for as long as I've known, other than in the very beginning when, you know, she was this Protestant, proper conservative person.
Okay. Let me get some of the questions here. So we already answered this. So her ex is still friends with her. You guys are still like best friends, right?
Yes, we are. We are.
Okay. Here somebody said, wait, they got remarried? No.
No, we're not remarried.
Lisa was married to your ex first, and then you got married to him. Right? Okay. Okay. There, Joe asking here, please tell us, when did you meet Nina for the first time? That was earlier.
Let me think back. I'm trying to remember the exact, let me think about, I don't have an exact date. Year, it probably was, let's see, 99, 3, 4. I want to say it was in 2006, if I'm correct. It's whenever Lisa was working for Bogan Munns and Munns in Central Florida. That's when I met Nina for the first time.
And so do you know, so these people, oh, the other thing too, and I don't know if you want to talk about it or not, or we'll leave it alone. It's kind of like, I don't know, that whole thing with Lisa's brother, Jimmy.
Oh boy. Okay.
I don't know if you want to touch on that or not. Yeah, I guess it's just more weirdness to the family.
It's just weird. They're just a weird group. That's okay. So this is going to be hard to follow, but I'll if y'all can try and understand this. So Lisa has an older brother, and Lisa's older brother is the spouse, or they can't legally get married, but Lisa's older brother is the boyfriend of Lisa's youngest daughter. So Lisa's youngest daughter has been dating her uncle since she was probably 14 years old. And I will tell you that the age gap between the two of those is like almost 30 years. So there's that.
And when I was researching and we were talking, it's at that same address. We're not going to say the address, but the same address that they use for the LLC, I think, the Empire thing. I thought that was one of the addresses in Davenport.
Yeah, in Davenport, where they currently reside, they do live together. So Lisa's oldest son,
I'll make one,
and
I love a chart.
Brother and Lisa's youngest daughter all live in Central Florida. Lisa also has a middle son named Kyle, and Kyle lives here in Texas. He lives in Dallas.
Yeah, and the way Lisa met Charles, aka Chuck, was through Kyle. I thought, right? Because
Kyle was a bartender at On Premise, which is a bar in Deep Ellum, and they had met because Kyle was actually friends with Chuck, and Chuck was supposedly a bouncer at this bar at On Premise. So Chuck and Kyle were friends first. And I will tell you that Kyle hated that. He hated the fact that, I mean, imagine your mom is dating one of your friends and y'all are both the same age, and your mom is how old? But your mom is running around saying that she's having a relationship, not only with a coworker, but one of your friends that, 20 some years, 30 years younger, older, give or take.
Okay.
So that's that.
And somebody was asking too. It says, I thought right after the murders that yesterday, it was said all three of them quit their jobs and moved away ASAP. Well, they actually were there because she's talking about a week later. She was still there a week later. It wasn't immediately, right? Or how did that work? Right after the murder?
I don't think it was. As far as the timeline's concerned, I don't know. After it had happened, from the timeline of the things and the documents that I had read, when was it? It was October, right, Mel?
Right. So Marisela was last seen alive October 5th, 2020. And then they weren't arrested for a while. So like that was in
Right.
October 2020, and December
Right.
2020, they finally recovered the vehicle from New York. In March 2021, that's when Maricela's body was found. And then March 25th, Nina was arrested. March 27th, Lisa was arrested. And then April 2nd, Charles was arrested. They
Right.
announced him as a person of interest. I forgot. It wasn't immediately. It was a little bit after. So they could have been there for a little bit, but I don't think it was for that long, really.
Right. So after she had, and we didn't obviously know, this hairstylist, we didn't know anything was happening or that Lisa or Chuck or anybody had any involvement. We just knew that once the news had announced that this person of interest was Charles Beltran and that photo flashed up on the news, that's when my friend, who's our hairstylist, had said, oh my God, like Lisa was just in my chair, like, and then once after everything had come out, she was like, that was literally a week after this girl went missing. Lisa was in my chair and came to the salon like nothing ever happened. And I was like, well, was she dressed different? I mean, was she wearing something? Because like, what was her demeanor? And she said she was normal. She acted completely normal. And that's really what makes, my friend right now, who is, my hairstylist still, she's so traumatized by this because she's like, I cut her hair after this happened. And she had a conversation with me. She was in my chair. I bleached her hair. Like nothing happened. Nothing happened. Right. That's how she acted, as if nothing was wrong. It was until after all of the timeline of events is where we kind of put two and two together. And she's like, this lady was definitely in my chair after this happened. So they weren't arrested immediately. It was kind of the person of interest thing came out first, and then subsequently they were arrested thereafter.
Okay. And there's a couple of things I want to ask. For people in the chat asking who are the people on the screen, this is Charles, this is Lisa, this is Nina. And I really recommend, if this is your first time hearing about this story, to check out, there's a timeline video that I made. There's also a video yesterday that we did 3 hours. I put timestamps. You should check that out. I might have to make a character map because some people were saying like maybe like a tree with all the pictures and names. Maybe that would help out. And this case is going to trial. They screwed up big time because the DA or the detective did not give all the evidence. I don't know how many hundreds of pieces or whatever. They found out this week, and so now they're having a discovery on the 30th. They pushed everything back again. And then the other question in the chat here, Flossie says, if Lisa and Nina were married, where did Beltran fit into that relationship? What was his role in the dynamic?
So from my understanding, here's kind of how that unfolded. So supposedly Chuck was living with Lisa by himself in the beginning of this whole mess, right? So Lisa was running around telling everybody that she was in this relationship with Chuck. Even coworkers and people at her job, the law firm she worked for, she told people that, this guy was her boyfriend. He was some rapper. She was having parties at this house and drinking and doing drugs and all the stuff that they did. Nina and Lisa were very close and they were best friends. Where Nina popped in and came into all of this, I'm unsure. I don't know because, as far as that
Charles,
relationship,
because Nina and Lisa
Right.
knew each other way before Charles. Charles came in after,
Correct.
right? Right.
Correct. Charles came in after. Yes, Charles came in after. But Lisa and Nina were friends for a very, very long time. And, Lisa started seeing Charles. Charles moved into the house. Then shortly thereafter, then comes Nina. And now the three of them are supposedly, Nina, from what I heard, was intimate with Chuck. Chuck was intimate with Lisa. Lisa and Nina were intimate with Chuck together. And it was kind of like that. I mean, that's how it is. And again, I'm reading some of the comments in the chat. Lisa never gave the impression. Lisa was never interested. Lisa would never have a lesbian relationship with another woman and solely another woman. So that's completely out of character for her to do that. She's always been that subservient wife that always craved a man's attention. And that's kind of how that unfolded. I did forget to mention that it was news to me that Lisa and Nina were married. I had no idea because I was not involved with Lisa. I found out that Lisa and Nina were married because our hairstylist actually did Lisa's hair for their wedding ceremony that supposedly happened in the backyard where Marisela was supposedly killed. So that house in Mesquite that all of that happened, supposedly they had a wedding ceremony in their backyard with Lisa and Nina, and my hairstylist friend did Lisa's hair for that ceremony. And she called me and she's like, girl, do you know that I just, I did Lisa's hair because she's getting married to Nina? I'm like, what? What the hell is that? Because as far as I heard, Lisa and Chuck were in a relationship. Now all of a sudden, Lisa's marrying Nina. So it was kind of strange. It was very strange. There was also, I want to just put out, Mel, before any other questions. There's a couple of groups that are online on Facebook about Marisela. And, being this close as far as knowing this woman for so long, honest to God, I am sick over that. And just knowing that this woman has held my child. I'm a mom first and foremost. I couldn't imagine what I would feel like losing my one and only daughter. And I want to see that justice be served. I want our state to serve those people, those three, the justice that is coming to them. And I've tried really hard to be a strong advocate for that, but at the same time be quiet just because of where I live, me being a mother. And I know that I was quietly in some Facebook groups because I know all these things, and seeing all this information that's passed along in these Facebook groups. There's been some untrue information posted about myself, about my ex-husband, and that's completely unacceptable, completely off limits. I know that a lot of people just kind of want to get out there and be a help. Sometimes it's harmful to other people by putting information and false accusations and things on the internet, because it is the internet, it's social media. It's not, as much as we want to say they're guilty, as much as I know in my heart they're guilty just based off of Lisa's past and who she is, they're innocent right now until that's proven. And we need to allow for the justice system to do their job. Hopefully, from what I'm seeing online, it's not, going great with the trials so far. But trust and believe that I've done my part in speaking to who I've had to speak to. But just refraining from things and false things on the internet, it's not ever okay to do that. So I just wanted to put that out there, Mel. It's happened to me. I've had to put a stop to it. I've had to consult legal counsel. I've had to make sure that, you could, Mel, you can attest that you've checked me out,
Yes, I have, definitely. Yeah. I mean, we've known each other.
So I'm not just a person saying I know. I mean,
Yeah.
I've
been
Mel
almost
knows,
like a year or two now, but yeah, it definitely checked and vetted her out and everything.
Yeah.
And so somebody was saying I know you have to probably go soon.
Okay.
The whole thing, they were married, right? And so, I mean, I know you don't know the legal thing, but like, do you know when they got married? Nina and Lisa?
I don't believe that their marriage is legal. And
Because when they bonded out, they were staying with each other. Weren't they staying in the same address when they first bonded out?
When they first bonded out, the address that was listed on that bond paperwork was the address to her youngest son, Kyle.
For both of them, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's where he resided. Kyle and his girlfriend. They were staying in a Dallas address, and when Lisa and Nina bonded out of jail, they had nowhere to go. So they were staying with Kyle, and at the time, Kyle's girlfriend, they were staying at that address. They did live together. But here's the fun part. Lisa and Nina are very slick. They're very slick with the law. They're very slick with loopholes. You know, I know you mentioned that there was like a cease and desist that was written. I found out personally that cease and desist was not an actual cease and desist. It was something that Nina had written. So I know that for sure. They're very slick with loopholes, the law. Lisa knows the law very well.
You heard the supposedly too. She said, "Well, like I was the asshole YouTuber or something." So
yeah, you were the what was it? Some asshole on YouTube is spreading a bunch of information, and I need him to stop or whatever that was. So we heard that story from Nina. So they were not. I want to say that I didn't do my research as far as the state of Texas is concerned, but I do know that the state of Texas considers someone to be married as long as they are together for longer than a year. They have to share the same bank account and the same address, and they recognize common law. So they were able, Lisa was able to take, Lisa was able to go back to her maiden name. I know that Nina, for whatever reason, on some of the paperwork took Beltran as a name. But here, you can sign your name whatever you want. You know, if you want to sign it Buttercup, you sure can. So I know that.
Okay, awesome. Thanks. Let me try to squeeze a few more in. Hold on, I got a couple here. I had something in my head that slipped.
Thank you, Nurse for God.
Okay.
It is so strange, isn't it?
Okay.
Crazy.
And this one I know. Does Lisa's daughter have kids with her uncle? No, right? Not yet, anyway. Or do they have kids?
And we just
I hope not.
accidentally started it.
No, not at all. She does not have kids with her uncle. I do know that she has some sort of condition to where she cannot have kids. So they
Who does?
They do not have kids. Lisa's daughter.
Okay, gotcha.
So Lisa's daughter does not have any children. None of Lisa's kids have children at all. They're all childless.
Okay. Flossie was asking, so was their marriage a marriage of legality protection so they didn't have to testify against one another about all their dirt?
I want to say no to that because they were married before any of this happened. I do think that their marriage was due to financial reasons because Nina's husband, Bill, had passed away, and Nina supposedly inherited a lot of money. And Lisa's very smart with that. So I feel that marriage was due to Lisa being able to have rights to that money that Nina had. But this happened, their marriage happened before any of this things with Marisela. So I believe that their marriage was for financial benefit for Lisa.
Okay. Do you think that on some level that Lisa and Nina could be using Charles as a scapegoat? Could he be their fall guy in a sense? That's Flossie.
I don't know. I'm not inclined to say that because I don't know this guy. You know, I have no idea who he is. I've seen his face one time in my life, but I have no idea who he is. So I can't give that statement because I just don't know. It could very well be, but I have no idea.
And somebody said clearly not a gag order on this case. Not that I've heard of. Right, none. Somebody else asked, Orion, Lisa and Nina had numerous surname aliases, right? A few, right?
Oh, they have a ton. So Lisa goes by Lisa K Dykes with the initial K, Lisa K-A-Y Dykes, Lisa Beltran, Lisa Joe Dykes, Lisa J Dykes, Lisa Ahmed, Lisa Williams. She does go by Williams, Lisa Williams, Lisa K Williams, Lisa Joe Williams. Nina is, as far as I know, Nina T Morano, Nina Tamar Morano, Nina T Beltran, Nina Tamar Beltran. So they got a lot. And I know that they have a lot based off of like records and stuff that I've searched. Because I used to live in Florida, I know the legal system around there a little bit. I have family that's in law enforcement, and those are public records that you can search. I know that they opened up an LLC, which was a law firm supposedly out in Davenport. It's not a law firm. It's actually Lisa's children's home.
Right.
But those records are, Nina Morano. I think it may be Nina Beltran. I don't know. I don't remember.
Thank you,
It's
Nurse
so,
for God.
so much.
There's a bunch, yeah. Joe in the chat was
Thank you.
asking, Joe, I think Joe says, there you go. Nina did exactly that, stole from my dad's estate. I thought I recognized that name. I think that's Bill's son there. And he asked the question, did you ever meet Bill Morano?
I have never met Bill. I've heard a lot about Bill. I've never met Bill personally. From what I've read up on Bill and what I know of Bill in the past is that he was a very loving, giving, polar opposite of this person, of Nina. He was, for the most part, a healthy guy. Exercise, did, all kinds of healthy things. He wasn't in bad health. I think that, and this is pure opinion, this is just my opinion. The speculation of Bill's death is just very strange to me. Given the relationship of Nina and Lisa, my speculation is that of something not good. But that's just my speculation. Again, I don't know anything, never been told anything. I'm not privy to anything. It is just my opinion. So
That's his daughter. That's his daughter. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Somebody asked for the picture of Marisela. Okay, let me do that. Any other questions? Let's see here. I think that's it so far. Let me go down the. Yeah, I think we got everything we covered because I remember
and
when
if there's anything that I missed, this is like 25 years of my life and knowing this person and knowing Lisa. If people have further questions, Mel, I'll be more than happy to answer them. Like I said, I just want justice for this family. So there's a ton more of information that I haven't touched on. It's just like, again, I'm socially awkward. It's difficult to recollect everything on a dime. But you and I have had this interview and talked for hours.
Yeah, I remember like one of the first conversation we had about this particular thing, because we've talked many times, but it was at least like 2 hours or something like that on the phone.
So, Bill's son, because Mel has talked to Bill's son and Bill's daughter, I believe. And his son is the one that video, the clips of his other video that I played this morning. The one about Bill, it was like all that stuff about the relationship between Nina and Bill's son came from Bill's son. That floozy picture that she sent with her, I'm not calling her a floozy, I'm saying like a floozy picture, like a, what do the kids call these, sexting or whatever these kids call these, I don't know. I don't know, I don't answer text messages, but I whatever they call it, like the suggestive photo, I call it floozy picture. I don't know what it, like the politically correct crap is, but that was one that he provided as like proof of what he was saying and stuff, but all that came from them. This has been, I guess, is a while back, but isn't that crazy? There's so much to it. So much to it. How did we not know about this one before it started? And how is this one not one of the ones that they're covering on like law and crime and stuff?
Yeah.
I don't think that there's anything else on here.
It says it's something, how can marriage be used as a financial benefit if it isn't legal? I thought she said it wasn't legal. That's my speculation. All of the searching that I've done here in Texas for marriage licenses, marriage records, there is nothing for either party. So again, that's just me saying that I do know that the both of them know the law very well. And it wouldn't be anything for them to put on paper that they're legally married and stick to that story.
Isn't that
All
crazy?
right. Well, I guess that's it. I mean, if I mean, who knows? Maybe we'll touch up again on stream sometime in the future. The other quick little, so, I mean, this whole thing too, okay, when they got arrested and then they bonded out, I know we won't go too far into that, but were you
This is the
surprised when
victim.
like these people cut their ankle monitors and then fled to Cambodia? Like, I mean, I've always wondered like if they had help or they just did that on their own.
No, I'm not surprised. Again, I
Judge is
know that
coming
I'm
back.
not surprised. I do know that I do know a little bit about that. I do know that one cut off one and then the other cut off the other within 4 minutes. I do know that Nina did extensive research of where to go in the world where extradition wasn't going to be something that that particular country offered.
Mel just
they
came to
did
copyright
research
strike me.
during that time that they bonded out of jail on their ankle monitors, living in Lisa's son's house until they fled the United States. I know that Nina did extensive research to figure out where they could go and kind of live out their best lives without having to face legal recourse or extradition. So I do know that, and that's all I can speak on that.
Okay, Dragonfly was asking, does she know if there's any truth to Nina having a relationship with Bill's son? With that, I'll let her answer. But with that particular thing, I spoke directly to the son. But yeah, you can go say what you gotta say.
So I don't. It never came out of Nina's mouth. I didn't know her during that time. Again, we only met once back in the day. I do know that it has come out of Lisa's mouth. I do know that Lisa's reiterated to me that they were in a relationship when her marriage with Bill was going awry, and Nina would frequently travel to where Bill's son was located in South Florida and try and have that relationship. However, it wasn't something that turned out the way Nina wanted it to, and she was really frustrated with that. But I do know that from Nina's end, it was something that she wanted. From Bill's son, God bless him, it wasn't something that was mutual. It wasn't a mutual feeling.
Okay, and somebody Carly asked, was Lisa a jealous person?
Yes,
Right,
very
right.
much so.
Super possessive, man.
Yeah, super, like I said, super subservient. Always
crazy.
needed to have someone. Always needed to have that positive. What's the word I'm looking for? Always wanted to be told that she was something great. Affirmation, positive affirmation. That's what I'm looking for. Yes, very much super jealous. Yeah. So it's odd.
Do you know too, like, because I've heard some people say, did Nina want a child? Like this whole thing with them trying to get custody of Charles's kid. Like, any thoughts on that?
Yeah. Nina wanted a child and she couldn't have one because Bill was obviously a lot older than her. Nina actually has she wrote a children's book. It was published on Amazon. You can look it up. If you type in her name in Amazon and look up children's book, it's going to pop up. My knowledge, there was a child that belongs to Chuck, and the mother of that child, and I can't speak on this because I don't know, but they kind of tried to pay her to take Chuck's child and tried to convince her that she wasn't fit to take care of said child, that, Lisa and Nina could provide a better life for this child because they had all the money in the world and they could take care of this child. I don't even know if it's the child, if it's a Bill had a vasectomy. Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I was told. Yeah, that's his daughter in the chat.
I don't know that part.
Yeah.
But yeah, Mrs. Stoner is a children's book. Are you kidding me? Nope, she definitely wrote a children's
Yeah,
book.
she did. Yeah, I'll see if I talked about it yesterday on the live, but it's called Tippity Tap or something like that. Let me see.
Something. I don't know.
You know,
I have no idea. No idea. So.
Yeah, here it is. Let's see. Is there any other things I can squeeze in? I know you got to go.
I'm just reading through some of the comments. What I find extremely hard to believe is that Charles, Chucky, whatever, unwillingly had anything to do with it. He got up and left. Again, my opinion, it is my opinion. This is strictly my opinion. Do I think that Charles, Chuck, planned this to be? I'm going to go and say no. Honest to God, I'm going to say no. Again, knowing how Lisa is as a person, there was another woman with someone that she wanted in her home. And I absolutely foresee Lisa doing, or Nina doing, or both of them doing what had happened, because there was another woman in their home with someone that they loved or they wanted, or they, whatever the case may have been. I definitely think that it was a caught up in the wrong place at the wrong time. I think he was probably just trying to have, a fun time with a very pretty girl, and unfortunately was caught up in that mess. I don't think he saw it coming. I don't think he thought it was planned. That's just my opinion.
Okay. And Bill's daughter in the chat says Nina was taking prenatal vitamins. Then I found out she was intimate and cheating on my dad with my bro. Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
God, could you imagine that?
Mhm.
Yep.
Um.
And that is true.
Okay. And the whole black magic. You think that all started with Lisa, and then Nina and Charles picked it up?
Well, I don't know. Again, I don't know enough about Chuck to
Okay.
get into his background, but like I said, as long as I've known Lisa, it's been something that she's practiced in the early 2000s until, whenever. She was very vocal about it. Those who knew her, that she was practicing in that. Her son practices that as well. Her youngest son. Her daughter does not. Her brother kind of dabbles in it, but he also thinks that she's a bit weird. And her oldest son is probably the most, what do the kids call it? Like vanilla, like the most proper kid you would call. Very intelligent, very smart, very quiet, very to himself, very responsible. Like you would not think this young man would be a product of Lisa's, unfortunately.
Okay. All right, Jen. Well, thank you so much, man. I appreciate you taking the time. I know you were working today and you were like backed up and all this stuff going on. So I
Yeah.
appreciate you taking the time. I know you got stuff to do. So
Yeah.
thank you.
Of course.
Mel, thank you for letting me show your video today. And I've shared the playlist a few times, and we're dropping the link in the comments or whatever. But if you haven't subbed to Mel, go sub to him. And there's a whole playlist that he has. Like he's put a lot of time into this one, and so much work. And he's talked to a lot of the people involved. He has he also pissed off Lisa, and he got a cease and desist from Lisa Lisa and Nina for exposing things they didn't want to expose. So that's hilarious. But yeah, if you haven't subbed to him, go sub to him. He's awesome. Thank you, Mel, for letting me, and please don't copyright strike me, please. But make sure you watch the playlist. I watched some of it this morning and listened to some of it while I was walking Lucy, and it's insane. This is the craziest case. I don't know how I've never heard about this before. I have no idea how I've missed it up to this point, but craziness. They're back from court now. Everybody said my head is spinning. Yeah, I know. I've sent a bunch of people over there. He does a lot of stuff. He'll cover some trials and stuff sometimes. So he does like car chases and different crime stuff. And this one there's a whole playlist on it. So I haven't got to watch all of it yet, but it's what I've seen. It leaves me speechless, and not a lot of things leave me Speechless. I will make a chart. I promise I will make a chart. I'll make a chart. I just got to get all the information together and I'll make a chart. I have this like this little one. I'll work on it. I got homework. Will anything come of the cease and desist? No, this was a while back. I don't remember, or I don't know. I don't even know if you told me that, Mel, if you're still in here. But yeah, they didn't want him investigating, putting out their business. So, but anyway, thank you, Mel. We love you. We appreciate you. I wonder if I don't know, but look, if Mediocre Chuck is testifying tomorrow, yes. Oh, all right. I'm starting it back. They don't have audio. I'm unmuted. His second channel is, if you go to his regular channel, it'll pop up on there, but his second channel is, he does like car chase stuff and all that. So I think it's It Could Mail CC.
Madeline, you're here because you had a relationship with Charles Beltran, known as Chuck, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And
You have to answer out loud, yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, instead of yes, no, answers like that. Do you recall about when you met Charles?
I don't know exactly the day, but I met him at a club.
Okay, you met him at a club. And was that back in 2020?
Yes.
Okay, kind of the later part of 2020?
Yes.
And when you saw Charles, how did you guys meet?
I remember I saw him with his friends, and I saw them leaving, so I went outside as I was leaving too, and that's where we saw each other, and that's how we met.
That's how you met. And Your Honor, may I approach the witness? I'm going to scoot this microphone up for her. You may. Thank you. It's a bit soft-spoken.
Yeah, I guess we're not.
Are you nervous?
A little bit.
Okay. All right. Now, you said that you saw him in the club with some friends. He had left, and then you exited the club and left too. You guys just saw each other outside. Is that right?
Yes.
And you thought he was good looking, right?
Yeah.
And so you started talking.
Yes.
And what was he like?
He seemed nice.
Okay. It's pretty charming.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you guys kind of start dating after that?
Yes.
And about how long did you guys date?
Not so long. I'm not sure.
A couple months, maybe?
Couple months.
Okay. During those few months, how did he treat you?
Good.
Okay. Was he nice to you?
Nice, yes.
Okay. Did you guys ever have major conflicts or anything?
Not that I remember.
Okay. Was he ever aggressive with you?
No.
Violent?
No.
Anything like that?
No.
Did you have any concerns about being around him at all?
No.
Okay. In fact, like if you did have any kind of argument, if you will, it'd be more about you just asking information maybe about where he is. And
yes.
Okay. Now, in your relationship with him, did he ever tell you, look, you're my only girl, you're the one, or did he just make you feel that way?
He made me feel that way.
Okay. But as far as conversations go, there was never a time where you all said, hey, we are 100% committed to each other?
No.
Okay. Did you know when you were dating him that he was talking to other girls?
No.
Okay. Did he ever take you to his house in Mesquite?
Yes.
How many times?
Like that I remember, probably 2 times.
2 times?
Yes.
Okay. And did you guys hang out in the outside, the common areas of the house, or where did you go?
No, he never took me around the house. I was just in his room.
Okay. Did you know who he lived with?
No.
Did he mention, I mean, did you ever see anybody that you lived with?
No.
As far as that house in Kensington, did he tell you that I guess I'm asking, did he tell you that he lived with some people or a person?
He said he lived with some people.
Okay, and did he tell you kind of what his relationship with them was?
No, not
So
really.
you didn't have any idea?
No.
Now, I want to talk about October 4th and October 5th during that time period, okay? Were you aware that he went to Arkansas for a rap show?
Yes.
Okay, and he told you about that?
Yes.
And you were you able to go with him?
No, because he never invited me to go.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, October 4th is when he returned, right?
I think so.
Had you spoken with him or texted him about y'all meeting up later?
Yes.
Okay, and did you meet up with him?
Is it a Sunday or?
Yeah, this was a Sunday.
I was at work.
Okay, you were at work Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
What time would you get off at work?
2 in the morning.
2 in the morning. That's when you work at Rick's. It's
Yes.
like a Rick's Cabaret.
I'm sorry, one at a time.
Is that when you worked at Rick's Cabaret as like a waitress?
Door.
You worked at the door? Okay. And I saw you look at the calendar. That's just a calendar to kind of help you remember what day of the week it was. Okay. So on Sunday, you would be working the door at Rick's Cabaret, and you would get off around 2 a.m., right?
Yes.
Did you have plans to meet up with Chuck later that evening?
Yes.
Did you try to contact him?
Yes.
And how many times did you try to contact him?
A lot.
Okay, so you blew him up, right?
Yes.
You blew up his phone. And he never called you back, right?
No.
How'd that make you feel?
Like, it made me feel like he was with somebody else, because he never answered.
And the next day, did you finally get in touch with him?
He hit me up.
Okay, and hit you up. He texted you, called you, or do you recall?
He texted me.
Let you know that he fell asleep, right?
Yes.
Did you all hang out later that day?
Yes.
Okay, and where did you guys hang out?
I don't remember.
Okay. And do you recall about what time of day you all hung out?
Probably like in the afternoon.
And did you guys end up spending the night together that night?
I don't remember if that night. I don't remember.
So prior to this, you had only been to the house once or twice. He didn't take you over there frequently, right?
No.
Would there be times that you all might spend the night together?
What do you mean?
Like stay overnight?
At the house?
Not at the house, just anywhere.
Oh, yes.
Okay, and where might you stay?
So after that, he never took me back to the house. Like, he would always want to rent hotels.
You recall if that first night after he kind of ghosted you, did you all stay in a hotel that night?
Yes.
So after that, you never went back to that house in Mesquite with him?
Yeah, no.
Did you ever meet Lisa Dykes or Nina Morano?
No.
Did Chuck ever tell you about it?
I knew them as his lawyers because that's how he would always tell me that Lisa and Nina were his lawyers.
At some point, did you and Chuck decide to go out of town?
Yes, that's when he had told me that if I wanted to go out for a vacation to New Orleans.
And do you remember when you went to New Orleans?
I don't remember. I know it was like around October, but I don't remember the day.
But it was after this situation where he kind of ghosted you that night.
Yes.
And did you all go to New Orleans?
Yes.
And what car did you all drive in?
He pulled up in a SUV, white SUV.
Had you seen him drive that car before?
No.
What car did you see him normally drive?
He used to drive an Audi, black Audi.
And did you, you all drove to New Orleans. Did you rent an Airbnb for you all to stay in?
Yes.
About how long were you going to stay there?
I think he had booked it for like probably like a week or so.
Did y'all end up staying in that Airbnb?
No. When we got there, we had barely just got there, and there was only one night that we stayed there.
Okay, why'd y'all leave?
He received a call.
Yeah, and did you hear the call?
No.
You just heard his side of the call?
Yeah, he like when he received the call, he like got away from me.
Okay. But based on that call, how did he act?
He looked worried.
And at that point, what did you all decide to do?
So that's when he told me that his uncle, that's how he would call him, unks, said that called them and said that the detectives were at his house trying to speak to Chuck.
After that, what happened?
So that's when I asked him what's going on, and he didn't tell me anything. He just said, I need you to go back to Dallas.
Did he tell you about meeting a girl that night that y'all were supposed to meet up?
No, not there, no.
And so he told you you needed to go back to Dallas, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you go back to Dallas?
Yes.
How'd you get there?
I went back on the car, the SUV.
Did you drive?
Yes.
Okay, on your own?
Yes.
And where did Chuck go?
He stayed there.
He stayed in the New Orleans area?
Yes.
Okay, did you drop him off at like a friend's place?
No. No, he stayed there.
Okay, you just stayed at the Airbnb?
Yes.
And where did you take that SUV?
He told me to drop it off at the house.
And after you dropped it off the house, what happened next?
I just left it there.
How did you get to your car?
My sister picked me up.
And did she take you back to wherever your vehicle was located?
Yes.
And what did you do after that?
And then after that, I went back.
Back to?
To where he was at.
In New Orleans area?
Yes.
Okay, where did you pick him up?
There in the New Orleans.
When you picked him up, did y'all stay in New Orleans for any amount of time?
No. So when I went back, that's when I asked him, I'm like, I want to know what's going on.
Okay, and what did he tell you?
He didn't tell me nothing yet. Like, not then, right there, he hadn't told me anything.
Okay. And so you pick him up in New Orleans, he doesn't tell you anything. I mean, something's going on, right?
Yes.
During that time, did you have any contact with Lisa or Nina?
No, not that I remember, no.
Okay. What did you do after you picked him up? Where did you all go?
So that's when he was driving. He was driving my car, and I remember the trip was silent. Like, he wasn't saying nothing. Like, it was just like us muted. And that's when I asked him again. I'm like, hey, what's going on? He kind of got mad. Like, he raised his voice at me. He had never done that.
Okay.
He said, stop questioning me.
Okay. And when he raised his voice at you, were you afraid that he was going to do something violent to you?
At that moment, yes. Like, he had never talked to me like that.
Okay, that's the only time you ever heard him say that?
Yes.
Or raise his voice?
Yes.
Did he do anything to you?
No.
Okay. Where did you all go?
I don't remember where I dropped, because I dropped them off somewhere. I don't remember.
So we had met before a couple of times, and do you recall telling me that you took him to a hotel in Pennsylvania?
Yes, I think that, yeah, that's where I dropped them off.
Okay, so you dropped him off in a hotel in Pennsylvania, is that right?
Yes.
And did he tell you that Nina and Lisa were gonna pick him up there?
So when we got there, we got into kind of an argument. Because I was just like, hey, like, what's really going on? Like, you're telling me that the Texas want to talk to you. Like, I don't even know what's going on. I'm over here with you. Like, what's going on? And he just said, stop questioning me. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to go. And he said, okay, that his lawyers were going to pick him up. His lawyers.
And during that conversation, you guys have an argument, you're confronting him about something that you know sounds strange.
Yeah.
Did he act like he was gonna do any harm to you at all? Physically?
No,
Okay. It was just argument.
but he was just acting crazy. Like, you know, he was, I don't know how to explain it.
Okay, he was acting crazy like,
Because I just kept questioning him, like, what's going on? What's going on?
okay, was he paranoid?
Yes.
Okay, concerned?
Yes.
And so you left him at the Pennsylvania hotel, and you said that he said the lawyers were going to pick him up. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you drove back here
To Dallas, yes.
to Dallas. Now, did you have any communication with Chuck after that?
I don't remember after that, but he had probably weeks, or I don't even know, months. He had texted me from an unknown number that I gave one to the detectives.
Okay. So you got that text from the unknown number, and did he let you know where he was?
At that point, no.
At some point, did you learn that he was in Mexico?
I don't remember.
Now, you mentioned a minute ago that you got this unknown number. You were questioned, I guess, by detectives, about his whereabouts. Is that right?
Yes, when I got back from, where was it? You said Pennsylvania?
And they came up to your work, right?
Yes, when I came back to Dallas.
And that was a little, I guess, scary for you.
Yeah.
Did they tell you anything about why they were looking for Mr. Beltran?
I don't remember what they told me at first.
But you cooperated, gave them any information you had?
Yes, I told them, yes.
All right, you're on pass witness.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Ms. Alvarez.
Hello, here we go.
Thank you. My name is Keith Harrison. I represent Ms. Dykes. You've never met Ms. Dykes, correct?
No.
Even though you've been to her home, you've never met her, right?
No.
Do you actually remember, his name is Charles Beltran. I'm calling Chuck. You knew him as Chuck.
Yes.
You know him as Chuck 50/50 or just Chuck?
I knew that he was Chuck 50/50 when I started following him on Instagram.
Okay. What do you think Chuck 50/50 meant?
I don't even know.
Okay. So you didn't follow him on Instagram that much, right?
No, wait, what was that? Oh.
I'll withdraw the question. I guess what I'm trying to get at is you didn't know him that long, right?
No, I didn't know.
Months?
A few months.
All right. But in the time that you did know him, at some point he took you over to Mesquite. You knew that it was in Mesquite, right? The house?
Yes.
Just if you remember. Do you remember?
Yes.
All right. He took you to this house in Mesquite. You remember did y'all go in through the front door or y'all go in through the garage? Just if you remember, do you remember?
I think it was the garage.
You go straight to his room, right?
Yes.
When you go there, you don't know if anybody's at that house or not, do you?
I don't.
They could have been, right?
Yes.
You're in his room, right?
Yes.
Did he show you his studio?
No.
Did he show you the studio?
I never seen no studio.
Okay, just his bedroom?
Yes.
All right, so y'all in his bedroom. How long were you at his house?
I would go there, just spend the night, basically at night.
So you literally spend the night at this house and you wouldn't know if there were other people in the house?
No.
Right?
Yeah. Right.
In his room?
In his room, it was just me and him.
And whether there were other people in the house, you had no idea?
No.
Could have been?
I guess.
Is that a yes or no?
His sugar and his Splenda Mama.
I'm saying, when you were there in his room with him, could there have been other people in the house?
I don't know. Like, if maybe there could have been people in the house, maybe. Yeah.
Because y'all just stayed in his room, right?
Yes.
Just you and him?
Yes.
Did you use his bathroom?
Yeah.
Okay. But even going to his bathroom, you didn't know whether there were other people in the house, right?
Right.
When you left the house, still didn't know whether there were other people in the house.
There was nobody. I would leave. I would leave like the next day in the morning.
Back to the garage?
No, it would be through the front door.
And during that time period, when he was messing with you, he was driving the black Audi?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you about this night that you were you working at the Ecstasy Club?
It was Rick's.
Or you were going to meet him at the Ecstasy Club?
Oh, meet him.
You were supposed to meet him at that Ecstasy Club?
Yes.
It's XTC, right?
Yes.
Ecstasy, right?
Yes.
It's a strip club, right?
Yes.
And that's where you were supposed to meet him that night?
Yes.
But he didn't show up, right?
No.
So you started calling him?
Yes.
And you worked in Rick's Cabaret?
Yes.
But you just worked the front door?
Yes.
So you start calling him, he never answers?
Yes.
He calls you the next morning, about 7 in the morning?
Yes.
All right?
I don't remember if 7 in the morning, but it was the next day.
He calls you that next morning?
Yes.
When he calls you that next morning, is he excited? Does he sound nervous and paranoid?
No.
You remember when you said he got this phone call from his uncle, right?
Yeah, but that was like
Later, way
Yeah.
later. But when he got that phone call from his uncle about the police looking for him, he got real nervous, didn't he?
Yes.
He got real scared, didn't
Yes.
he? You could see the difference in him, couldn't you?
Yes.
But on the night you called him that morning, he was normal, wasn't he?
Yes.
I think you, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you said that y'all met that afternoon, right?
Yes.
From what you remember.
Yes.
All right, and then whether or not y'all spent the night that night or the following night, sometime after that, y'all started going to hotels, right?
Yes.
And never went back to the house in Mesquite.
No.
At some point, when you're taking him, when y'all go to New Orleans, and y'all supposed to stay at the Airbnb for a week, you said?
Yes.
But he gets a phone call, and that's when you end up coming back?
That's when he canceled everything. Like, said, just go back.
All right. When he gets his phone call and you start questioning him, you said he got angry.
Yes.
So you stopped questioning.
Yes.
You never seen him like that?
No.
You were afraid, weren't you?
A little bit, because I really didn't know him.
And he's raising his voice at you, telling him to stop questioning him. You were afraid. You're with this man that you really don't know, right?
Yes.
Something's going on and he won't tell you, right?
Yes.
He's telling you stop questioning him about this stuff.
Yes.
Do you stop questioning?
I did.
Because you were afraid, weren't you? To keep questioning.
Yeah.
Now, at some point, you said y'all start driving, and do you even know where you dropped them off at? I know they kind of told you that you said Pennsylvania. Do you even remember that?
I don't even remember. I mean, I didn't really remember where I was at. I don't know the place.
Everybody's refreshing your memory, right?
Yes.
They're telling you dropped them off in Pennsylvania, right?
Yes.
You don't really recall being in Pennsylvania, do you?
I don't remember if it was there, but
What city in Pennsylvania were y'all in?
I don't know.
I'm not gonna put words in your mouth. You tell me.
I don't know the city.
Do you even know if you were in Pennsylvania? Did you understand my question?
I don't remember, no.
So is that a no? I don't know if I was in Pennsylvania?
I don't know where I dropped them off. I don't know.
You just know you dropped him off and he was supposed to meet someone that was supposed to be his lawyer.
Yes.
You do remember that?
Yes.
And you do remember that on this trip, it was silent, wasn't it?
Yes.
Long trip, wasn't it?
Yes.
Do you remember about how many hours y'all were in that car together?
I don't remember. It was hours.
Several hours of silence with a man you barely know, right?
Yes.
Traveling across the country, right?
Yes. Yes.
When you're traveling across the country with this man you barely know, did you feel like you had to go at that point?
At some point, I started questioning myself, like,
Why am I doing this?
yes.
What am I doing?
Yes.
Why am I putting myself in danger with a man I barely know?
Yes.
Because again, you're traveling hours and hours, state to state, with a man who's already gotten angry with you before y'all left, right? Because he got angry with you in New Orleans, right?
Yes.
For questioning him.
Yes.
About what's going on.
Yes.
And you still felt necessary to go with him, right?
Yes.
At some point, y'all get to wherever y'all ended up, and you start questioning him again, didn't you?
Yes.
Because now you know the police got something to do with this, right?
Yes.
And you're asking yourself, what is this guy getting me involved in, right?
Yes.
Well, why don't you just leave?
Because at first, I really thought, because he was selling drugs that I knew of. So I thought maybe they're looking for him because of drugs.
But isn't it true you didn't leave because you couldn't leave, right? He needed you.
Right.
You couldn't leave, right? That's why you didn't leave. Until he let you leave, right?
Your Honor, I would ask counsel just ask one question at a time.
Right, if you could give the witness time to.
Yes, ma'am. My question to you is, you couldn't leave because he wouldn't let you leave.
Right.
And at some point, wherever y'all were, when y'all got to wherever y'all ended up, you start questioning again because you knew the police were involved.
Yes.
And you didn't want to get in trouble, did you?
Right.
And he told you stop questioning him.
Right.
And he's not talking as nice as I'm talking to you now, is he?
No.
He's yelling at you.
Yes.
And you're shocked because you've never seen, Chuck talking to you in a manner like that, right?
Right.
Didn't seem like the same person, did it?
No.
And you were afraid.
Yes.
So you stopped questioning, didn't you?
Yes.
And when he let you leave, you left.
Right.
But that's only when he let you leave. Right?
right when he would tell me to leave.
Julie Frazier.
And when you say he was acting crazy, did you know what he would do if you kept questioning him?
At that moment, like I said, I didn't really know him or his bad side, so, you know,
You stopped questioning
right?
because you didn't want to get hurt, did you?
I could say that,
And you said you knew he was a drug dealer, right?
right?
Did you know what type of other people he hung around?
The only people that I knew was Freddie and Unks.
Uncle Dykes?
Yes.
But did you know he had been to prison?
No, he never told me.
But he never told you anything about. Now you've seen the stories about Marisela, right? The missing girl.
Yes.
He never told you anything about her that when he was with you, did he?
No.
Never told you anything about Miss Dykes hurting Marisela, did he?
No.
In fact, on the morning you called him, he was calm, cool, and collected, wasn't he?
Just to him, how he was, the normal him.
And as far as the lawyers, he wasn't afraid of his lawyers, was he?
No.
Afraid of his lawyers? No, she said she only knew him for like 3 months.
On that day, we were supposed to meet him on October the 4th. How do you know it was October the 4th? Is that something else they just told you?
No, because I was working Sunday. So I remember that when I was working on Sunday, I was getting up at 2 in the morning and I was supposed to meet up with him.
And you would have met up with him that following day during the afternoon, right?
That's when I met up with him later on.
Well, where he went or what he did before he met back up with you, you have no idea, do you?
No.
Did you know anything about Carmen?
Who's that?
Another one of his girlfriends.
No.
So you never went to that apartment?
I would drop him off at some apartments.
What were those apartments?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
No. And ma'am, just so we're clear, even now, you're a little afraid about being associated with all this, aren't you?
Yes.
All the people that are involved in this thing, right?
Yes.
That's why she's
I
hiding.
mean, your fear is real, right?
Yes.
What people could potentially do to you for hanging out with Chuck, right?
Right.
For testifying in this case, right?
Yes.
Whether that's his friends or Marisela's friends, you have concern for your safety, don't you?
Right.
Oh, that's what it says. Thank you, Ms. Evans.
Can you redirect? No, Your Honor. May this witness be found excused?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for being here today. You are free to leave and go about your business. Please watch your step. Call your next witness.
State House Jamie Starka.
Got nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, Nancy. May I proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, can you state your name and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
It's Jamie Scarpa, Jamie. Scarpa is Scarpa.
Okay, and can you tell the jury just, I guess, generally where you're from and what it is you do for a living?
I'm from East Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania. I am a realtor there. I'm also a bank teller there.
And Ms. Scarpa, have you, how many times have you met Lisa Dykes?
Maybe 5.
Okay. And your relationship or your, I guess, connection to this case is more through Nina Morano, is that correct?
Yes.
And how did you know Nina Morano?
She moved in next to my house.
Okay, that in East Stroudsburg.
Correct.
And do you recall about what year she moved in?
They moved in early 2018, her and her husband.
Okay, and her husband's name is?
William.
William?
Yes.
And he went by Bill, correct?
Yes.
Okay, Bill Morano.
Correct.
And how was Nina in the neighborhood?
When she first moved in, she was real quiet, but as we grew to know her, she was a social butterfly. She talked to everybody. She was always outside, very kind, great with my children.
Did you have some time to, spend with her and Bill as a couple?
As neighbors, yes.
As neighbors,
Yeah.
let me clarify that. So you, would have dinners together as, neighbors and do events and things like that?
Yes, we've been to their house. They did fires with us, that sort of stuff.
When was it that you recall maybe noticing a change in Bill and Nina's relationship?
I would say in the fall of 19. And we only noticed it because Bill would sleep in the car in the road behind her house. So we found it odd. So we would ask him, like, are you okay? What's going on? And he would be like, oh, we're arguing. I think she's cheating on me.
Okay.
I thought they were just going through a rough patch, though. I didn't think they were going to break up. No.
Else. Did you ever talk to Nina about it?
No.
Okay. And you said that was in the fall of 2019, is that correct?
Yes.
And had you seen Lisa Dykes in Pennsylvania prior to that?
No.
Now, Bill passed away, is that correct?
He did.
When did he pass away?
He passed away November of 19.
Now, when did you actually learn of his passing?
She told us March of 20.
Okay, and when you're saying she, who told you?
Nina.
So you all are neighbors for a few years, you spend time together. Did you find it odd that she didn't tell you of his passing when it happened?
Absolutely.
Okay, is this somebody you would have gone to his services?
Absolutely.
But you didn't really know what all was going on between them at that time?
Correct.
Okay, so you learned this in, what'd you say, March of 2020?
Yes.
Now, at what point after that did you first see Lisa in Pennsylvania, if you recall?
I would say the end of the summer or beginning of fall in 2020.
Okay. And
So-
did you have a conversation with Lisa at that time?
Not really. I met her for the first time walking a dog.
And you saw her, noticed her, said
Yeah.
hi?
Yep.
Now, did Nina start doing more, after Bill's passing, did Nina start doing more travel?
Yes.
And as a neighbor, did you kind of help her out with, various things, getting the mail, things like that?
Yes. She'd have me watch our cats, get the mail, check her oil levels, that kind of stuff.
Okay, check her oil levels if you don't live up.
Like
to
heating
what you
oil,
have to do.
heating oil.
Let's just make sure because the winters get bad, right?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Around, I guess, October, well, let me back up just a little bit. You all were neighbors. After Bill's passing and you learned his passing, had Nina indicated that she was planning on moving anytime soon?
She did not.
And why did she move to that neighborhood, if you know?
She was trying to rekindle a relationship with her father, who lives in the house behind us.
So I want to kind of fast forward to, you said that she started traveling quite a bit. In early October, in fact, October 2nd, did you get a text from Nina that just indicated she wasn't home?
Yes.
She was traveling somewhere.
Correct.
Did you know where she was?
I did not. She was telling us that she was opening law firms in New York and Florida with a friend. So that's where we assumed she was.
Okay. Did she ever mention traveling to Texas?
No.
Now, at the first part of October, I guess the second week of October, did you get a phone call from Nina? Let me back up just a little bit to start with. At some point, you provided, I guess, a timeline just to kind of help you remember everything that kind of happened from September of 2020 on. Is that correct?
Kind of. The timeline was to prove whether she was in Pennsylvania or not for the detective when they asked.
Okay. And you provided that to Detective Ramirez?
Correct.
Would that timeline kind of help you refresh your recollection?
Probably.
Your Honor, may I approach?
I love a good timeline. I love a timeline.
Ms. Scarpa, is that the timeline that you
provided Detective Ramirez?
It is.
Okay. And if you want to just kind of read over the front part of that, just refresh your recollection, and you can refer back to that if you would like. You received a phone call from Nina at some point in October, is that correct?
I did.
And when in October did you receive that phone call?
I mean, there's a few on here. Which one are you referring to?
I'm sorry, the one about selling your house.
The selling your house one was closer to November.
Okay. And what she need? What did she want?
She just said that it had to be listed right away. It kind of seemed urgent. I told her that I would need keys and we'd have to take pictures. Like I couldn't just do it today, like she was wanting. I'd had to wait for her to come back.
So that was closer to November, is that correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And I'm going to give you just a moment just to read through that timeline. We talked about this yesterday, is that correct?
Yes, we did.
And this is your timeline that you provided Detective Ramirez?
Correct.
Bring the timeline. That Bill's death is super suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Okay. Are you nervous?
Yes.
Incredibly nervous?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever had to testify before in a criminal court proceeding? Now, looking back and refreshing recollections, do you remember about what week it was that you received a phone call from Nina about listing the house?
It says the week of October 12th on here.
Does that sound right?
That seems right, yes.
Okay. And you said she seemed urgent.
She did.
Okay. On that day, do you know if she was in Pennsylvania or if she was somewhere else?
She was out of town because I told her I would need keys in order to list the house.
Okay. And she wasn't there to provide those at that time?
Correct.
And did she say why it was urgent or anything like that?
No.
Okay. What was the next recollection that you have as far as a conversation with Nina concerning the house?
Not until she returned home. She returned home maybe the second week of November, and we listed the house then.
Okay, second week of November, you listed the house?
Yes.
Okay, I want to talk more about that in just a minute. Did you receive any communication with her, I believe November 1st or 2nd?
Yes, the first she called and said she needed me to do a favor, that she was having a car delivered. And then the second she had texted me, the car will be arriving shortly. When it comes, put a car cover on it. She had a car cover on the passenger seat of the car.
And what car was it?
It was a black Audi with tinted windows.
Okay, had you ever seen her to drive a black Audi before?
No.
Do you recall what car she generally drove? If you remember.
I do not. She drove not nice cars.
I'm sorry?
She drove not nice cars for
Not nice cars.
a while, yeah, until Bill died.
Until Bill passed?
Yes.
Okay. What did you guys do with that car?
Parked it, put a car cover on it, and left it.
Okay, and in fact, I mean, the car cover kept blowing off, kept going over there, putting it on.
It did. We put it on 2 or 3 times a week.
And these are all neighborly things that you would do for any of your neighbors.
Yes.
Now, so it's clear that she was not in town or not in Pennsylvania November 1st or 2nd.
Correct.
And what is the next event on the timeline that we discussed?
When she came home,
And when did she come home?
November 11th.
November 11th. And that is when she listed the house. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, was she alone or was she with somebody?
She was not when I went to the house, and Lisa was there.
Okay. Lisa was there. Is that the first time you officially met Lisa?
Yes.
And describe, you've been in that house several times before, your dinners and things like that. Was the house in the same condition it was before? Or did it look the same decor-wise?
No. So
Okay,
normally,
tell the jury what the difference was, or what the house looked like when you went in November 11th.
so normally her house is bright and airy and open. All the windows and doors were covered with like black sheets. It was pitch black in the house when I walked in.
And Lisa was there, is that correct?
Correct.
And what was your purpose of being here?
Bring over the listing contract.
And did you start a discussion with Nina about the listing contract?
Yes, we went to the dining room table. We sat down. They put a tape recorder in the middle of the table, like a phone on record. I'm not sure why.
Okay, and you said they, who put the phone down, if you remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. Was this typical behavior for Nina?
No.
Was she outgoing and friendly as like she used to be, or how was she acting?
I mean, she was friendly. Yeah.
Okay.
She was okay.
When you talk about the housing contract or the listing contract, who was the primary person between Nina and Lisa that was doing the talking?
Nina talked about a price. She said it's that price that she wanted for the property. The rest of the questions I were going over was mostly Lisa.
Okay. And Nina made it clear that she wanted $310,000 for it. Is that correct?
Yeah, not a penny less. That house was her baby. Like, she didn't want to get rid of it.
Okay. And all the rest of the questions were Lisa.
Yes.
Have you ever had anybody record a conversation like that before about a listing contract?
No.
Did you find that to be somewhat odd?
Awkward.
Awkward?
Yes.
Okay. Was the meeting awkward?
Other than being recorded, no.
And at some point, you were having them, it's time for them to sign the listing documents. Is that correct?
Yes.
What happened after that?
We toured the house, and there was a closet that's next to the foyer. Inside that large closet, it was like a life-size, I guess you call it a statue of a skeleton, and it was wearing like a robe, and it was holding something like this. There's like a mat on the floor in front of it. She made it like pretty clear buyers are not to go in there. Don't open that door.
And what did they do in front of that?
Kneeled.
After they kneeled, were you standing there while they kneeled, right with them, or where were you?
I was not in the closet.
Okay. What did you think about that?
I was ready to go. Yeah.
Pretty terrifying?
Scary.
Did you ever know Nina to be into that sort of thing?
Yes. She originally lost connection with her father due to religion, but I didn't know what the religion was.
Okay. So you're just kind of surmising that maybe it was this?
Yes.
Okay. But you've never seen anything like this before?
No.
And you didn't know her and Bill to have these types of statues in their house before?
No.
When they finished kneeling, what did they do after that? Did they sign the contract?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And you listed the house?
Yep. Took pictures a couple days later and listed the house.
Okay. Initially, did you all get an offer on the house?
Yeah, we got a lower offer a couple weeks later. I think it was $285, if I remember correctly.
Okay. And did you talk to Nina about that offer?
Yes, she originally said no, that she wasn't going to take it. I got off the phone. I called the buyer's agent. I'm like, we're not accepting your offer.
Okay. And did you get subsequent communication?
Yes, same day, Nina called back, and after speaking with Lisa, we would like to take it. We just want to get rid of it.
Did you know where Nina was at that time?
I did not.
She was not in Pennsylvania?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And you didn't see Lisa in Pennsylvania either?
No.
Okay. On December 8th, did you have some communication with Nina?
She came over with paperwork that I gave her to sign. She handed it in to me and just said that they were leaving town.
And so you had to sign paperwork, documents, things like that. And she advised that she's going out of town again. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, in December, did you receive a photograph from a buyer's agent about some concerning things in the home?
Yes, we did. A buyer's agent had said that a buyer was concerned about something that they seen, and they sent me a photo. It was like a smaller, what I would call Grim Reaper statue, and it was on like a small side table with candles and like little cups of alcohol or money in the cups. The buyer wanted like an explanation if they were going to buy this house. That was scary to them. I didn't know what to say.
So, and you kind of let the buyer's agent know, look, that's her religious beliefs. I can't really talk to her about it or
Right.
anything else like that.
Yeah, I never brought it up with Nina either.
Okay. And at some point, you did your own personal research on what that statue was.
I did,
right?
yes.
And what did that statue in your research represent?
The Santa Marta statue was Angel of Death that they had up.
That particular person, did they make an offer on that house? Or
They did not, no.
Okay. At that time, was Nina in Pennsylvania next door, or was she elsewhere?
She was elsewhere at that time.
Okay. Did you know where she was?
No.
On December 16th, did you get a phone call from her that she was going to be out of town?
Yeah, that was for the holidays. That one they did say they were going to Texas to see Lisa's family for the holidays.
And again, asked you to watch the house, bring in the mail, check the oil levels.
Correct.
All those things. At some point, did the mail that you were bringing in, did I guess the address or the name on the address change?
It did.
And what did it change to?
It was Nina Beltran was what we were starting to get mail as.
And did you text Nina concerning that, about getting a package?
Yeah, I just said your package came because she was looking for it. I put it on the counter and I took a picture and sent it to her.
Has you heard any talk from Nina about changing her name to Beltran or anything like that?
No.
Was it just a little surprising to you that this name change?
Yeah, odd.
Did you ever meet Charles Beltran?
No.
Okay, never saw him in the house?
No.
December.
Thank you, Wrestler's Mom.
7th, did you get communication again from Nina about just checking the oil levels?
Yes.
Is she still out of town?
Yes.
At some point, did you all get an offer on the house and get a contract on the house?
We did.
Okay, and was that first contract, the 285?
Yes.
Is that the contract that ultimately went through?
We did have others, but yes, that's the one I went through.
Do you recall what day it was that you saw them packing up and moving out of that home?
It was like early January.
And did you speak with Nina when they moved out?
I did not.
Did you ever, I guess on January 14th, is that the day that you saw the moving trucks?
Yes.
And did you receive a phone call from her that evening to just kind of say her final goodbyes?
Yes, I did. I was not home when she came to the door, and she was like, "Thank you for being such a great neighbor. Thank you for helping me through the transaction. You've been a good friend. I'll never see you again," is pretty much what she said.
Wow.
Between January 15th and January 24th, you spoke with Nina frequently just about the closing.
Yeah, daily.
Contracts had to be extended, things of that nature.
Yes.
Do you recall what day it was, and you can refresh your recollection, that you saw police cars over at Nina's house?
It was January 25th.
And did you call Nina and let her know?
I did. I said, "There's police in your driveway. Do you want me to go over?" I originally thought maybe somebody was trespassing or something. It was a vacant property. She said no.
And you didn't go over there, but the Dallas detectives come over to your home.
Yeah, within minutes, like when I was on the phone with her, they were coming to my door.
And you told Nina, "I'm going to talk to the police and I'll call you back."
Yes.
Okay, did you call her back?
I did not, but I sent her a picture of Detective Ramirez's card.
Okay, did she let you know via text that she'll contact?
Yeah, it's a misunderstanding. I'll call them right now.
Did you talk to her anymore about that day?
No.
Did you receive a phone call from her January 27th?
Yeah, a few days later, she seemed a little panicked. "I just need to know what you told the police. What did you tell them? What did they ask you?" I didn't know anything at that point, so I didn't tell them anything.
You had not heard anything about Marisela Botello, Charles Beltran,
No.
police looking for them or anything of that nature?
No. The police told me that they were looking for a missing person. They did not give me a name.
And knowing Nina, did you find it very odd and strange that she might be involved in something?
Oh, absolutely. I didn't believe it.
But you didn't know Lisa at all?
No.
And you didn't know Charles Beltran at all?
No.
At some point, I believe you got a phone call from the buyer's agent that the mortgage denied and the sale was going to be extended again.
Extended again.
And how did Nina react to that?
Panicked. She was telling me that she was purchasing another home with this money. They needed it now.
At some point, the contract did go through, and every state, the real estate transactions are a little bit different, but they had to execute a deed. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I say they, Nina was the only person that was on the deed of the home. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, Nina.
Well, it was Nina and Bill, but Bill had passed.
Okay, Nina and Bill, and so Nina had to execute a deed for you to, I guess, get the sale to go through. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what day did that deed go forward or go through?
We had a closed in March, but she had signed in February, and I had set up something for her to come in and sign, but she refused to attend. She wanted to use a notary of her choice.
Okay. And Scarpa, I'm handing you, it's been marked as states, exhibit 302, 303, and 304. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And that is your words at the bottom, a text message to Nina. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then this is a picture of that you received from the buyer's agent in the home.
Yes, it is.
And this is the deed that we mentioned before. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, state offer states 302, 303, and 304 for all purposes. Entering to defense counsel.
Oh, Brad, I apologize. I need to take a brief break and call my son's dentist to give him permission to fill his cavity. We're gonna take a 5-minute break.
All right.
So this is so crazy. So she is the neighbor of Nina and Bill's house in what, Pennsylvania? Is that what it said? So she was friends with, or neighbors with, Nina and Bill, and then Nina's dad lived behind them. And she said she used to see Nina sleeping in the car and stuff when they would get into a fight, when her and Bill would get into a fight. Now, keep in mind, when Bill died, Nina's husband, when he died, they were not getting along. They were planning on getting divorced. She was like having an affair with her stepson, Bill's son, wanting to leave Bill for, oh, she said Bill slept in the car. Oh, it was Nina who slept on the floor when they were in the fight. Reverse that. Nina slept on the floor in the house when they would get in a fight. Bill would sleep in the car. Did I say that right that time? Bill slept in the car and she would see him. But by the time Bill died, they were not getting along. They were not planning on they were not in a happily ever after mode. And she just had all that stuff signed over, like month, some of it a month, some of it 3 months before. And then he died under weird circumstances when she was out of town, and he got into a crash because of a heart issue, allegedly. It's too suspicious to me. The timing of everything is too suspicious to me. And and Bill's son said that he was healthy. I think Mel said that he had like a stent, at one point, but that's not like a huge thing. But he was pretty healthy. So it's just so suspicious, and the timing of it and everything going around with it, going around at that time is just, there's very, very few coincidence in true crime. And when I say very few, I mean I haven't found one yet. I just think it's too convenient for her. That's crazy, right? I want to. I'm 5 minutes behind, but Lori Mercy, this is getting wild. I want to give this woman some sage, then give her a hug, and take a stiff shot of whiskey with her. Yeah. Where was Lisa when Nina went out of town when Bill died? I am not sure. I know. I know Nina was in Florida, I guess. I think is what they said, but I'm not sure about Lisa. This is the best way to describe all of this. Lots of entanglements. And dysfunctional relationships, all about money and jealousy. Yeah. And even like some of the backstory stuff is so crazy. Like hearing the stuff about her having an affair with her stepson. And then that was one thing in that video of Mel's that we watched too at lunch, of Ick and Mel's that we watched at lunch. Remember they said, like, Bill's daughter said something about, she's like, oh yeah, that's when I found out that she was cheating on my dad with my brother. What kind of crazy, like, oh yeah, I found out that my stepmom is cheating on my stepdad with my brother. What in the Jerry Springer is going on over there? That's crazy, right? And then Lisa, her daughter, 14-year-old daughter, started dating her, 40-something-year-old uncle? What the heck? Yeah, I don't even. Andrew said, I finally caught it being live. This is freaking crazy. Welcome to the circus. Welcome. They should wait, where'd that comment go? What just happened? They need to reopen the case to re-examine how Bill died. I wish they would, because that's too convenient for me. And I one of the things too is she was wanting, to get him cremated like right away. I've wanted to be cremated, but I think I've changed my mind because like there are too many suspicious things that like once you get cremated, I think I just want y'all, like, somebody needs to like just maybe like stuff me and put me on the mantle like an elf on the shelf. Like take me to a taxidermy. Make sure I look cute, but like just stuff me and put me. It doesn't have to be the mantle, but I mean, but like preferably somewhere where I'm like front and center visible so that y'all don't forget about me. Because you're going to have to come by and like dust me every once in a while, Just a thought. You could dress me like a gnome. Yeah, put me at the bar. Prop me sad. Oh, weekend at Brandi's. Yes. Stuff me and put me in the chair in front of my computer. Weekend at Brandi's would be totally fun. I think this case is I think they're all getting to me. I think I've gone a little nuts. Oh, or since I love the beach so much, like y'all could stuff me and put a towel out on the beach and like just leave me there. We can see how long it takes for people to, but you got to, if you do that though, you have to do it with a hidden camera. Cause you got to see like how many people come and like poke me and stuff to see if, see what's happening. Do not put me in the tiki hut. Do not. No. Dirty things happen in that freaky tiki. Keep me out of there. Hurricanes and whatnot. You're going to bring me in like the lawn furniture when the hurricanes come.
All right, you may be seated. Your Honor, I believe Ms. Aston was looking at.
Yes, to see if 302, 303, and 304 would be.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. 302, 303, and 304.
Oh, we could do like Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants, and we can just ship me from y'all's house to house. And I'll just hang out like one mantle per week.
3 pages. Thank you.
Which number is that?
That is 304.
3 pages of mortgage. Thank you.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Now, this is states 303. This is the photograph that was sent to you from the buyer's agent. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's not the same one that you saw in the closet.
Oh, no.
Okay, the same one that you saw was.
The one in the closet is life size.
302, I'm going to turn it this way. This is just that package that has this has the, and for some reason the document's not refocusing, but it has the name addressed to now Nina Beltran. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that was dated, I think this text was December 31st, 2020.
Yes.
And then states 304. This is the document, the deed that you had sent her to execute. And you mentioned before that you had asked her to come in the office. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, that is a common practice, right?
Yes, buyer and seller close together.
And this particular occasion, she wasn't there.
Correct.
Did she tell you where she was?
No.
Okay. At some point, she had to get it notarized. Is that right?
Yes.
And initially, she failed to fill out a portion of it. This top portion, is that correct?
Yes, the state and location.
And did you eventually have to send that back to her to have her fill that out?
The title company sent it back to the notary. Yes.
Okay, and the notary filled that out. And that's the notary down there, state of Florida.
Correct.
Okay, is that the first that you learned that she had gone back to the state of Florida?
Yes.
She had mentioned before that she was possibly opening some law firms in New York and Florida.
Correct.
At what point, so this is February 4th, the house still, the closing hasn't happened yet, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you have communication with her between February 4th and March 17th?
Yes, almost every day.
Okay. And what was the conversation about?
Just the deal, what's going on, days it's closing, information.
And did she seem concerned about getting the closing done?
Yeah.
I mean, as anyone would.
I mean, it was extended a long time, so anyone would be mad.
Okay. And at some point, did the closing happen?
It did, mid-March.
Mid-March?
Yes.
Okay, and the funds were dispersed?
Correct.
In that initial meeting with Lisa and Nina, did you field a question from Lisa, from Ms. Dykes, concerning the proceeds of the sale?
I don't know if Lisa asked, but yes, they were asking if it could be split.
And what was your response to that?
No.
Based on kind of that interaction between you all at the initial contract signing, did you have an opinion or did you have a determination about kind of who was in charge or who was kind of running that show?
Lisa. Yeah, Nina was quiet, reserved.
Your Honor, past witness.
Cross-examination. Thank you, Your Honor. Mrs. Scarpa, I'm Valerie Baston, and I'm one of Mrs. Dykes' lawyers, and I'm going to ask you some questions.
Okay.
All right, so you said that you met Nina when she was married to Bill back in 2018.
Correct.
Okay. Did you notice that there was like a significant age difference between the two?
Oh, yes.
What did you notice?
I didn't know how old she was, 40, 50, I assumed, but he was like 80.
Okay, so about a 35 to 40-year age difference.
Yes.
And did you know how long they had been married?
No.
So you didn't know anything about the background of how they met or anything like that?
I did not. She just said, I'm coming back to the neighborhood. This is where I grew up, and my father lives here.
Her father and her mother?
Yes, but I've never met her mother.
Okay. You said that Nina would play with your kids and she seemed like a very affable
Yes.
Lady.
Yes, very nice woman, very good with my children.
Did you know anything about what was going on in her marriage besides seeing Bill sleeping in her
No.
his car? So you didn't know anything about any domestic violence issues or police reports that Nina had made about Bill?
I did not.
Being violent. Okay. It was just Bill's side of the story that he thought she was having an affair.
Correct.
And let me ask you, what was the housing market like in that part of Pennsylvania during this time? Was it a hot market?
It was not. It was fairly slow. We were selling in about 3 months.
Okay. So for it to take this long, it really wasn't a surprise to you being in the business that it would take a long time.
Correct.
And did you know that Nina had been doing repairs on that house?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And they were significant repairs, correct?
Oh, yeah, she did a roof and a very large deck in the back.
Trying to help get it sold.
Yeah.
And when you when you found out that she wanted to sell and coming to you, and then later on seeing the moving trucks, did that really surprise you knowing that she was talking about opening up a law firm in Florida or in New York? Well, let me ask you this question. If you're opening up a business in another state, it's kind of expected that you're going to need to move to that other state.
Yes.
Okay. And she had discussed with you her plans on expanding her law firm.
Correct.
Okay. And it wasn't going to be in Pennsylvania.
No.
So you were saying with the closing that normally you have both the buyer and seller there, but there have been times that the buyer, or excuse me, the seller for whatever reason can't make it.
Yes.
And she did try to follow through by executing the deed. Yes or no?
Correct.
Okay. And it wasn't her that forgot to fill out that part. It appears that it was the notary that she used in Florida that forgot to put in state of blank, county of blank.
I do not know.
Are you a notary in Pennsylvania?
I am not.
Okay. But normally, have you ever had any notary work done?
We normally close with the title company.
Okay. But normally it's the notary that fills all that portion out because they're signing off on it. Where they're executing this document and then acknowledging that this person signed in front of them.
I assume.
Okay.
Now, let me ask you this. You said that when you saw those two statues, that you decided to do, well,
I only seen one.
you had only seen one. Okay.
Yes,
But then you got the picture of the second one.
correct.
And you started doing your own research about this religion.
Yes, I just wanted to see what it was.
Okay. So you did your own research? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Because it made you curious?
Yes, because the buyer was uncomfortable and I didn't really know why.
Okay. And you didn't know why the buyer would be uncomfortable?
Right.
Okay. So in your research of this religion, did you find out that it's connected, it's an indigenous Mexican religion connected to Catholicism?
Well, I don't know what the second word is, but yes, it was a Mexican religion.
Being Catholic.
Yes.
Okay. And that in this religion, it's judgment free. Did you find anything?
I did read that, yes.
That is good. So you could be a lesbian or gay, transsexual, transgender, black, white, rich, poor, and this would be an accepting religion.
Yes, it said that.
Okay. And people from all walks of life use it. People who have been in prison are involved in this religion, and people who've never been in any trouble are in this religion. What you
That I
researched.
don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Ask the witness, Your Honor. I don't have any questions, Your Honor.
May this repeat my
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
please.
All right, thank you for being here today. You're free to leave and go about your business. I hope you enjoy your stay in Dallas.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
Your Honor, this time the state would call Agent Raul Perez.
Agent Raul Perez.
Oh, I guess it's still. That's it. Good afternoon. All right, if you could stop and raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you state clear name for the record, sir?
Raul Perez, P-E-R-E-Z.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm employed as a special agent for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
And what is the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
It's a state investigative agency out of Florida, much like your Texas DPS. And we have 7 regions. I'm assigned to the region South Florida, which encompasses Miami, Dade County, Broward, Palm Beach, and Monroe County, the Keys.
And how long you been with, it's FDLE, is that the
Yes.
initials? How long you been with FDLE?
27 years.
27 years. And any experience in law enforcement prior to that?
Yes.
What else have you done?
I was retired from a city in Miami called North Miami Beach. I did 20 years with them.
So all said, 47 years. Law
Coming up
enforcement.
on 47.
All right. And what's kind of your role there at FDLE as a special agent?
I'm currently assigned to a guns, gangs, and drug task force. It's a government-funded task force that we specialize in violent crimes. I've been on that squad for about 5 years.
And in 2021, the first half of 2021, were you in that same role or something different?
Same role.
Same role. Does your role, or does your office, they assist in assisting out of county, out of state agencies if they're apprehending a suspect in your state?
Yes.
So how does that work? If, in this case in particular, right, we've got Dallas Police Department reached out to Florida in some capacity?
What I believe happened is normal channels would be the agency that's requesting assistance goes to Tallahassee, which they have what they call a fusion center, and the fusion center feeds it out to whatever region would deal with that situation. In this case, I believe, went to Tallahassee, went to Miami, where we have what they call a duty agent that's on 24 hours a day for 7 days. It's on rotation. He got the call and he notified us.
And was that Detective Christine Ramirez reaching out from Dallas Police Department?
That's correct.
You eventually spoke with her as well?
Yes.
Based on that call, what was the FDLE's involvement to be? Or whenever Dallas is reaching out to FDLE, what's your involvement going to be?
Well, at that point, I initially got the response. I started coordinating the efforts between the Texas and ourselves and trying to confirm everything of the information that they gave us. And I ran it through our analytical people. We have 2 analysts assigned to our squad.
Stop us there. What was Dallas looking for?
2 individuals that had open warrants.
And their warrants were for murder?
Yes, they were.
Okay, so they had active warrants for murder, and they say they've got these 2 individuals. Do you know who those 2 individuals were?
Yes.
Okay, who was it?
Nina, she went by a couple of last names, and Lisa.
Okay. And we're talking March of 2021, is that right?
I believe so.
Does March 22nd, 2021 sound about right when you guys would have gotten that initial call?
Yes.
And so you're told about these two women that have arrest warrants for murder from Dallas Police Department, and they're wanting your help to contact them and potentially arrest in San.
Correct.
Okay. And you said that there's Tallahassee kind of spreads it out, finds out who's going to do what, essentially. Am I getting that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then you get involved. I guess there's information that they may be in the Miami-Dade area.
Correct.
Okay. So walk me through whenever that kind of gets on your desk. How does that work?
We gave the information to our analysts, and they have various databases that they can run certain information, and we end up getting a couple addresses.
Okay.
So at that point, actually, there was a couple addresses in Florida. So I believe our Orlando region checked some residences up in central part of Florida. And then there was a couple addresses that we had in South Florida.
And you guys begin to start checking out those South Florida addresses.
Correct.
Okay. Was a plan, or I guess, did you guys discover or confirm one of those addresses?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the plan then once one of those addresses was confirmed as being the address of Nina and Lisa?
Set up surveillance.
And who went out to survey that?
Initially, it was Joe Critzel.
Agent Crystal then went out there and began surveillance. Did he eventually make an arrest?
Yes.
That wasn't the initial plan, was it?
No.
But he's here to testify as well, is that right?
That's correct.
So we can get into kind of his reasoning, but he had a reason as to why he kind of skips out of the plan and makes the arrest of, was it Nina Morano?
Yes.
So he makes the arrest of Nina Morano there at the apartment complex, is that right?
That's correct.
Local law enforcement, Miami-Dade would also have been coordinating in with you guys.
That's correct.
And then you eventually respond out to that arrest location.
That's correct.
Was Lisa Dykes there?
We never saw her.
Did your investigation lead you to believe that she was there prior?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, was there a surveillance video at the, this was an apartment complex?
Yes, it was.
Was there a surveillance video at that apartment complex?
Yes, there was.
After the arrest of Nina, did you all view that video?
Yes.
And what did you see in it?
That Lisa was leaving the location.
And Nina, ultimately, did you get consent to go in and check the apartment?
That's correct.
Now, when you guys go in and check that Miami apartment, were you doing a full search or just check in to make sure everything's safe?
Check for Lisa. That's it.
Just looking for Lisa.
Wasn't there and we cleared.
So you're not taking inventory of the house, you're not doing any of that kind of stuff?
Absolutely not.
You're just checking to make sure that the defendant or the suspect you're looking for is not there and there's no other danger in the home?
That is correct, and she had an open murder warrant at the time.
So house goes in, it's clear and empty in that apartment?
Correct.
And then that would have been, do you remember what day Nina was arrested?
I don't. I could check my reports and.
If I were to show you your report, would that help refresh your memory of the day she was arrested?
Absolutely.
Commissioner Bergeron?
I want the report. I want to see. Pass it over, sir.
Do you recall now?
Yes.
What day was Nina arrested?
March 25th.
And you said Lisa seen exiting the area of the apartment on those apartment surveillance videos that day.
Yes.
Correct. Was Lisa ever apprehended in Miami?
No.
Okay. Was she ever arrested in Florida?
Yes.
Was FDLE assisting in locating and getting her arrested as well?
Yes.
Where was she ultimately arrested?
In the Orlando area.
Okay. How did FDLE help find her in Orlando?
We wrote the tracker warrant and then tracked her phone.
Okay.
And then our units, or what we call ESST, in conjunction with Orange County Sheriff's Office, established where she was, located her, and followed her and arrested her.
And it's Orange County Sheriff's Office that actually made the arrest?
That is correct.
But you guys are all working in tandem with one another and with the Dallas Police Department?
Correct.
And then that's essentially the end of your involvement in this, is kind of that overarching, helping coordinate some of those moving parts. And once they're arrested, obviously, you're done with your portion of this case.
That's correct.
How far of a drive is it from Miami up to Orlando?
3.5 hours.
That's what it is.
Cross-examination.
As far as when Lisa, I guess, left Miami, you don't know why she left Miami, do you?
I do not know.
You know she had a family in Orlando?
I know.
You know.
Excuse me?
Just if you know.
I know now.
Let me kind of go back. Y'all keep saying that Detective Ramirez had obtained an arrest warrant for Lisa and Ms. Dykes for murder. She had an arrest warrant for capital murder, didn't she?
I don't recall. I don't know.
Yeah. So you're saying you don't know whether the initial warrant was for capital murder or murder?
I don't recall. It would be on the arrest form.
Which actor? I don't know that I know who that is.
let me rephrase the question. Regardless of what type of warrant, whether it was a capital murder or murder, this is the warrant that you guys receive information from Dallas or Detective Ramirez that they're looking for, Lisa Dykes, and Nina Morano in the Florida area.
Prior to that, we confirmed the warrants.
Okay, when you confirm the warrants, can I approach Judge?
You may.
Let me get this one.
Y'all keep saying.
And this may be a better question for Detective Ramirez, but I mean, this appears to be, when you talk about the date that Nina Morano got arrested, it's March the 22nd? Or in that March of 2021, right?
The day we arrested her, or the day?
Yeah, what was the date you arrested? Do you remember?
I just said it. March 25th, was it?
Okay. All right, but does that appear to be a warrant for Nina Morano for the offense of capital murder?
I'm not familiar with the Texas. If you give me a minute, I'll just look at it if you want. I mean,
that's not even the complete warrant. Don't worry about it. I'll ask another witness. Thank you. But when you talk about warrants, again, you guys are acting. Y'all not just going to pick them up, right? Because they don't have warrants on the floor, right?
It's an extraditable warrant.
I know, but I'm saying they don't have any warrant on the floor. Right?
No.
They get picked up for something that happened in Texas, right?
That's correct.
And even when you were, I think you told the members of the jury, when y'all went in that house to execute the warrant, y'all not searching, right?
No.
Because you don't have a search warrant, right?
We do not have a search warrant. We were looking, she gave us permission, verbal consent to go in and look for the body. That's all we went in for.
But if you wanted to search, you would have went to the judge and got a search warrant, correct? You wouldn't just went in the house without her consent, right?
Absolutely not.
And it's the same thing. You wouldn't just arrest these ladies without a proper warrant, would you?
That's correct.
Arrest warrant.
We have to have confirmed that it was a valid warrant, and we did.
That's all I have to check with Chris. Thank you.
Anything further?
Just briefly, I forgot to ask you, Agent Perez, States 288, 289, those are the bookend photos from Florida for Nina and Lisa, isn't that right?
That's correct.
No further.
Anything further from the defense?
No, nothing further, Judge.
May this witness be found excused?
No, thank you.
All right, sir, thank you for being here
Thank you.
today. Safe travels. All right, call your next witness.
At this time, the state calls Special Agent Crystal.
They have all these special agents. They're gonna have to get some WD-40 for that. Because with them splitting up and going to all these different states and having
Sir, if you would please stop and raise
go
your
to
right hand.
Cambodia.
You do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Thank you. May be seated.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you state and spell your name for the record, sir?
Yes, sir. Joseph Crystal, JOSEPH, last name CRYSTAL.
And how are you currently employed, sir?
Currently, sir, I work at the Department of Homeland Security for Immigration and Customs.
How long have you been there? That's ICE?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been with ICE?
Got hired with ICE in January of 2022.
2022, okay. And what did you say you do there now?
I'm a deportation officer.
And prior to that, where did you work?
Previously, before my employment, I worked with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for approximately 7 years. And 6 years before that, I was a detective in the Baltimore City Police Department.
How many years in law enforcement?
Wasn't expecting math. I'd say about 15 and 6 years in the military.
And how long in the military?
6 years, sir.
Okay, what branch?
The United States Coast Guard.
And kind of coming back then to your time at FDLE, Florida Department of Law Enforcement. Where were you stationed with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Originally, when I got hired, I did the Governor's Protection Detail for his second term. And then I transferred to the Miami office where I worked as an agent on the Major Crime Squad. And I was also detailed to the DEA as a task force officer.
And then your involvement in this case from March of 2021, it sounds like you were tasked with doing surveillance.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what was your task as it related to this case?
My supervisor had asked if I could assist Agent Perez in trying to locate two homicide suspects that had open warrants for homicide in the Miami area. The day before, I believe it was a Wednesday, I was given two addresses by one of our criminal analysts that were possible addresses for where they believe the two suspects might be. So I researched.
Break that a little bit. So you get the addresses from your analysts, and then you're going to do your own research from that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said two addresses?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Walk us through what you're looking at with those addresses.
I looked at both addresses. I usually check them on like Google Maps. And what I noticed was in one of the addresses, it was just an address to an apartment building with no apartment. And based off my time as a narcotics detective when I was in Baltimore and in Miami, and also when I've done warrant apprehension in the past, something I learned was that sometimes criminals or people with warrants would list the address to the apartment, but not the individual unit number, because it was harder for law enforcement to figure which unit was theirs, but the mail person would just be able to match the name to the box. So my first thought was, this is the best one to look at, so I went there.
And you go there, and did you do an investigation? What day? Do you remember what day you would have been going there?
It was it was Wednesday, and then the next day was Thursday that I did the surveillance.
Okay, so it's the day before the arrest. Yes. Okay. So then about March 24th, is that time correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You go out to do surveillance on your own. Is that right?
The first day, yes, sir.
Okay. Let me give us some context too. Commissioner Bertrand.
You may.
What finger thing?
Here, states 305 through 312.
So states, take a look through the states 305 through 311 first. Are those a fair and accurate depiction of the apartment complex we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's an apartment complex where we actually met and discussed your involvement in this case. Is that
Yes,
right?
sir.
I think you were there while I was taking these photographs. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
And states 312.
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the apartment complex that we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
This time I'll offer states 305 through 312. Alternative protection.
Those are all photographs.
Photographs
agree.
and then a screenshot. 312 is a Google Earth screenshot.
So that's,
All right, since exhibits 305 through 312 are admitted for all purposes.
Thank you. And permission to publish, Your Honor?
May.
So I'll kind of start us here on states 312. This is the area that we're talking about, the park at Kendall, is that right?
That's correct, sir.
And where at on this layout here are we talking about for the apartment in question?
All right.
If you recall.
Thank you, Nurse for God. Christy G, welcome to Green.
I know you come in, you go into the right entrance. You go around. If my memory serves me correct, it's the, I want to say the bottom left building.
Back corner.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the bottom left corner of the apartment complex is this building. So there's states 305. And which apartment?
It's the second floor apartment, right there, sir.
This one?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so I wanted to get to that point so you could talk a little bit about your surveillance effort.
Okay.
So tell me your first steps in order to get there and start doing your surveillance.
So it was a large complex. So the first thing I was doing was looking. I was told that the suspects had a black Maserati. I believe this was Maserati, if I remember correctly. I was driving through the development looking, but I noticed that, as you can see, they do have some garages. So there would be a possibility that the vehicle would be there. I just wouldn't be able to see it. I drove around. There were people around just to see if I saw the suspects in the area. One thing I had was I had random pictures, I believe it was from social media, like photocopies or something like that, of pictures, and I saw that they had a brown dog. I'm a big dog lover. My wife and I have three, so it was a brown, like kind of boxer, maybe something mixed with a pit bull, friendly dog. And I noticed the dog on the balcony on the second floor outside, and the sliding door was open.
Okay. So first tip you see is, hey, I see that dog that I've seen in pictures before, and the door's open. What do you do?
I walked over and kind of like tried talking, baby talk, you could say, to the dog, hey, just because I love the dogs and they're cute. And he was cute. And my second thought was that if they were inside, they might think, who's this weird guy talking like a 3-year-old to my dog? And at least it would give me like a visual confirmation. So after about 2 or 3 minutes of doing it, I decided, all right, this isn't working.
Okay, let me back up just a little bit here. Are you in police uniform or plainclothes?
Plainclothes, sir.
That's kind of the point of the surveillance, is you're out there to just look like a regular person.
Exactly.
Okay. And so you're talking to the dog. There's no response from anyone inside.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what do you do next? If you go and talk to the leasing office?
First, I walked up the stairs to look at the exact apartment where there was letter number or how it was that I identified. And then I spoke to somebody in the leasing office after
When
that.
anyone says, did you gather information to lead you to continue to sit on that home?
Yes.
Okay. And so then you decide to sit outside in your car the next day?
Yes, sir. I was did surveillance at approximately 6 o'clock in the morning the next day.
The next morning, it's go time to sit in the house and see if you ever see the suspect.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you by yourself that next day?
Yes, sir. At the time, yes.
Okay. And you're plainclothes again?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's the plan when you get there at 6 a.m.?
So in that apartment complex, it was kind of two thoughts in my mind. There's an entrance, as you can see, and like it's not very uncommon in those types of apartment buildings, where there's an entrance on one side, but there's also an entrance on the opposite side. So I kind of had to pick my poison, because if they left out one way, it wouldn't have worked. So I decided to set up on the street where I could see the deck and the sliding door. My thought process being that in that time it was still dark when I first got there, that if somebody got up, I might see a light on or something like that, so I would know they're there. Or in those apartments, especially in Florida, because of the hurricanes, those doors kind of slam shut once you open them. And I thought that even if they didn't turn on a light, I would see the motion of the blinds move, and that would let me know that somebody left.
Okay. You know, the multiple ways they could leave. There's an entrance from this side of the building and an entrance on this side of the building.
That's correct, sir.
And then, of course, you also have the entire apartment complex where you can go around this way, come out over here. You can come down this way and out over here.
That's correct.
the end, there's still only one exit, but multiple ways to kind of get through the apartment complex.
Yes, sir.
Back out. And so you're sitting out there at 6 a.m. Is the plan that you arrest them as soon as you see them?
Originally, I was there just to kind of keep eyes on, and the rest of my team was going to come a little bit later. I wasn't really expecting to encounter them that early, I don't believe, but.
And this is early morning hours?
Yes, sir.
6 a.m.? Was it 6 a.m. whenever you do make visual observation of one of the suspects?
No, it was later. I don't remember exactly, it was a while ago, but I'd say it was probably about maybe 7:30, 8 o'clock, give or take.
Did that factor into your decision to go ahead and make the arrest?
Yes, sir.
Thank you,
Why is
Regina.
that?
Well, when the subject, there was a couple of things. When the subject came out, she brought the dog with her, and it was a large, like I said, it was a larger dog, it wasn't like a pocket dog. So because of the heat in Florida, most people don't bring those types of dogs unless they're leaving for the day or something like that. So I saw her bring the dog and put it in the back seat, and she had, I'm not a big expert on purses, but she had like maybe a larger pocketbook, could be maybe like perceived as a tote. So I thought maybe, I didn't know if she was leaving for like a day or so. So that factored into it. And then because of it being rush hour traffic, I didn't want to take the chance of attempting to follow her and then losing her like in rush hour traffic. So I thought it would be better to arrest the subject at that time than take the opportunity of possibly losing both subjects.
And where were you parked?
If you can kind of see and scroll over to the left, right where you're pointing, that's where I parked my vehicle that day.
And that's actually your vehicle again that day as well?
The day I met you, sir.
Okay. And so you're kind of parked in a spot right there where you can look up at the apartment.
Yes, sir.
And then I think there's like a little.
There's a grass area kind of separating myself and then the next group of cars parked.
And so is the suspect then parked right there next to you, on the other side of that grassy area?
Literally right next to me.
And so you decide it's rush hour, dog, large tote, and she's literally right next to you. Go ahead, I'm gonna make the arrest if she confirms her identity.
Yes.
Okay. She confirmed her identity?
Yes.
And who was it that you arrested?
Nina, I believe at the time she was using the last name Beltran, if I'm not mistaken.
So Nina Beltran's the name she was using at that time.
Yes, sir.
Did you make the arrest?
Yes, sir.
And then you seized her purse. She had that large tote.
Yes, sir.
You placed that in your squad car?
I left it in the vehicle and secured the vehicle, and later on I gave it to the law enforcement.
And you gave it to the law enforcement. And at that time, did you talk to Nina about whether or not Lisa was in the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. Before we talk about that, I guess, what was Nina's kind of, how was she reacting, like, just visibly?
I would say she was nervous, but she didn't ask me what she was under arrest for or anything like that, if she was somewhat telling to me.
And then talking about so she didn't ask any questions, but seems nervous. And then you ask if Lisa's in there. Eventually, did you find out that Lisa may have been in the apartment?
What I asked Miss Beltran was, I said, do you live with anybody? And she stated, I live with my wife. I then asked her, Lisa, and she got nervous and stated, I don't want to answer that question.
But eventually she consents to let you search the house.
Yes.
Okay. Did you later learn through your investigation that that led you to believe Lisa was in the apartment at the time that you were making that arrest?
Yes.
Okay, what was that?
Well, Nina had said she believed she was in the apartment and began to text Miss Lisa's phone.
She never responds?
Never.
Okay. Did you review surveillance video at some point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you see on that video?
Miss Sykes leaving the apartment complex.
Okay. And did you learn that she was arrested later?
The next day.
The next day. And do you know where?
In the Orlando area.
Okay.
I was thinking it was 3 days. It was the next day.
Yes, sir.
Did anything stick out when you saw that?
She had the same exact clothes that I saw in the surveillance video when she left the apartment the next day.
So that was just something that kind of stuck out to you.
Yeah, exactly. Most people usually change their clothes.
And
And then that tote that you grabbed had a few phones in it. Is that
Yes,
right?
sir.
And those
Thank you
were
for
all seized as part of the arrest?
That's correct.
And you said you're the first one to kind of grab it and pass it on, and then it goes into evidence?
Yes, sir.
And then today you met with Detective Ortiz, who brought the property from the property room, is that right?
That's correct, sir.
The trial is in Texas, but they fled to Florida. So he was one of the Florida. They went to Utah, Florida, Pennsylvania, Cambodia. We're gonna get law enforcement from all over.
I'm going to show
in
you
here
where
for
this
this.
mark states 313. And states 313, got a property tag on it. It was sealed earlier, but I just cut it open, all right? And then inside it states 313. Does that have the Florida Department of Law Enforcement on each of these?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I believe it has
That's
you
fine.
on there as well?
That's my name, yes, sir.
On each one of these 3 phones?
That's correct.
And so this is the packaging from Florida Department of Law Enforcement as well that's inside the Dallas packaging.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
These are the phones that you would have seized in there in Miami.
Yes, sir.
This time officer states 313, the bag that has the 3 iPhones in an alternative defense for injection.
Welcome to the new members in green. Welcome, welcome. I wasn't talking to you, Cooper. Yeah, there. Oh, yeah, that's another one. New York, because Chuck's car was found in New York. So we got Texas, New York, Pennsylvania, Utah, Florida, and Cambodia. And Pentecostal Kentuckians. Right? Is that it? Have we covered it all? Oh, and Mexico. Yes. And Mexico.
Judge, may we vote?
You may.
I know, but I'm just trying to.
They always got like a whole buffet of drinks on this table. They must be as thirsty as our chat is today. Thirsty Thursday. Nurse for God gives another membership. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That one went to Taylor. Taylor, welcome to the green side. Welcome to the green side. Yeah, Thirsty Thursday. Friday Eve. Who was it? I always, I've always called Thursday Friday Eve, and I said it in chat. It's been months ago. And it was like morning, and I was like, it's Friday Eve, and somebody, I can't remember who it was. One of our members was like, it's not evening, it's morning. I was like, no,
Is
Eve.
there
Like,
any objection to
didn't get it.
State's Exhibits 313 that had the manila envelope that
Nope.
has the 3 individually wrapped cell phones?
No objection to the phone themselves at all.
All right. Then State's Exhibit number 313 is admitted for all purposes.
Commissioner Welch?
You may.
I'm not sure how long this is expected to last. 84.
It's been 84 years.
I keep forgetting I have my sound effects back.
Thank you, Judge. Officer, as far as Ms. Morano, you're arresting her because there's an active warrant, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And these warrants contain specific information, right? That justify a person being arrested, right?
Somewhat, yes, sir.
Some,
I mean, I guess specific is somewhat subjective.
Let me rephrase the question. How do you get an arrest warrant for someone?
You fill out either a probable cause statement. Usually it's reviewed by your superiors, your agency's legal, state attorney or U.S. attorney's office, and then it's usually brought to a judge or a court commissioner.
And that information that you submit in that arrest warrant, you pretty much swear to it, don't you?
Yes, that's correct.
That is true and correct.
Yes, that's correct.
And based on that true and correct information, whether it's a judge or a magistrate, then you're given authority to go and arrest someone.
That's correct.
And whether that warrant arrest, especially a homicide, is out of Texas or Florida, Texas can get Florida to help them exercise a arrest warrant out of Texas, right?
Yes.
And that's what happened in this case.
Yes, sir.
Because you're anticipating and expecting that all the information in that warrant is true and correct, right?
Well, I don't review the actual what's the probable cause of it. Usually when an officer is giving it, you're given maybe a warrant number or something like that, that you verify that it is actually an active warrant, make sure there's no issues. But I've never seen or never do I see the probable cause that goes into the arrest warrant, if that's what you're asking, sir.
Right, but you're trusting that whatever officer obtained that warrant swore to true and correct information, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's whether that's a arrest warrant or a search warrant, correct?
Yes, sir.
Aaron's bread timer.
Oh, and as far as you said that Ms. Morano didn't answer your questions, did you know she was an attorney?
She didn't say she was an attorney. She had told me she was a paralegal, sir.
Okay, but regardless, attorney, paralegal, they might know that they have the right not to answer your questions, correct?
Yes, that's not what she had said, though.
I'm just saying, when you agree that most attorneys know that they don't have to answer your questions. If you have an arrest warrant, right?
I guess so, sir.
Nurse for God, thank you so much. Should get to 20 memberships. Nurse for God is like Oprah. You get a membership. You get a membership.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Any redirect?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
May this witness keep kindly excused.
No objection from the
No
state.
objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You're free to leave and go about your business.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Call your next
Good witness. Good witness.
2 minutes.
Good witness. Good witness. Nurse for God, thank you so much. Welcome to all of our new green team. Welcome, welcome.
All right, we're gonna take a 5-minute break.
All right.
Thank you. Yeah, making it green for Christmas. Here, we got to make sure we got Aaron's bread timer over here. I got to put it somewhere where it's not hidden. We don't want to hide it. This little thing. Oh, wait, hold on. I think I can make that go away. I can make it go away. Bam. Look at me go. Look at me go. Been doing this, what, 8 months now, and now I'm learning how to. Now I'm learning how to use YouTube after being here all day, every day for 8 years, 8 months. Gosh, feels like 8 years. Welcome to those of y'all coming in. Welcome. I appreciate y'all gifted members. Thank you so much. Welcome to our new people in green, and welcome to Thirsty Thursday and to the family. Nurse for God, that was very generous. I appreciate that so much. Lisa Dempsey, member for 7 months. 7 months as BFFs. Oh, I have that now. Hold on.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
I have my sound effects back. I forgot I even had them because it's been so long without them. 7 whole months as best friends, BFFs. I'm so glad you're here. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm glad you're here. Best friends 7. Oh, wait, hold on. Every time that comes on, I feel like I'm in a video, like I need to sing along, but I'm not. I'm not a very good singer. Happy anniversary. I forgot about my sound effects. Oh, I forgot all about it. Why is there a gingerbread timer? Because Erin gets caught up in chat and forgets things, and she's got to take her bread out of the oven in 30 minutes. Well, now we're down to like a little less than 24 minutes. So that's for Erin's bread. You know, these are the things we do for each other. We picked out, remember we sat here and planned Muffin Man's first date, and now he's in love. This chat, we're kind of like an overbearing mother-in-law who's constantly meddling in your business and telling you what to do, but also like in a good way. Like we get all up in your stuff, and like I do the most random polls. Remember it was somebody's anniversary, and I did a poll on where they should go, and I mean I put like, you know, Waffle House and a truck stop because that, you know, that's always fun, but I was outvoted, and I think it ended up being like steak dinner or something boring, but those are the things we do for each other. We get all up into each other's business and take care of each other in that way. We do all the things. All the things. Oh my God, it's like opening an old iPod. Yes. 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 So fun. And also now I kind of want a gingerbread man. I bet they DoorDash those from somewhere, right? I bet they do. Let's see. I'm a very good singer. Lindsay Hendricks, this better not be sarcasm because I'm going to sing. One thing about me, it might not sound good, but I'm going to sing. I'm going to sing. I'm going to sing. Happy anniversary. 6 whole months. Oh. Lindsay Hendricks, it's our special day. It's our special day. So fun. Nurse for God, get to 5 more memberships. Nurse for God, thank you. Let's see. Dream of Landry. Luna, I need my old lady glasses on. Is it Scarstina? Judy and Blackbird Squeaks were all gifted memberships by Nurse for God. Thank you. Thank you. So generous. So generous. Virginia Little says Muffin Man met somebody on chat here. No, he met somebody like in real world, real life, like in front of you type of world. And he told us about his date. So we sat here, planned his whole first date, and now they're in love. Look at us, 13th juror, bringing people together, bringing happiness into this world. meddling in everybody. I mean, not meddling, assisting in everybody's lives. It's great. It's what we do here. It's what we do. It's what we do. So cheesy, but so good. Yes. Yes. I love it. I forgot about him. I'm going to have to get reacquainted with my sound effects. Oh, yes. Donna Adelson. Oh, blah. Donna Adelson is complaining about the jail condition. She wants to be on house arrest. She wants, I have the, hold on, let me find it. I had pulled that actually yesterday so we could go over it. Oh, I think they're coming back now. We'll have to do it the next break. I think they take one more 5-minute break. Oh, they're still hot. Bless her heart. She's like fanning herself. I forgot that their air conditioner was broken there. But yeah, she's complaining. She wants a therapist and a back rub. I don't even, I'm at one of everything. Let's see. Kathy. Wait, people still meet in real life. Happy. That song too is just so perfect because it just reminds me of like, I just picture like the background singers and like rain, like they're dancing in the street at night in the rain. Rain's coming down and they're doing their moves. That's how I picture it. I don't know if that's really how the video is, but in my mind, it's like that, like late 90s R&B where everybody danced in the street in the rain at night for some reason in their videos. Why is that a thing? Anyway, happy anniversary. Glad you're here. Love you very much. And if you haven't subscribed to Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo, you have to. It's all the things. So funny. And half of it is stuff that I wish I could say, but I can't. And she does. And I love it. I'm here for it. Aunt Toots, member for 5 whole months. Happy anniversary. 5 whole months. 5 months is a long time, y'all. You live here. You live here. Happy anniversary. I'm glad you're here. I'm so glad you're here. We have a fun group. I love our little group. Look, I'm you know, I'm gonna be I just need somebody to invest in my rap career like Lisa invested in Chuck Roast's rap career. But you know, I keep singing on stream. It'll happen for me one day. This close to getting signed. Yes, he's the guy that cooked for the woman, and we helped him. We helped him. Yeah, I mean, look, if there's actually, where'd that comment go? If there's actually stuff going on with Dawn Adelson and like she's being mistreated, then yeah, you know, you can't mistreat people. She's still presumed innocent, even though we've all seen. What do I know? All right, I'm almost caught up, right? I think I'm caught up. I missed some chat, but I was trying to get caught. Oh, wait, no. Who would my... Oh, Lord. Thank you for the super sticker. Who would your match be? I don't know that anybody could...
You're on a state called Jimmy Dykes.
All right, Mr. Dykes, come on up. All right, so if you would please stop and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated, sir. Please watch your step. You may proceed.
Thank you, Ron. Good afternoon.
Hello,
Could you state and spell your name for the record?
my name is Jimmy Dykes, Jimmydykes.
Yes, sir. And where are you from?
Somerset, Kentucky, originally.
Originally? How long did you live in Kentucky?
Ooh, most of my life. I don't remember exactly when I moved out, but I stayed there until after I graduated. Well, I didn't really graduate, but I went to college 3 years after that. I moved out and went to Florida.
Okay. Whereabouts in Florida did you live?
I've lived all over Florida. Back then, I think we moved down to New Smyrna first, and then wandered around, went up to Daytona for a while. I've been around.
Where are you living now?
And Davenport, Florida.
Okay. Where's that at in Florida?
It's south of Orlando a little bit, not too far, by Champions Gate, which you don't know where that is either, but that's where it is.
South of Orlando.
South of Orlando, not too far.
Okay. You work up in Orlando, is that right?
Yes.
It's right there between Davenport and Orlando, right?
It's not too far.
Okay. You work at Disney?
Yep, sure do.
How long you work for Disney?
Oh, I first started at Disney a long time ago, like 2004. I took a short break in the middle. I was,
Okay. We'll get into that a little bit. You're having to miss some work right now to be down here, is that right?
I'm afraid so. I got like $100 to my name.
Okay, well, we'll try and get you out of here and get back to Florida quick, okay?
They need to get to who he is in relation to
Let's
her.
talk a little bit about Lisa here in the courtroom. That's your sister, is that right?
Sister, okay.
She older or younger than you?
She's older than me, like 10 years older.
And have you and Lisa lived together before?
Oh, off and on, like families do. You know, like she always made, she was the money maker and I was always the peasant. So when I ran into trouble and mom and dad weren't around, she would sometimes let me stay with her, sometimes not. It's a lottery.
Sure. So there have been times where you needed some help or a place to live, and Lisa was the stable one who.
Yeah, she always was lucky with money.
I guess at some point you moved to Texas.
Oh yeah.
And you lived with Lisa then?
I can tell you about that.
Okay.
So I was living in Davenport, I think, Davenport, and I was living with my mom who had cancer. I was taking care of her. She was real sick, and after she died, I was kind of lost there. I didn't have no direction in life. I didn't know what to do, so I didn't have any money either. So after she died, she offered to let me live with them. So
Lisa said, "Hey, you can come stay with me."
yeah. So I went out there.
Where'd you come in Texas to live with Lisa?
She was out in Wilmer at the time, in a little house out there. I'm not really sure where I should look.
No, bless him.
This is new to me.
You and I are talking, but it's mainly for the jury. So wherever you feel comfortable looking, it's completely fine. Okay, and none of it's correct to be up there. Okay. And you said you lived with her in Wilmer, Texas. Is that right?
Yeah, that's where she was at when I went out there.
You recall that address?
I might if you showed it to me, but I don't know it off the top of my head.
We have a call for.
Like they'll probably come back to me if you read it to me.
I'm going to show you what I have marked here.
Mr. Dykes, you can't just speak out. You have to wait.
Oh,
till the
I'm
rest of the
sorry.
question. That's all right.
No worries. You've never testified before, right?
No, never.
It's kind of an awkward process, so you just gotta wait till I ask the question, all right? Here's States 49. 274 Turning Tree Road in Wilmer, Texas. Do you recall that house?
Yeah, that's it.
That's it. At the end of that street there that we can see, it just kind of ends in a dead end. There's a big old field out there in Wilmer. Is that right?
Well, there was at the time.
That's how you remember it, though. Is that right?
It's just similar, though it's different a little bit, but it's probably just because time went by.
Okay. And so you come to that house in Wilmer. Do you remember about when that was?
Oh, it would be a guess on my part, but I think it's around 2016.
And that's when you moved in with Lisa here in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you have to answer.
Oh, yes.
just because she has to write everything
Oh,
down.
I'm sorry.
And when you moved in, so who all lived there with Lisa?
When I moved in, it was just her and Aaron and Chelsea was there.
And who are Aaron and Chelsea?
Well, that's her kids.
And so Aaron and Chelsea were already living there in Wilmer with their mom, with Lisa.
Well, yeah.
And then you moved in.
Yeah, +1, yeah.
Okay. How long did y'all live in that Wilmer house?
Oh, I don't remember. It was a year or more. And I don't remember how long it was.
Why did you guys leave?
Oh, she ran into trouble with the landlord. Somehow, I think they found the dog. I don't remember how they got a dog, but somehow Lisa produced a brown dog. And it was a bulldog, I think. And it caused a ruckus and broke the fence and things. So the landlord was distraught about that. And yeah, Lisa found another house.
Okay, so Lisa has a dog. Dog's not allowed to be there. We decide we're going to move out of this 274 house. We're going to move on to somewhere else.
Well, there wasn't any other choice, I suppose. Yeah.
Okay. Where'd y'all move to next?
She got a place out there in it's the Kensington house.
We're going to move out of this 274 house. We're going to move on to somewhere else.
Well, there wasn't any other choice, I suppose. Yeah.
Okay. Where'd y'all move to next?
She got a place out there in it's the Kensington house. I don't remember where it's Mesquite. That's it. Mesquite's the name.
Kensington House, Mesquite. All
That's
right.
right.
And you lived there with her as well?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I hope this ain't the one because I like this one. He's funny.
I'm going to show you what's been entered as 179 floor plan from that Kensington address. Let me know if it looks about right to you. Look about right?
Yeah, it looks right. It looks correct.
Because that house had an alleyway, is that right? With the back entrance for that garage?
Yeah. There was an alleyway that you had to use to get to the garage.
And then it's got what looks like 3 bedrooms, is that right?
Yeah, I think it does. Yeah.
And so you, Lisa, Chelsea, and Aaron all moved there.
Mm-hmm.
And Chelsea and Aaron are kiddos, but were they adults at this time?
Yeah.
How old are Chelsea and Aaron?
Oh, I don't know if I could tell you. I don't know. I think Chelsea's 10 years younger than me, but I'm not sure about Aaron.
Okay. And so you guys all move into this house there in Kensington. Were things fine there?
At first, it was just a normal family arrangement. Nothing weird going on. It was perfectly normal.
And Lisa, at some point, I guess, had a medical emergency, like a blood clot or something?
Yes, she had a.
Was that at this address or back at the?
I thought it was Wilmer, but I think it was this address.
Okay. And if you don't know something, that's perfectly fine too.
I'm pretty sure it was here in retrospect, thinking about it, because I remember the big bedroom, and I think that's where it happened at.
Okay. And so she had a blood clot issue?
Yeah, I wasn't there. I was at work, but I know what happened. She had a blood clot, and they had to take her to the hospital, and it was touch and go whether or not she would survive. They didn't know.
Scary ordeal.
Very.
And she was lucky to make it through.
Yes.
That sums up that, and that was probably pretty scary, is that right?
Yeah, it must have been, yes.
But after that, was there a change in Lisa that you started to see?
Yes, definitely.
What did you start to see?
Well, I wouldn't say I was ever particularly, close. So, we weren't really that close, but nevertheless, we were a family. So we did talk together and, eat together and things like that. But after that, she kind of just became obsessed with going out and, being young regressing, having midlife crisis type of thing, right? Regressing to childhood, trying to get back lost time, hanging out with young people instead of like the family. And basically, from that point on, all us family members were just rapidly, but not instantly, phased out. Like we were just neglected utterly. And instead, she spent all of her time with other strange people we never met or interacted with. She stayed out a lot.
She starts going out more, it's these different people, and you guys are taking the back burner.
No, we're not even in the burner. Yeah, we don't have hardly any communication. She just does her own thing at that point.
Is pretty soon after that, then does Charles Beltran come into the picture?
Well, I don't really know much about Charles, but
does he come into the picture at some point?
Yes.
This is happening.
Yes, after that incident.
Okay. He goes by Chuck, is that right?
And I think so. I've heard people call him that.
You've met him, what, maybe once or twice?
I saw him literally one time in the kitchen, and he immediately left. So I don't have any interaction with Chuck to speak of, but I do know that it was after her ordeal that she got with him.
And at some point,
Her ordeal.
Lisa bought an Audi.
Yeah.
Black Audi.
It showed up mysteriously.
Okay. Did you find paperwork about that Audi?
Yeah, I saw a thing where she had bought it, and it was for Chuck. So.
And at some point, did you have to move out of that house?
Yes, out of the blue. I mean, like I said, she had been spending all of her time out and not at home. But one day, she was just like, "I need the house to myself. You guys got to go live your own life." And we were like really shocked because that came out of the left field over there, And she was just like, "Don't worry, I'll help you get started. But after that, you're on your own." So that was that.
Where'd you go after that?
And we came to Davenport, in Florida. So.
And then you in that same house that you?
Yeah, I was at the same place.
Lisa helped you get that house up there?
Yeah, she helped. We don't understand how to buy houses, so she helped a lot with the process.
So she helped you to that. I'll help you get settled and set up there, but then you're on your own.
Cut off entirely.
All right. And then you don't have much interaction with her from that point on. Is that right?
I honestly, I don't remember her calling me at all. Like maybe one time when the air conditioner blew up, I called her to see if she would help us fix it because the air conditioner is a lot of money. And she was like, "You figure it out." So other than that, I don't think I don't remember communicating with her at all until, if she did, it was just like random casual conversations. Like,
do you remember about when that was when you moved, when you're forced out of the Mesquite home and sent back to Davenport?
Oh yeah, I remember that.
When was that?
That was 2019, around August, but it could have been end of July.
Okay, so that late summertime.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes. Sorry, I'm bad at this.
Late summertime, 2019. I'm ready to live my life, and I can't do that with y'all. So go get set up in Davenport.
Correct. That's pretty much exactly what happened.
Is that when you went back to work for Disney when you got back out there?
Yeah, I got hired back almost instantly.
What
Like
were
a
you
week.
doing for work out here when you were living?
Oh, I was working for Amazon out here.
And then from August or so, 2019 to the end of 2020, not much communication with your sister Lisa Dykes.
I don't honestly remember any I had with her, but I know her kids had some. But it was even with the kids, it was just like, I'm alive. This is very basic.
But so it's you, Chelsea, and Aaron that now live out there and have lived out there in that Davenport home since 2019.
Yes.
And she has another son as well, right, Kyle?
Kyle, yeah.
Now he's got a different different last name than Chelsea and Aaron, right?
Yes.
But my point of that is he's not with you guys. He wasn't living with you all at any of these times.
No, I think he might have lived with her in Wilmer before I got there, but I'm not even sure about that.
Okay. You think he might have lived there at Wilmer, but he wasn't by the time you got there?
No.
Okay. And, but he lives in the Dallas area.
Well, he did. I don't know if he does now.
You and Kyle don't have much of a relationship.
I would say negative relationship. Yes, we don't get along at all.
And so let's talk a little bit about the next time you kind of see Lisa. Was that early 2021?
I didn't literally see her then, but she came by sometime that year, and I wasn't at home, but she dropped off the Tucson. It was a vehicle she had. Aaron's name was on the vehicle, and she wasn't going to make any more payments on it, so she dropped it off.
And that was that white SUV Tucson?
Yeah. She was like, if you don't want it, just turn it back in. And Aaron didn't want it to destroy his credit, so he kept it and paid for it for a while.
And that's states 293. And I think, and actually, this states 293 is a photograph of that Tucson out in your driveway in Davenport. Is that right?
Yeah, that's it. That's what we call the white turkey.
Aaron, get your bread out of the oven.
The white turkey part, and that is your house right there, right?
Yes.
Dallas Police Department came out and talked to you about that Tucson?
Yes.
And about Lisa?
Yes.
You talked with them, you and Aaron both spoke with detectives to let them know, you don't know much, but you'll answer questions.
Yes, that's it.
And because you obviously, October of 2020, you're long gone from living with Lisa.
Yes, totally.
But sometime before she's arrested, you're aware she was arrested in Florida. We're going to get to that in a second. But before that is when she dropped this white Tucson on.
Yes, she dropped it off while I was at work, and then I saw when I came home. That was the story behind it.
Okay. And at some point, kind of late March, did you get a call from Lisa?
Yeah, she called insanely early in the morning, and I was mostly asleep. And she said that she wanted money to come up to Orlando because she wanted to meet with her lawyer up here.
Mel said it is the guy.
I told her I didn't have any money, so it wasn't going to work. And so I told Aaron about it, and I think he sent her money. I think he did, but I'm not really sure.
That next day, did you hear about anything?
Well, the same day, later on in the day, the police showed up and told us what was going on, which I was floored by that information. All my years of life, I would never dream such a thing could transpire. I never thought that would happen. But yeah, the next day we heard what happened there.
That she got arrested in Orlando?
Yes.
Cross-examination. Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Hi, Jimmy. I'm Valerie Baston, and I know we've talked before on the phone.
Yes.
Okay. It wasn't that Lisa was lucky with money. Lisa worked very hard for money in her career, right? Yes or no?
Well, yes. I mean,
so it wasn't like she just won a lottery. She was a very hard worker.
Well, yeah, she worked a lot.
Okay. And she took care of you, Jimmy. Yes or no?
Well, yes.
She allowed you to come live with her in Texas.
Yes.
Then after a while, it wasn't working out with you being in the house anymore. And she actually put the down payment down for the house in Florida. Yes or no?
I don't know much about that, but Aaron would know more about that than me.
Well, you just can't get houses off of your good looks. So someone had to come up with the money for the down payment on the Davenport house.
Well, I presume you're correct, but I don't know for sure.
Okay. And Lisa sent you and her kids money all the time. Yes or no?
Well, not to me, but she might have sent it to the kids.
Now, you said you saw a change in Lisa after she had that bad health scare.
Oh, yes.
Okay. She almost died.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And then you said she started bringing strange people around, like her coworkers.
She had coworkers came to the house, which had never done a thing before ever. And she also went out all the time.
But she was going out for her job at the law firm doing marketing events, like at the rodeos and other places like that. Yes.
Well, she went down to Deep Ellum a lot and hung out down there a lot. So.
Okay, but she was also doing things for her job.
Well, I'm sure she did both. Yeah.
Okay. And these strange people, and I'm just going to ask you, Jimmy, because it's been mentioned in some documents that I read. You're really not that fond of minorities. So these strange people that she was bringing around, they were Black, they were Hispanic, and you didn't like that, did you?
I don't have anything against minorities.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
And isn't that what caused the rift, especially when she brought this new boyfriend around, Charles Beltran, who is?
He was never really brought around. I only saw him one time in the kitchen. And the only thing that happened was one day she was just like, I need the house to myself. She didn't mention anything about any relationship with anybody else.
Or when she married Nina Morano, who is also part Black, that didn't bother you?
I didn't even know she got married to Nina Morano until after the arrest. That was a shock too.
And you said this outing mysteriously showed up.
Yeah, it was just there one day.
And so digging through her personal papers, she found out that it was registered to both her and to Charles Beltran.
Well, it was just laying on the counter in the bedroom. It wasn't really required to look. It was just there.
In her bedroom?
Well, yeah.
Okay. You went into her bedroom?
Well, that was quite common. We passed through it all the time.
And you say, though, you weren't close to Lisa, but Lisa provided substantial support for you.
Well, that's what family does.
Even for family members they're not close to, as you stated?
It's pretty normal in Kentucky.
Oh, okay. Now this Tucson was actually registered to Aaron, correct?
They're both of their names are on it.
Who's both of them?
Lisa and Aaron, they bought it together.
Okay. But you're the one who gave the police permission to go inside the Tucson?
I was the only one who would go out and talk to them. Aaron was very shy. He only came out after I volunteered.
But Aaron was at the house too.
Yes.
And the detectives also talked to Aaron.
Yes.
But you're the one who gave permission.
Honestly, I don't remember
Yes or no?
particularly. I'm not
Yes or no?
sure.
You can't remember?
No, we were both there, so I'm not really sure. I think I did, but I'm not sure.
For a vehicle that wasn't yours?
Well, Aaron was standing right there. I'm confused.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dykes. You're free to leave and go about your business. Please watch your step getting down from the witness stand.
I apologize for my faux pas.
Oh, no, you're fine. Thank you.
Oh my God.
Call your next witness.
You're at this time,
Yeah.
the state would call Sergeant Scott Haynes.
Yeah, he's 30 years older, but he started a relationship or whatever with her when she was 14. I'm so uncomfortable. I'm so uncomfortable. I'm so uncomfortable. This trial has gone off the rails again. Again.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you all hot? We are at 77. I know. Whoa, Miss Broke 78. There's a verdict.
Dang, it's 78 degrees in there.
Tomorrow, wear layers. It's gonna be really hot tomorrow in the courtroom. All right, come on up, sir. If you would please stop and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Thank you. You may proceed.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record, sir?
My name is Scott Ames, Scotttames.
And how are you currently employed, sir?
I'm a sergeant at the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
All right, how long have you been with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Orange County, 23 years.
23 years. Any other law enforcement experience?
I was at the city of Palm Bay for 6 years.
So coming up on 30 years?
Correct.
All right. And what's your current role there in the Sheriff's Office in Orange County?
I run what Orange County calls a felony unit. And basically what that is a unit, we have two of them. And we're tasked with going out and apprehending wanted fugitives.
I'm sorry, the last part.
Apprehending wanted fugitives.
And that can be your local fugitives that have got warrants for local.
Yeah, it could be for local folks, warrants out of Orange County. We're also cross-swim with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement and the U.S. Marshals.
And so like in this case, you obviously get tasked with executing an arrest warrant for a Dallas case.
Correct. It was a collateral from Dallas to the Miami field office, FDLE, and it came up to Orlando.
And then so how does it land on kind of your desk, so to speak?
So we get contacted by the FDLE out of Orange County, and anytime they have a collateral case, they reach out to us and my team to go out and assist with the apprehension.
And so what do you start doing at that point?
Well, they were already tracking a phone, and we were advised that the phone was in the area of the Florida Mall, which is down there close to Orlando International Airport.
And so the phone's being tracked, and you guys are getting that information as to kind of where?
Correct.
And then what do you do with that information?
We respond to the Florida Mall because that's where it was being tracked to. We start fanning out. It's a fairly large mall, and one of my team members, I guess, sees Lisa in the open food court, which is outside. So you're sitting outside. Basically, you can eat inside or outside, but she was outside.
So she's observed at the mall. Do you remember what day this was? This was 2021, is that right?
Yeah, March 26th, I believe.
So March 26, 2021, and then you're seeing her at the mall. Are you guys, I'm assuming, then in plain clothes?
Yeah, we wear shorts and t-shirt, look like regular Florida people, and unmarked cars.
Okay. And so you guys start following her at that point?
We watched her for a little bit. We also knew there was one outstanding, I believe Charles Beltran.
Okay.
So we weren't sure if he was in the area as well. So instead of just apprehending her, we wanted to observe her for a while, surveil her, and see where she brought us.
Did she have anything with her there at the mall?
She had some bags.
Like bags like hers or bags like shopping?
Shopping.
Was one of those bags from like a phone store?
It was.
And so you guys watch her there at the mall. Where do you follow? Does she leave the mall?
Yeah, a vehicle shows up, a smaller vehicle, and we determined it was an Uber, and we trailed that vehicle over to our International Drive area, which is a tourist area, a lot of hotels, and she ended up pulling into the Metropolitan, which is the north side of I Drive.
Okay. And then what do y'all do at that point?
I pulled in first. One of my guys pulled in second. I got out of the car. I actually went into the Metropolitan first, into the lobby. The Dykes came in, and then one of my guys came in after, and we watched her register and get a room.
And then did you guys talk to the hotel staff?
Yeah, so as Ms. Dykes went to the room she was given, my guy followed her, and I got with management, explained what was going on, and they gave us the room number and a hotel key. And they did ask us to, if we were going to make the arrest, to go around back. So we went, we observed.
No need to make a big scene.
Yeah, with all the customers and everything, all the tourists.
And so did you guys stage up there in the back, and you had keys to enter the back of the hotel and all that?
Yeah, we staged in the back. We made a plan how we were going to do it. I had people on the outside. It was a first floor room, so I had people in the back. We weren't sure. Again, weren't sure if Charles was in the area. When we determined that we didn't believe he was there, we made a plan to make an approach and knock on the door.
Did you knock on the door?
I knocked on the door, yes.
So you're the one that actually goes up and knocks on that door.
Correct.
What happened when you knocked on the door?
I knocked on the door and I didn't announce immediately. I just knocked. And then I believe I announced our presence. And I could hear her talking on the phone as she got closer to the door. I explained to her, there's the sheriff's office. I need you to come out. If you don't come out, we're coming in. And about that time, I heard her say something along the lines of, like, I think I'm getting arrested. Door opened up. She came out, was cooperative.
Went into custody.
Went into custody.
Commissioner Grossman?
You may.
I'm going to show you what I have marked here. It states 314.
Yep.
Do you have a chance to review that video?
I did.
Okay. Is that your body cam from the arrest?
It is.
Okay. And that's your initials there on the disc?
Correct.
Thank you. At this time, officer states 314. I'll turn to defense for the objection.
No objection, Your Honor. It's been previously changed. Excuse me, Judge.
All right, State's Exhibit 314 is admitted for all purposes.
Commissioner Butler?
You may.
Yes, body cam. Body cam of the arrest.
Would you like the light stand?
Yes, please, Your Honor. It's a short video.
I love a good body cam. Boat daddy. I never did see the boat daddy again. That whole scenario with the brother dating his 14-year-old niece. This trial is too much. I'm gonna make a chart. Oh, hey.
Give it a little bit, it'll probably not go on.
I apologize.
I think the first minute, there's no audio.
No
First
audio in
minute.
the first minute?
Yeah, it should be. So
Okay. Mr. R's click on in 30 seconds.
it changes it now, it goes right on.
outside, we got, I think it's on 130 north. We came in and took a left, mark, halfway down.
Here we go.
Lisa, please get the door, open the door, please. Sheriff office. Open the door. Do it now, we're coming in. You see your hands. Step on out, walk back up. Walk up. Thank you. Turn around, face the wall. Put your phone down, put your phone down. I know. Okay, put it down.
She's like, hold on, let me delete all the evidence.
Put it down. There you go. Put your hand behind your back, please. All right, bring it down, pull it up. So then, put it- everybody not double rock, put it in. Good. Good, I'm walking a little.
Stop it here. That's the end of the interaction with Lisa. for you.
Correct.
Maybe 10 minutes here. And then we see in the video that there's a large number of officers out there, is that right?
Yeah.
That's your team that's kind of in that hallway.
Yeah, there was a combination of two teams together, just because of the unknown of the second suspect. So we always bring force multiplier with us. So.
And FDLE is eventually out there as well.
Yeah, FDLE was in the parking lot. They were outside waiting for us.
And then Detective Clybourne was out there as well. He's from the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
Correct. Yep.
And then the room is secure at that point. Whenever you make contact and you place Lisa Dykes under arrest and you pick up her phone off the ground.
Correct.
At that point, that room stays secure.
Yeah, we went in and cleared it and made sure no one else was in the room.
And then some of the things, some of her personal things were seized as part of that arrest. So.
Correct.
Oh, here we go. You can hear him opening stuff. This is like the thirstiest Thursday we've had in a while. What is happening? I'm clutching my pearls up here. It's all that talk Lucy picks. Got everybody riled up. And the strip clubs. Sorry, Nanny. My nanny's watching this.
Start here with mark this. States 316.
What was 315?
I have 315. I'll go ahead and off that now, Your Honor. 315. I have a chain of custody affidavit for record purposes from Officer Lee Clyburn. That's been on file for the record 20 days.
You're offering that for record purposes only?
Yes, just the affidavit for record purposes. And that affidavit contains the items seized by Lee Clyburn in conjunction with Officer Ames, which are beginning to be with States 316 here.
No objection, Your Honor. All right, States Exhibit 315 is admitted for record purposes only.
And then, pursuant to that affidavit, Your Honor, States 316, which is the bag that contains 2 iPhones and a charger.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, States Exhibit 316 is admitted for all purposes.
Oh my gosh. What is happening in chat right now? Calm down. She's had all different color hairs though. She had pink. She had like real bleach blonde. She had whatever she has now, which is like the brown-ish, ashy brown. She changes hair colors and religions just randomly. Purple. She had purple. The purple was when it was a little bit longer, right? And then the pink was when it was like shaved on the sides or something. They still opening stuff. They should have this ready. Was she into voodoo dolls? I don't know. I mean, my kid was helping me get my computer set back up last night, and he saw this. He was like, "Mom." It's like, I can explain. This is the Fami voodoo doll. Oh, Fami. So my kid thinks I'm a creep, and he saw. I use this. I take notes and stuff sometimes, like if I need to just jot something down. And remember that one day, I can't remember what trial it was, and I did like a sketch, and I did like of a body like figure type thing, and I was doing like where the entry and exit wounds were.
That same.
And he saw that with the voodoo doll.
3:15.
You're at 317 now.
Yeah, appreciate it. 350,
now
pursuant to the same affidavit from
315, also offering states 317, the T-Mobile box recovered. 318.
Now he won't come over anymore.
The map of the hotel. 319, the passport going to
That was Tommy's trial. That was.
Lisa Beltran. 320, taxi card, and 321, the room keys.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, state's exhibits 317, 318, and 319 are good for all purposes.
Commissioner Welch?
Okay.
So, you saw her checking in and stay at that Floridian Express. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so we see here, states 318, one of those things that she had in her room was a few business cards and some keys and like things like this, where she just checked in, the map of the hotel, 318, is that right?
Yes.
321, her room keys.
Yep.
She had with her states 319, her passport, is that right?
Yep.
Where she's got a passport issued to, under her name, Lisa Beltran, with an issue date of December 11th, 2020. Is that right?
Yes.
And she also had a 320 taxi card for Orlando as well.
Correct.
And you talked earlier about seeing her at the mall with shopping bags, explicitly or specifically, one being from a phone store.
Correct.
States 317, she had a brand new T-Mobile phone.
Correct.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Brand new T-Mobile phone.
I didn't hear his answer.
Oh, correct. I'm sorry, man.
All right, you can pull that microphone closer to you. It moves it.
Oh, okay. I got
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
317 is that brand new T-Mobile box that your team was watching her purchase or saw that she had just purchased at the mall.
Yeah, she purchased it at the mall, I assume, but she had it outside when we saw her. So, yes.
It still has inside of it its contents, the charging base.
This microphone that's right here, you can hear when he gets close to it how loud it gets. Hear the paper?
I'll pass it with.
Cross-examination.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Ames, I'm Valerie Baskin, and I'm going to ask you just some questions about the arrest.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Sergeant Ames, you received an arrest warrant that came out of Dallas, Texas, Dallas Police Department, is that correct?
FDA Lee received the arrest warrant.
Okay.
And they notified us of what they were doing.
Okay, so they notified you about the arrest warrant, Did you know where it came out of? Did you see a copy of the arrest warrant?
Never saw the arrest warrant, but I knew it was out of Dallas.
Okay. Did you ever meet with Detective Christine Ramirez?
I did not.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Detective Christine Ramirez, either when this arrest warrant was being executed or any time after about this arrest?
I've never spoken to her.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you were also heightened to the fact there may be a second suspect named Charles Beltran.
Correct.
Okay. And did you get any information about Charles Beltran, like he was armed and dangerous or known to carry weapons or anything like that that would make two teams come out there that day?
Well, anytime we're dealing with a homicide case and people are on the run, we take that very seriously. So we, again, use a force multiplier. So it's for the safety of the officers and also for the safety of the person we're trying to take into custody.
Okay. And this was a capital murder warrant, correct?
I knew it was a homicide warrant.
Okay. And you said that you approached the door and you could hear her talking to somebody.
Not initially.
Not initially.
Well, when I knocked and didn't say anything, I think she was approaching the door, and that's when I started hearing her voice.
Okay. Could you tell she was talking to her attorney?
I didn't know who she was.
Arrangements to turn herself in?
I didn't know who she was talking to.
Okay. But she later informed you she was on the phone with her attorney.
That's what she said.
Okay. And when you took her into custody, there wasn't a fight?
No.
Okay. You didn't have to use any strong physical force with her?
No.
Okay. No taser, nothing like that?
No, she was cooperative.
She's very cooperative?
Yes.
Okay. Did she ask you any questions?
After what you saw there is the extent of our conversation.
Okay, that was it with her?
We normally, when we arrest someone, we don't know the details of the investigation, so we don't get into conversations with those folks.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Sergeant Ames.
Yes, ma'am.
Welcome to Texas. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be kindly excused.
No objection to the statement.
Is there any objection from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Sergeant. You're free to leave.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you.
Watch yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, call your next witness. Y'all may approach. You may.
Yeah, Nina was picked up by the other guy that we saw at the apartments. And then Lisa, every time I say, like when I say stuff about like Nina and Lisa, for some reason it pops in my head. You remember the song Boats and Hoes? Where he's like, the Nina, the Pinta, the Santa Maria, you do in the bottom while you're drinking sangria. I get that in my head when I start talking about Lisa and Nina and Santa. Anyway, never mind. Never mind. Carry on. Anyway, yeah, they were arrested a day apart. Prestige worldwide. Even they were better rappers than Chuck Roast. So that's where we're at.
Sir, if you would please not raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you state your name and spell your name, please?
It's Michael Neely, Michael Nealey.
And can you just kind of introduce yourself and go to the jury? What it is you do for a living, how long you've been with Dallas Police Department, your educational background that allows you to do.
I'm a senior corporal with Dallas Police Department. I've been there about 17 years now. I do digital forensics in our fusion unit, dumping cell phones, computers, digital devices. I've received extensive training through Celebrite, through the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists, those kind of things. And I've been doing it for quite a few years.
Quite a few years, okay.
What was his
Can
name?
you tell the jury what the fusion department is?
Fusion Department, it's actually a federally funded department that works as a conduit kind of between state and local and federal agencies, intelligence, dissemination of intelligence, those kind of things. And we also do forensics for the department.
You mentioned, so in the Fusion department, you were talking about the digital devices and things like that. How do you go about getting certain devices to perform extractions and things of that nature?
Sure. So if a detective has a case that involves any kind of digital evidence, which most do these days, they will bring it up to us. We will accept it, we secure it, and do whatever. Generally, we're as far as cell phones, we're going to do extractions, which just means getting the data off of the device, either a phone or a tablet or something like that.
And how do you go about getting the data off the device?
We use a number of tools. We use tools from a company called Celebrite, tools from a company called Grayshift, Graykey. Cell phones are just little computers. They're very complicated, but cell phones are privacy oriented. The manufacturers want you to have a private environment to do your business because people live on their cell phones. So it's pretty complicated to get into them. The vendors have special tools that allow us to do that. They're proprietary. We don't often know how they do it, but the tools allow us to get into phones. Sometimes again, it's complicated, and it really depends on the phone model, the software version, et cetera. So there's a lot of different things that go into it.
Okay, and you said sometimes, are you able to get into every single device that is submitted to you?
No.
You mentioned that manufacturers and things like that kind of play a role in when you're able to do that. Can you explain to the jury how so?
Sure. For example, Apple. If you have an Apple iPhone, they're very privacy oriented. One of their selling points is that they secure the data on the phones. Well, that's great, except if a criminal has that and uses it in some crime, and we need to get that data for evidence. That is a barrier to us. We have to get past those security measures. Google sells Android phones. Same thing. They're trying to compete with Apple, so they're going towards the same kind of process. The phones are encrypted on the phone, so the data that you get, if you don't get it correctly, is nonsense. It's just ones and zeros. So it's complex, and the vendors are just working harder and harder to make sure that the phones are secure.
And so is it almost kind of like this, I don't want to say competing back and forth, but the cell phone vendors, Apple, Android, and then some of these others, Motorola and things like that, they come out with a more secure system, if you will, and I know I'm not using the correct terminology. And then the vendors that you use, they also update their technology in order to try to combat that. Is that correct?
That's exactly what it is. The vendor makes a change, and then the security tool vendors have to make a change to try and get past that change. And so when that happens, the vendor says, okay, well, we need to make another change. If you have any modern phone, you'll notice that there's always these little updates, especially iPhones. You might get 2 or 3 updates in a month. Those are usually because there's some security flaw. Now, the security flaw might be just people trying to get in your phone or something, but it also could be that the vendor has figured out a way of getting data off the phone. And so the phone vendor, the phone manufacturer, will do something to try and fix that. And it's a never-ending race between them.
And we mentioned the 2 main, vendors you have are Android right now and Apple. Is that correct?
Right. Well, so Apple manufactures their own phones, and they have their own operating system that they use on the phone. You've got Apple iPhones, and then you have the iOS operating system. Android is kind of a generic term for the operating system that's run on Android phones, but they could be from multiple manufacturers, Google or Motorola, Samsung, those kind of things. So those are really the operating systems that run on the devices, and it's pretty much standardized on those 2.
Are there other phone manufacturers that use, other operating systems besides just Android and Apple?
We really don't see anymore. So if you remember back in the day when they had flip phones or what they call feature phones, some of the older phones that were just a single device, some of those would run different operating systems, and generally they weren't security oriented, so you could just plug them up and get whatever. If you remember, if any of you remember, you could just turn it on and start using it. And it's not that way anymore. Now you have to actually log into the phone. They're little computers again, so you have to get into the device and actually use it. And those are primarily just the Android and iOS. Well, Android and iOS.
Now, when you are able to, I guess, get access to this information, does that ensure that you're going to get all the data off the device?
No, it really depends. Again, it depends. It depends on the manufacturer, the age of the device, the version of the operating system on it, the tools that we have, et cetera. So again, it's that kind of race back and forth. So.
And you mentioned, some of the reasons for not being able to get all the information off. What are some other reasons you might not be able to get text messages, call logs, things of that nature?
Well, I mean, if you're able to even get into the phone, once you get into the phone, there's a couple of different ways that you might extract data. I don't want to go too detailed, but you have a number of different ways. So for example, when you get a phone that's been turned off, when you first get that phone and turn it on, it's in what we call a BFU state, or before first unlock state. So everything on the device is encrypted. It's secured. A user has to actually go in and log in for the first time to actually open that device, and then the device works with your password or passcode to decrypt the information on the phone. So once you've logged into your phone the first time, even if it shuts, you get your screen that you have to keep logging in. Once you've done it the first time, it's in what we call an AFU, or after first unlock state. So if it's in BFU, we can sometimes get information off of it. But if we get the information off of it, it's really going to be just kind of generic information. So it's things that the phone needs to actually start up. So it's kind of operating system stuff. It's stuff that's not your personal stuff. It's just stuff that the manufacturer might have on there. Now, there might be other things on there like pictures. Sometimes there's some information on it, what we call keychain information, which is basically just information that pertains to like passwords and stuff for other things, like if you have a Facebook account or something. But most of that information is not necessarily that useful as evidence. It's really just kind of information that the phone would have. And again, maybe some pictures or something that's not encrypted on there. So you're not going to get probably text messages or those kind of things.
Now, most phones and most individuals have some kind of passcode on their phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you do not have that passcode available to you, how are you able to access this more personal information, text messages, things like that?
Well, if the phone is in the AFU state, the after first unlock state, even if it's locked, a lot of the tools we have will get into it. They'll break it. We also have a method called brute force, where if you know how, if you type your passcode in, sometimes you type it in wrong, it'll say, sorry, that's wrong. You forget, you type it in again, it says you have to wait 1 minute. Well, we can get around that sometimes, and it can just try every number, and it'll try and brute force. But the tools can sometimes get past the AFU. They can sometimes, or the passcode in AFU, they can sometimes brute force, where we'll actually get the passcode. And if we do that, we can actually log into the phone, and it's as if you just had it in your hand using it, and we can get most of the data, if not all the data, off the phone at that time. And that's the tools really do that.
Okay, and you continue saying the words sometimes. None of this is guaranteed.
Right. It really depends on the model of the phone, the version of the operating system, the age, et cetera. There's a lot of variables.
Now, when you are able to extract information on the phone, what format is that information extracted in, and how is that, I guess, been passed over to investigate?
So what we do is, depending on the tool we use, whether it's like a gray key device or whether it's a Celebrite device, we will get an extraction, a binary extraction. It's a digital extraction. Once we get that, then we put it into a tool. We use right now a tool called Physical Analyzer. We bring that information into the Physical Analyzer, and then it goes through and it looks at all the data, and it kind of pulls out pertinent data based on the tool. So like text messages, emails, pictures, those kind of things. Pulls that out, and it'll create a report. And so what we do is we run it through Physical Analyzer, we create that report, and then we give that report and any other data in the phone, the devices, back to the detective.
Okay, so it looks a lot different than just picking up the phone and thumbing through it, looking at the message.
Exactly. The tool actually breaks it down into the various groups. So you'll have all text messages, you'll have GPS location data, all that's separated out, so it's easier to see.
And when you receive a phone to, I guess, unlock or try to get into, is it accompanied with either a consent form or a search warrant that the detective has signed?
Yes. When they bring the device up to us, there's a form we fill out, or they fill out for the request, and then they provide us the legal reason why they're getting into the phone, a search warrant or consent or whatever.
Now, in this case, were you provided, I believe, 8 devices to extract?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, and you were aware that there are some other devices, but those are the 8 that you.
Yes.
Is that correct? Detective Painting has been marked states 322 to 330. Are those your reports for the devices that you unlocked or attempted to unlock? I mean.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, state offer states 323 through 330 for all purposes.
What's that where's 320?
I said 323. Did I skip numbers, Your Honor?
All right, let's go off the record. Mrs. Garza, do we have a 320?
Yes, Judge, it wasn't admitted, but it was offered. No, but you did offer it. I was gonna tell you at a break, Judge, 320 and 321. So she would start it.
Was 18, 19?
Yes, 18 and 19, it was just these two that applied. And then, so she should start at 322.
Yes, and that's what she said.
Yes, yes.
Okay, that's it, back on the record. All right, hold on. State's exhibits 320 and 321, those were items from the hotel room. Those are admitted for all purposes. And then state's exhibits 322 through 330. 330 are admitted for all purposes as well. Oh, did you object? I'm sorry.
Tendering to defense counsel.
Tendering to defense, okay, I'll hold my ruling.
But these are the records from the phones that were taken from Dykes?
Those are some of the phones from Dykes, some of the phones that were taken from Panama.
Judge, I don't know if we need to have a hearing or not. I just want to make sure that, I believe I was informed the court earlier that we wanted to make sure we had a running objection in regards to the sufficiency of the arrest warrants in this case and the search warrants that led to the state obtaining this documentation. So that we're contesting both the arrest warrant, the information contained in the arrest warrant, and the search warrants that, first of all, we believe the arrest warrants that led to our clients being detained, and then the search warrants that led to this information. So we just want to make sure we have a running objection.
Break the court will grant your request for a running objection to the items discovered as a result of the search warrant and any items seized as a result of the arrest warrant for these Dykes.
Yes.
All right. Do you have any other objection other than that?
Well, good. I mean, I understand the court's position as far as any information contained from.
No, hold on, let's, ladies and gentlemen, of the jury, I'm gonna send you back to the jury room and something just occurred to me. So, I will send you out for just a few minutes.
All right.
I was trying to show why Judge say hold up? I was trying to show sunset, but Beach Cam doesn't quite catch it because I can't get it set up. So why did they stop? Hold on. Can we go back for a minute? I wanted to hear this.
All right, hold on. State's exhibits 320 and 321, those were items from the hotel room.
But why are they objecting the warrants? I missed it.
330 are limited for all purposes as well. Oh, did you object? I'm sorry.
Tendering to defense counsel.
Tendering to defense, okay, I'll hold my ruling.
But these are the records from the phones that were taken from Dykes?
Those are some phones from Dykes and the phones that were taken from Panama.
Judge, we have a hearing. I just want to make sure that, I believe I informed the court earlier that we want to make sure we have a running objection to, in regards to the sufficiency of the arrest warrants in this case and the search warrants that led to the state obtaining this documentation. So, that we're contesting both the arrest warrant, the information contained in the arrest warrant, and the search warrants. That, first of all, we believe the arrest warrants that led to our clients being detained, and then the search warrants that led to this information. So we just want to make sure we have a running objection.
All right, the court will grant your request for a running objection to the items discovered as a result of the search warrant and any items seized as a result of the arrest warrant for these guys.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you have any other objection other than that?
Well, Judge, I mean, I understand the court's position as far as any information contained from.
No, hold on, let's, ladies and gentlemen, jury, I'm gonna send you back to the jury room. It's on the district court meeting. So, I will send you out for 15 minutes.
All right. I wanted to see what they said. I was trying to get, so if you look at Beach Cam, you can see that it's not quite the way that I have to face my laptop for you to be able to see out the window. Like I don't have anything to put it on to face the other window in front of the other window. So that's all you can see. But I tried to show sunset because it's really pretty. Running objection. I like the running. So they're objecting to the warrants or what comes in. Sorry, I'm catching up on comments. They're going to argue it outside the presence of the jury. So they don't want the data from the phones to come in because they're saying that the warrants weren't legal. But we want to hear this stuff. That happens a lot, actually. It's like, objection. This is bad for my client. It's homecoming day. I have missed my little home, my little bitty tiny home. I hope I have that in enough to where it's not, my laptop's not going to fall out the window. That would be bad. I have missed my sunsets. It's kind of, I wish I had a way to set my laptop up so that it's like right outside the view of the sunset because I don't have a place on the other window to put my laptop. So you can't see it. But you can almost see the sunset on there. Almost. So close. We have a right to know, Judge. Tell him, Regina Crawford. Tell him. They can't keep us out of this. I hate it when they do stuff without us there. I want to be involved. I want to hear everything they hear. I'm too nosy to be left out. I want to hear all the arguments. Hello, Nina Canadian. Hello. Pitch black here in New Jersey and frozen. Ugh. They've been ending at 5, but I think that their court allows them to go to 5:30 or whatever is what they said. But I don't think that they've gone past 5 yet, have they? I don't think so. I could be wrong. Lucy's over there barking. Who's she barking at? Pelicans.
Judge, in regard to the search warrant, we have State's Exhibit 331, which is the affidavits for search warrant and search warrant in regard to the blue and purple
Phones?
Yes, the blue purple HUAWEI.
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 Hallway?
Huawei.
Huawei.
Thank you.
So that's the first thing we have. And then additional, is that what you offered?
Yes.
He's gonna talk about all the money.
He's not gonna talk about it, he's just talking about.
That's squeaking.
So we're offering that for record purposes of this.
The affidavit for search warrant.
Yes. And the affidavit for search warrant and search warrant. Together.
Great. That helps. All right, so the State's Exhibit 331, affidavit for search warrant and search warrant regarding the blue and purple Huawei phones.
Well, she's over here taking notes.
For record purposes is now admitted for record purposes only. Okay. Did it work or no?
It is, Your Honor.
Oh, okay.
Freaky tiki memories. They took them up for the season. Hose them down, disinfect them, hopefully.
All right. Are any of these phones actually in evidence?
Yes, not all of these phones are in evidence, Your Honor, just the ones that were just offered.
And admitted that were found with Nina Morano when she was arrested?
Yes, and
Those three?
Those three, and then 2 other phones, a blue iPhone and a black T-Mobile cell phone.
Where were those 2?
Those were with Lisa Dykes when she was arrested.
Yeah, what other child had the squeaky door? Melly. Wasn't it Melly that had one?
Yes.
Oh,
I
Melly.
see that. Okay, so we've got 5 phones then.
We have 5 phones in
evidence.
right now.
Right.
In evidence, correct.
Okay, now I'm gonna read this report.
Oh my gosh, the one cameraman that was so sick and he's always coughing and stuffy and mucusy. We've had some Darth Vaders too. The microphone breathers. There should be a law against broadcasting trials with squeaky doors, right? Yes, this is our witness, Michael Neely. He does digital forensics. Jessica. Jessica for Justice. Joining in on the Thirsty Thursday fun. I love our group. Y'all crack me up. Squeak. Squeak. I don't think Nina is.
Too loud to try and run the air while we're doing
No,
this?
you can bring that in, that's
Alright.
fine.
I don't think Nina is testifying.
Yeah, are we at 79 yet?
78.
Oh my gosh. 78 degrees in there.
I know, it's awful.
This might be squeak. This might be squeak. Every time. Non-stop. It's awful. Oh, there's the air. Oh, this is why they can't do it during court, because it is loud. Oh, that's some good white noise, though. I would sleep so good to that. That'd be perfect, actually, because it'd be really loud and really cold. I have to have white noise to sleep. Not that I sleep much anyway.
So,
When it's not too hot, I'll open my window and listen to that.
okay.
Oh, they're off the record. We want to hear things. We want to hear things. Sun's going down. It's almost gone. It'll be dark as crap out there in a minute. I don't know if they're planning on doing 5:30 today, and that's why they're still going over this, or if they're going to end up maybe because the witness is here. I don't know how much they have with this witness, though. I just need them to tell me things. Update me, fill me in. Regina Crawford gets to the membership. Thank you, Regina Crawford. It went to Nina Canadian. Welcome to the green side, Nina Canadian. Thank you so much, Regina Crawford. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. What is a hatch? I don't know what that is. Yeah, we need access to all the things. All the things. That's actually a good idea, Dino Kelly. He keeps the hinges squeaky so he doesn't miss anyone coming in. It looked like he drifted off earlier. Ugh. Those of you who are new with us, Dino Kelly is one of our members here. He's also the lead detective for the case against the widower, Thomas Randolph. Tommy. Ugh. We're still waiting on his sentencing because he likes to handwrite letters, objections, motions, his life story. If there is like ever a perfect textbook example of narcissist, Thami is the one. He's the one. Ugh. I'm going home. I'm going to ruin your day. I'm going to ruin the state's day. And I'm going home. It's as simple as that. I'm not going to tolerate this much longer. Drives me nuts. Not a fan. Not a fan. Not a fan of Thami. But we are a fan of Detective Dino Kelly. Oh my gosh. Again, Thami put in a motion to fire his attorneys, so we might be waiting longer. Surprise. What? He's wanting to he's gone through so many attorneys. He changes attorneys like Lisa changes religions and hair colors. Wow. Wow. I'm going home. I can't stand him. He just wants to like make this take as long as he possibly can so that he can like just drag it out and be the talk of the town and bang, bang, bang. And he asked Detective Dean if his wife was good looking. Who does that? Thami. Thami does that. The patience that it would take to sit in that room with him while you're having to question him and talk to him and him going in circles and that bizarre walkthrough. Ugh, Thami. That is why we have the Thami voodoo doll that was sent to me when we were watching the trial. And every time we would get so frustrated, just throw a little pin in him. And also, didn't I use this at one point to show like the entrance and exit wounds? Like it went in here and here. I'm pretty sure. That guy. He was incredibly crass, incredibly inappropriate, and disgusting. All of the above. All of the above. Not a fan. But I will say this. I am not a fan of him, but that one oh yes. Yes. I think Judge T. Jones will deny the motion. We'll find out on January 4th. My fellow 13th jurors will be the first to know. Yes. Inside scoop. Love it. As much as I can't stand Thami, that one hearing that he had with the judge where he was sitting there saying, you know, I'm going to need you to have me shipped on over to my attorney's office so we can hang out and go over things. And she was like, no. And I was like, oh, this is so funny. And then it got to the point where he's telling her that he's got all these documents and that when the state sees them, I'm going to ruin your day. I'm going to ruin the state's day. And I'm going home. It's as simple as that. But when he told her, I'm not going to tolerate this much longer, that almost killed me dead. Because what's he going to do? What's he going to do? How are you going to sit in your jail cell and tell the judge you're not going to tolerate something much longer? If that don't show you how self-important Thami thinks he is, nothing ever will. Nothing ever will. Ridiculous. Amy Lee said, I have absolutely no idea who you're talking about. Thomas Randolph, it is one of the trials that I covered. It's one of the deep dives that I did. I'll do a lot of, some of the trials that are bigger, the ones that I've been covering for a while, or ones I've been, cases and stuff that I've been watching for a long time. On those, I'll do like deep dives where I spend hours and hours and hours putting stuff together and researching and doing all of that. And it was one of those. Just one of the ones that I did a deep dive on. We spent a lot more time on it. And we watched it. He had, it was his third trial, that third murder trial he had gone through. The first one, he had wives, like what, 4 out of 7? No, 4 out of 7. My mind just went blank. The second wife was a suicide, but it wasn't. But it wasn't until years later that they were able to figure that out, and they tried him, but he was acquitted somehow. And then he got that was the second wife. 4 out of 6, I think so, because it was 3 that were very suspicious, and then the one that was very short term, that was she died later of cancer. And then number 1, but even the ones that got out of there, he attempted to have them killed too. One of his wives, like the second one, the first one got away, although he tried to hire someone for her too. The second one shot herself, but not really. They ended up finding out years later, and he did go on trial for that, but he was acquitted. And then is it the third one? The order of them is escaping me, but I think it's the third one it didn't last long, and she ended up passing from cancer later. Fourth is the one who shot, he was sitting at the table and he shot the gun, cleaning his gun, and shot it on accident, and then she hightailed it out of there after that, and she said she believed he was wanting to kill her too. She didn't know anything about his past. And then 5 was she had a surgery, but she was doing well. She was in recovery, and she sent Thami asked her daughter, who was in the room, to give them some time together or whatever. And then she said she came back, and 45 minutes later, her mom was dead under suspicious circumstances. And then the trial that we watched was, he was convicted of it before, but the conviction was overturned, and he was granted a new trial. So that the new trial is the one that we watched, and he was convicted. He's awful, and he drove me nuts. And he thinks he's a ladies' man, and he's very crass. He's very crass. I have it all in a playlist under The Widower on the channel if you want to go watch that trial. It's a crazy one. But yeah, I can't see. My problem is when I'm like in the middle of a dive, I remember like a lot of the main stuff, but like the details like that, like I can remember like the stuff about the wives, But y'all saw how detailed I was when I did like my deep dive stuff on it. But then like that's been, you know, however long. And then I've got like 3 other deep dives going on, you know, since then, and stuff that I'm working on now. So I have so much information packed into my brain that I can't remember all the details for all things when I'm working on them. But if I'm in the middle of one, like if I'm in the middle of a deep dive, I can tell you every single thing because I'm looking at it so much. But that is why you can't rely on testimony. But data doesn't lie. It's my favorite. Data doesn't lie. This is like one of those moments where they would come up and say, would looking at your presentation refresh your memory? Yes. They're twerking in the judge's chamber. Yeah, they're trying to do that driveway twerk. Oh gosh, the his and hers urns. Ugh. Jersey Den, yeah, that one's done with, but we're still waiting on sentencing. And now he has apparently filed yet another motion. And this one is to fire his attorneys. So now he's just trying to draw things out. Make it last as long as possible. Oh my gosh, he had the pigtails. Yes, he had the pigtails in. Oh, they cut camera feed. Wonder if they sent him home because it's so hot and they're still not done. We'll see if camera feed comes back or if they end the whole thing. He had the pigtails and he gave his, oh my gosh, he went for the sentencing and all of that in the Tony Romo jersey. There's so many weird things about him. Oh, good. I remembered it in the right order even. Good. Yes. Yes. They have that portable air conditioner that's in there, and they've been bringing it in during breaks and stuff to cool everything down. And they rolled it in a few minutes ago and turned it on, and it's just really loud, so they can't have it on during the day because the jury can't hear the witness. I thought they were fighting over it, but it looks like they may have just cut the feed, so maybe because they went off the record. Normally, I guess they're done for the day. Rude. They didn't even tell us goodbye. So rude. All right. It looks like they're done. They're gone. They've left us. So rude. Yeah, it's definitely a cliffhanger. I got behind. Okay, so here's the plan. The jury has been reporting at 9:30. So we'll plan on 9:30 again. Oh, actually, let me get it set up. because it makes life easier. For whatever reason, there have been issues with the notifications and stuff happening. So, and I don't know why, and I don't know how to fix it. So, what's today? What day is today? 3. So tomorrow is 4. So I'll get the. Can't see. See, the sun's going down, and now it's so dark in here already. I'm creating a stream for tomorrow right now. We'll just whip it together really quickly. So since they've been coming at 9:30. Oh, and tomorrow's Friday. Yes. Until I looked at the calendar. AM. Day 4. Let us go. Create. All right, I'm creating it right now. So what I'll do is, as we're wrapping up here, I am going to portal you on over. Now I have to do that on a separate screen. Look at me go. Do you remember when I used to have to try to figure this out, and it would take me so long to go through, and I'd be like, hold on, I know that there's a button here. I know there's a button here somewhere. Just don't know where it's at. And it would take me so long. And now look at me go. Now it only takes me a long time, not a really long time. And I feel like that needs to be celebrated. All right, I've got it set up. So what I'm going to do is I'll portal you over there so you can hit reminder, hit notify me or whatever it says. And, oh, look, I got the door or the window frame in the thing. Oops. So hit notify me. And so that way you'll get notified when we go live tomorrow. I don't know why it's not working. I'm not really sure. Welcome to all of our new members. I am so excited to have so many green additions today. That was a regular wizard. A regular wizard, yes. I'm so excited to have so many wonderful new additions today. It has been a good day. We've had a good day. And it's homecoming. It's my first day back home. So exciting. Where's stats? Oh, stats. Yep. Where are they? Have you put them out yet, or did I miss them? Hold on, let me scroll up. Did I miss them? Did I miss them? Scrolling up. Did you post them, Marie Moss, or are you? Oh, there they are. Okay. Stats. Okay, so today, 9 witnesses, 2 sidebars, 5 objections, 203 yes, ma'ams, no ma'ams, yes, sirs, no, sirs. Look at them Southern manners. Look at them Southern manners. Up until the end of the day when they left us without saying goodbye. Rude. But up until then, we had a wonderful display of Southern manners. I appreciate y'all. I will see you 9:30 in the morning. And I don't think there's any other hearings or anything tomorrow. I think we're just going to be doing, we're going to be spending time with all of this at the end of the day. Remember, don't forget to check out Ikamel's channel if you haven't. He's got the playlist with some of the deep dive stuff and some of the craziness and the juicy stuff. All of the stuff that that makes this even crazier, but the stuff that we can't necessarily hear in court. So make sure to check that out. And of course, we definitely appreciate him letting us show his video today and then him hanging out and chatting, talking. Y'all, it has been quite a day. And now I have to unpack all of my stuff. So I will see y'all bright and early in the morning, 9:30 Central Time. What is that, 10:30 Eastern? And we will get this party started. All right, y'all. I'll see you in the morning. Bye.